Part 1, Chapter 1 of Quo Vadis, A Tale of the Time of Nero. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by David Leeson. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by S. A. Benyon and S. Milewski. Part 1, Chapter 1. It was not until about noon that Petronius finally woke. He felt greatly fatigued, as usual. The evening before he had been with Nero at a feast which had continued late into the night. For some time past his health had not been good. He said of himself that he felt like a log of wood in the mornings, and barely had sufficient strength to collect his thoughts. However, a bath and the careful massage administered by skilled slaves gradually quickened the flow of his sluggish blood, refreshed him and restored his courage. From the last stage of the bath he issued a new man, his eyes sparkling with wit and animation, rejuvenated, vivacious, so superior that Otho could not equal him, in fact, honestly meriting his sobriquet, Arbiter of Elegance. Petronius seldom went to the public baths, and then only to hear some speaker whose reputation had aroused the gossip of the city, or when there were games of particular interest going on in the great hall. In ordinary circumstances he preferred his private baths on his own estate, which Celer, the renowned companion of Severus, had enlarged and rebuilt for him. With so much taste were they equipped, that in spite of the fact that the imperial baths were larger and immeasurably more luxuriously planned, Nero himself owned Petronius's superior. As Petronius, bored by Vatinius's joking, had taken part after last night's feast in a discussion with Nero, Lucan, and Seneca as to whether women possessed souls, he woke, as has been said, late, and according to his habit made use of the baths. Two colossal slaves having laid him upon a cypress wood table, which was covered with immaculate Egyptian linen, dipped their hands in perfumed oil and began to rub him. Meanwhile, closing his eyes, he waited till the warmth of the steam and the friction of the rubbers' hands should penetrate his body and drive away fatigue. After a short time he opened his eyes and asked of the weather. Later he inquired concerning the precious stones which Idomeneus, the jeweler, had promised to bring him to examine. As the breeze was from the Alban mountains, the weather promised fair. As for the precious stones, they had not yet been sent. At the same instant the slave whose duty it was to announce the names of the visitors to the baths, appeared from behind the curtain to say that young Marcus Vinicius, who had just returned from Asia Minor, wished to see Petronius. Petronius ordered the slaves to carry him to the warm room into which he directed that his guest should be admitted. Vinicius was the son of his eldest sister, who had years before become the wife of Marcus Vinicius, a consul in the reign of Tiberius. Under Corbulo's command, the young Vinicius had been fighting the Parthians, and had now, after the close of the war, returned to Rome. Petronius was extremely fond of him, because for one reason he was handsome and athletic, and also because he had sufficient delicacy of feeling not to exceed a certain moderation in his debaucheries, a faculty which Petronius valued above all others. "My greetings to Petronius," said the young man, as with an elastic step he entered the warm room. "May all the gods, and especially Aesculapius and Cypris, be indulgent to thee, for under their joint protection nothing can go amiss." "Welcome to Rome, and may thy rest be sweet after the war," answered Petronius, extending his hand from the folds of the soft linen which covered him. "What news from Armenia? And while thou wert in Asia did you happen to go to Bithynia?" For a period Petronius had himself been the governor of Bithynia, and had administered the province with firmness and justice. Inasmuch as this activity presented a curious contrast in the character of one noted for indolence and luxurious tastes, Petronius was fond of referring to his services to the state, since they showed not only what he was able to do, but what he might have been had he so wished. "I did go to Heraclea," answered Vinicius. "I was sent there by Corbula for reinforcements."
Ah, Heraclea! There it was I knew a girl from Colchis for whom I would give all the divorced women I know, Poppaea included. But how long ago that was! Let us talk of other things. What news of the Parthians? Between ourselves they bore me, the Vologeses, the Tiridates, and Tigranes, all those barbarians who are in the habit of going on all fours at home, as Aurelianus says, and who affect to be human beings only with us. Rome talks much of them, however, for the reason, probably, that she is afraid to talk of anything else. This war fares badly, and but for Corbulo it might have ended in defeat. Corbulo? By Bacchus, a genuine war god, a veritable Mars, a great general, and withal an irritable, blunt, thick-witted fellow. In spite of it all I like him, if for nothing else than because Nero fears him. Corbulo is no fool. Perhaps thou art right, but what difference does that make? As Pyrrho says, stupidity is no worse than intelligence, and cannot be told from it." Vinitius continued to talk of the war, but when Petronius again closed his eyes, and the young man noticed his uncle's weary, drawn face, he changed the subject of conversation, and inquired with solicitude concerning his health. Petronius once more raised his eyelids. How was his health? So so. He did not feel perfectly well. He did not feel so badly off to be sure as young Sisina, whose sensibilities were so dulled that, in the morning, when he was taken to the bath, he would have to ask whether he was sitting or standing. No, he did not feel well. Vinitius commended him to Aesculapius and Cypris, but he, Petronius, did not believe in Aesculapius. It is not even known whose son that Aesculapius was, whether Arsinoe's or Coronis's, and when the mother is in dispute, what is there to say of the father? In these days who will guarantee his own father? Petronius burst out laughing, and added: "2 years ago I sent 3 fat live cocks and a golden cup to Epidaurus. Canst thou imagine why? Said I to myself, whether it do good or no good, it can do no harm. I am of the opinion that those who bring offerings to the gods reason just as I do. All with the possible exception of the mule drivers travelers hire at the gate of Capena. In addition to Aesculapius I accidentally had some business with some of his kind last year, when my kidneys were out of order. They prescribed a night's sleep within the walls of a temple. I knew them for rogues, but even then I asked myself, what harm can come to me from that? Society rests on roguery, and life itself is self-deception. Even the soul is a dream. Nevertheless, one ought to have a certain degree of intelligence, to be able to distinguish the errors that are pleasant from those that are not. I direct that my sweat room shall be heated with cedar wood sprinkled with ambergris, because while I am alive I prefer perfumes to stenches. As for Cypris, to whose good graces thou hast also commended me, I know enough about her protection to have introduced shooting pains in my right foot. But for all that she is a good goddess. I foresee the time, sooner or later, when thou also will be bringing white doves to her altar." "Thou hast guessed right," answered Vinitius. "I came away scatheless from the arrows of the Parthians, but love transfixed me, in a most unforeseen way, not a mile outside the city gate." "By the white knees of the Graces thou shalt tell me about this at length," said Petronius. "I came to thee particularly for advice," answered Marcus. The manicures, who now began to busy themselves with Petronius, interrupted him, and Marcus, at Petronius's invitation, doffed his tunic and plunged into the tepid bath. "Bless me! I did not even ask thee if thy love is returned," said Petronius, as he gazed at Vinitius's youthful figure, which seemed as if chiseled from marble. "If Lysippus had only seen thee thou wouldst be gracing at this very moment the Palatine Gate as a statue of the young Hercules." The young man smiled with satisfaction as he plunged about in the bath, and sent the warm water in an infinitude of sparkling drops over the mosaic which represented Hera at that moment when the goddess begged that sleep might close the eyes of Zeus. Petronius stared at him with the delighted gaze of an artist. When Vinitius came out of the bath, and, in turn, had given himself into the hands of the manicures, the reader entered, carrying at his chest a bronze tube containing rolls of papyrus. "Wouldst thou like to listen?" asked Petronius. "If it is something of thine own, with pleasure," answered Vinitius. "Otherwise I would prefer to talk. Poets, nowadays, buttonhole one at every street corner." Right, it is impossible to get past any one of the basilicas, or baths, or libraries, or bookshops, without running into a poet, gesticulating like a monkey. When Agrippa came back from the East he mistook them for lunatics. That is the way things go at present. Caesar is writing verses, therefore everyone is imitating him. Only one thing is forbidden, to write better verses than Caesar's, and for that reason I fear somewhat for Lucan. As for me, I write prose, with which, moreover, I neither regale myself nor others. The reader is about to read the lines of the ill-fated Fabricius Veiento. Why ill-fated? Because he has been commanded to amuse himself in the character of Odysseus, and forbidden to return to his household gods till he receives a fresh command. In one respect, however, this Odyssey will not be as hard as Ulysses. His wife is not at all like Penelope. It is, I think, superfluous to explain to thee that the command was stupid. But in this place appearances are the only things that count. Fabricius wrote a wretched, tiresome book, but for all that everyone is reading it with rapture, now that the author is exiled. From every quarter all one hears is, "It is a scandal, a scandal." Possibly Fabricius has exaggerated a trifle, but I assure you, knowing our city and its heads of families and its women so well, that his account is paler than the reality. But that fact does not prevent his readers searching for allusions to themselves with terror, and to their friends with delight. At Avernus's bookstore there are 100 clerks kept copying the book at dictation. It is an assured success. Did any of your escapades get into it? Of course. But the author fooled himself because he did not see that I am at once much worse and less stupid than he has represented me. You see we have here long since lost the faculty of distinguishing what is moral from what is immoral. For my part, I am of the opinion that no distinction need be made, although Seneca, Musonius, and Trasca pretend to see one. But for me it is a matter of indifference. By Hercules, I speak my mind openly. But I have persistently held to one point of superiority, which is that I do not confound what is ugly with what is beautiful. And this is, for instance, something our Bronzebeard, the poet, the driver, singer, dancer, and historian, does not understand. Nevertheless, I am sorry for Fabricius, he is a good companion. Conceit ruined him. Every one suspected him, yet no one was certain. He could not restrain himself and gave the whole thing away in confidence. Didst thou hear the story about Rufinus? No. In that case let us go into the cool room. We will cool off there and I will tell thee the tale. They entered the cooling room. In the center, a fountain arising from a pale rose-colored basin diffused the perfume of violets. Seating themselves in an alcove, covered with a silken fabric, they began to breathe in the coolness. For a few moments neither spoke. Vinitius dreamily gazed at the statue of a bronze faun who, as he inclined over a nymph's arm, tried eagerly to kiss her in the lips. After an interval he said: "There is one who knows the truth. That certainly is the best that life has to give." "Yes, to a degree. But that is not the only thing thou art fond of. Thou likest war, for instance, to which I am not drawn, for the reason that in the camp one's finger nails break and lose their rosy tint. However, every one of us has his weakness. Bronzebeard likes singing, especially his own songs, and old Scaurus his Corinthian vase, which stands at the foot of his bed, and which he kisses when he cannot sleep. He has destroyed the lip of the vase with his kisses. I say, dost thou not write verses?" "No, I have never been able to write even a single hexameter." "And dost thou play the lute and sing?" "No." "And dost thou drive a chariot?" "Once I competed in the hippodrome at Antioch, but unsuccessfully." "In that case I will make my mind easy on thy account. Which faction didst thou belong to in the circus?" "To the Green." "Now I am perfectly satisfied, and the more so since, although thou art not as rich as Pallas or Seneca, thou art nevertheless well off. Dost thou see that with us at present, while it is good if one can write verses, or sing to the lute, declaim, or compete in the circus, it is still better, and immeasurably safer, for one not to write verses, nor to play, nor to sing, nor to compete in the circus. The most useful thing of all is to know how to be enthusiastic when Bronzebeard is enthusiastic. Thou art a handsome young fellow, therefore the only thing that threatens thee is that Poppaea may fall in love with thee. But she has had too much experience. She learned quite enough of love with her two first husbands. With her third she has other plans. Knowest thou that fool of an Otho still loves her insanely? Far away upon the Spanish cliffs he walks and sighs. He has lost his former habits, and has become so fastidious about his person that it does not take him more than 3 hours a day to dress his hair. Who could think of such a thing, especially of Otho?" "I understand him," answered Vinitius, "but in his place I should have acted otherwise." "How exactly?" "I should have formed faithful legions from the native mountaineers. The Iberians make excellent soldiers." "Vinitius, Vinitius, I was almost ready to tell thee that thou wouldst have been incapable of such a thing. And dost thou know why? Because that although such things are done, they are not even hinted at. For my part, in his place I should have laughed at Poppaea, laughed at Bronzebeard, and should have formed legions for my own use, not of Iberian men, but of Iberian women. But more particularly would I have written epigrams, which, unlike that unfortunate Rufinus, I would have read to no one." "By the way, thou wert going to tell me about him." "I will do that in the anointing room." But in the anointing room Vinitius's attention was diverted by the beauty of the slave women who awaited the bathers. Two of these, negresses who reminded one of ebony statues, began at once to anoint their bodies with Arabian perfumes. Others, Phrygians, capable hair dressers, held in their hands, soft and flexible as serpents, polished mirrors of steel, and combs; while two others, Grecian women from Cos, who were beautiful as goddesses, waited till the time should come to arrange the gentlemen's togas in graceful folds. "By Zeus, the cloud scatterer," exclaimed Marcus Vinitius, "see what thou hast to choose from." "I prefer quality to quantity," answered Petronius. "My whole household in Rome does not exceed 400, and I fancy that a larger number of servants is not required for personal attendance." "More beautiful bodies Bronzebeard himself does not own," said Vinitius, distending his nostrils. Petronius answered with a suggestion of good natured indifference: "Thou art my kinsman, and I am neither so yielding as Barsus, nor such a pedant as is Aulus Plautius." At the sound of the last name Vinitius forgot the maidens from Cos, and raising his head, asked: "What made thee think of Aulus Plautius? Can it be thou dost not know that when I dislocated my arm outside the city, I spent more than 2 weeks in his house? Plautius happened to be passing at the time of the accident, and when he saw how much I was suffering carried me to his house, where his slave, the physician Merien, cured me. I wished to talk with thee of precisely this thing." "What is the trouble? Are my fears correct that thou art in love with Pomponia? If this be true I am sorry for thee. She is not young and she is virtuous. There can be no worse combination. Brr!" "I did not fall in love with Pomponia," answered Vinitius. "With whom then?" "Would that I knew myself. But I do not even know her name, whether it be Lygia or Callina. In the house they call her Lygia, because she is a Lygian by descent, but she also has her barbarous name of Callina. What a wonderful house is Plautius's! It is filled with people, yet it is as quiet as the groves of Subiacum. In the course of the whole 2 weeks I was there I did not have a suspicion that there was a divinity not far off. But once, at dawn, I caught sight of her bathing in the garden fountain. By the foam from which Venus rose, the morning light passed right through her body. It seemed to me that let the sun but rise, and she would vanish in its light, as the gleam of the morning stars. After this I saw her twice, and since then I have been unable to find rest. I know no other desires, I care for nothing that Rome can give me. I want no women, gold, nor Corinthian copper. I want not amber, pearls, nor wine, nor feasting. One thing alone I eagerly long for — Lygia. I confess to thee, Petronius, sincerely, that I am yearning for her, as yearns for Peisithia, that dream pictured on the mosaic of thy warm room. Ceaselessly, day and night, I yearn." "If she is a slave, buy her." "She is not a slave." "Who then is she? One of Plautius's freed women?" "Never having been a slave, she could not have been given her freedom." "What then is she?" "I do not know. A king's daughter or something like it." "Vinitius, thou art exciting my curiosity." "If thou wilt listen to me, I will soon satisfy thy curiosity. It will not take long to tell the story. Doubtless thou knowest personally Vannius, the king of the Suevi, who, when he was banished from his own country, lived for many years in Rome, where he made himself a reputation for his luck at dice and his skill in chariot racing. The Emperor Drusus restored him again to his throne. Vannius, who was actually a man of parts, began by ruling well, and was successful in war. but later he gradually began to skin not only his neighbors, but his own Suevi. At this Vangio and Sido, his two nephews, the sons of Vibilius, king of the Hermunduri, determined to force him to go back to Rome, to try his luck at the dice. "I remember it did not happen so long ago, in the time of Claudius." "Yes, war broke out. Vannius summoned to his aid the Yazygi. His fond nephews turned to the Lygians, who having heard of Vannius's wealth, and tempted by the hope of booty, poured in such multitudes that Claudius Caesar himself began to fear for the safety of his frontier. Claudius, not wishing to get involved in a foreign war, wrote to Atelius Hister, the commander of the Danubian legions, to follow closely the course of the war, and not to permit it to disturb our peace. Then Hister exacted of the Lygians that they should bind themselves not to cross the frontier. Not only did they agree to this, but gave hostages, among whom were the wife and daughter of their leader. Thou knowest that the barbarians take their wives and children with them in the field. My Lygia is the daughter of this leader." "Where didst thou learn all this?" "Aulus Plautius himself told me. As a matter of fact, the Lygians did not cross the frontier, but barbarians come like a hurricane and disappear with the same impetuosity. Just so vanished the Lygians with their wild bull horns on their heads. They, the Suevi and the Yazygi, Vannius had assembled, but their king was killed. In consequence they disappeared with their booty, and left their hostages in Hister's power. The mother died after a short time, and the daughter was sent by Hister to the ruler of all Germany, Pomponius, for the reason that he did not know what else to do with her. At the conclusion of the war with Catti he returned to Rome where, as you know, Claudius allowed him to hold a triumph. At that time the girl walked behind the conqueror's chariot, but when in his turn Pomponius became perplexed to know what to do with the girl, since a hostage might not be regarded as a captive, he gave her to his sister, Pomponia Graecina, the wife of Plautius. Here in this house, where everything from the host to the chickens in the yard are virtuous, she grew to maidenhood. Alas, virtuous as Graecina herself, and to be so beautiful that in comparison to her even Poppaea seems like an autumn fig to an apple of the Hesperides. And what then? I repeat, that from the instant I saw how the rays of light shone through and penetrated her body, I fell desperately in love with her." "Consequently she is transparent? Like a sea lamprey or a young sardine?" "Do not laugh, Petronius, but if thou hast been led into a misunderstanding by my speaking so freely of my passion, remember that bright clothes often cover deep wounds. I must confess to thee that when I was returning from Asia, I slept a night in the temple of Mopsus in the hope that a revelation might come to me in my slumber, and indeed while I slept Mopsus himself appeared to me, and declared that love would work a great change in my life. I have heard that Pliny says he does not believe in the gods, but does believe in dreams, and perhaps he is right. My jesting does not prevent my thinking at times that there exists only one divinity, eternal, omnipotent, and creative, Venus Genitrix. It unites souls and bodies, everything. Love it was who called the world from chaos. Whether he did well is another question, but since it is so, we must of necessity acknowledge his might, although one need not be thankful for it." "Ah, Petronius, it is easier to talk philosophy than to give good counsel. Tell me what it is thou particularly wishest." "I wish to have Lygia. I wish that these hands of mine which now only embrace the air, might hold her and press her in their embrace. I wish to breathe her breath. If she were a slave, I would give Aulus for her 100 maidens, with feet whiter than chalk, as sign that they had been for the first time exposed for sale. I wish to have her in my house till my head is as white as the summit of Soracte in winter. Though she is not a slave, yet because she belongs to Plautius's family, and because she has been forsaken by her parents, she may be regarded as a foster daughter. Had he wished, Plautius might give her to thee." "Clearly thou knowest not Pomponia Graecina. Both are bound up in her as in their own daughter." "Indeed, I know Pomponia, a veritable cypress tree. Were she not the wife of Aulus, she might have been hired as a professional mourner. Ever since Julia's death, she has not doffed her mourning. In a word, she looks as if while still living, she were wandering over the asphodel strewn meadow. Moreover, she is a woman who has had only a single husband, which makes her a phoenix among our much divorced women. By the way, didst thou hear that a phoenix has actually appeared in Upper Egypt? The thing happens not oftener than once in 500 years. Petronius! Petronius, we will talk of the phoenix some other time." "Then hearken to me, dear Marcus. I know Aulus Plautius, who, although he disapproves of my manner of life, yet regards me with a certain attachment, and perhaps rates me above others, for he knows that I have never been an informer, as for instance were Domitius Afer, Tigellinus, and the whole gang of Bronzebeard's friends. While making no pretensions of being a Stoic, I have more than once turned away in disgust from certain acts of Nero's on which Seneca and Burrus have looked with indulgence. If thou thinkest I can do something for thee with Aulus, I am thy servant." "It seems to me thou canst. Thou knowest how to influence him and thy resources are inexhaustible. Think over the case and speak with Plautius." "Thou exaggeratest both my influence and my resourcefulness. However, if that is all thou wantest of me, I will speak to Plautius when he returns to Rome." "They returned 2 days since." "That being the case, let us go into the dining room, where our breakfast is waiting, and when we have pulled ourselves together, we will have them take us to Plautius's." "Thou hast always been good to me," exclaimed Vinitius with fervor, "but now there is nothing left for me but to set up thy statue among my lares, a fine one, like that over there, and make offerings to it." He turned to the statues which adorned one of the walls of the perfumed chamber, and designated the one which represented Petronius as Hermes with a staff in his hand. "By the light of Helios," he added, "if the godlike Alexander was like to thee, I marvel not at Helena." This exclamation in an equal degree breathed sincerity and flattery, for although Petronius was older, and physically not so well developed as Vinitius, his face seemed handsomer. The Roman women not only went into ecstasies over the delicacy of his mind and taste, for which reason they called him the arbiter of elegance, but also over his figure. This was reflected even on the faces of the 2 maidens of Cos, who were at present engaged in arranging the folds in his toga. One of them, Eunice by name, who cherished a secret passion for Petronius, gazed in his eyes with tenderness and adoration. But he, without even looking at her, smiled at Vinitius and began to quote to him by way of reply Seneca's epigram about women, "Animul impudens, etc." When he had finished, Petronius, laying his hand on the young man's shoulder, led him into the dining room. In the anointing room, the 2 Greek girls, the Phrygians and the 2 negresses were making ready to gather together the perfumes. But on the instant, from behind the drawn curtains of the cold room, protruded the heads of the bathing masters, and a cautious call was heard. One of the Grecians, the Phrygians and both of the negresses immediately disappeared behind the curtain. The time of mirth and revelry had come in the baths. The superintendent did not restrain the slaves, because he himself had not infrequently taken part in similar orgies. Petronius, moreover, also had his doubts about them, but being an indulgent man and one not fond of criticizing, looked upon the revels through his fingers. Eunice remained alone in the anointing room. She listened for a time to the sound of the voices and laughter retreating towards the sweat room, then she took the bench ornamented with amber and ivory, on which Petronius had just been sitting, and carefully moved it over to his statue. The anointing room was filled with sunlight, and the bright reflection of the many colored marble slabs with which the walls were covered. Eunice mounted the bench. When she found herself on a level with the statue, she threw her arms impetuously around its neck; then, throwing back her golden hair and pressing her rosy body against the white marble, she ardently covered with kisses Petronius's cold mouth. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 1, Chapter 2. After breakfast, as Petronius called it, in spite of the fact that the friends sat down at table when simple mortals had long since finished their noonday meal, Petronius proposed a short nap. It was still much too early for visiting, he thought. There are, to be sure, persons who begin to visit their friends at sunrise, holding that the custom is sanctioned by antiquity and is truly Roman. But he, Petronius, considered it barbarous. The best of all times for visiting is after noon, but not earlier than when the sun sinks towards the temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, and begins to throw oblique shadows on the Forum.
It is usually still very warm in the autumn, and people are fond of sleeping after eating. At this time it is pleasant to listen to the murmuring of the fountain in the great hall, and when one has taken the 1,000 obligatory steps, to muse in the purplish light sifted through the purple of the half drawn awning. Vinitius agreed with him. They walked up and down, taking in an offhand way of the gossip from the palace on the Palatine and the city, and carelessly reasoning of life. After a time Petronius retired into the sleeping room, but did not sleep long. At the end of a half hour he returned, and when he had ordered verbena to be brought him, began to smell it and to rub it on his hands and temples. "Thou canst imagine," said he, "how stimulating and refreshing this is. Now I am ready." The litters had already been waiting long. They took their seats and directed that they should be borne to the patrician quarter, to the house of Aulus. Petronius's villa was situated on the southern slope of the Palatine Hill, near what is called the Carinae. The shortest way thither lay through the Forum. However, as Petronius wished to visit Master Idomeneus's jewelry shop, he directed that they should carry them through the Apollinis quarter and the Forum in the direction of Sceleratus quarter, on the corner of which there were all sorts of booths. The stalwart negroes raised the litters and started on the way, preceded by slaves, called runners. For a certain time Petronius was silent. He kept raising his verbena perfumed palms to his nostrils, and was evidently thinking of something. Afterwards he said: "It occurs to me that if thy forest nymph be not a slave nothing prevents her from leaving Plautius's house, and taking up her abode with thee. Thou wouldst surround her with love, and shower riches upon her, as I do upon my divine Chrysothemis, with whom, between ourselves, I am satisfied, at least as well pleased as she is with me." Marcus shook his head disapprovingly. "Why not?" asked Petronius. "If worst came to worst, the case would go to Caesar, and thou mayest be certain that, irrespective of my influence, our Bronzebeard would take thy side." "Thou dost not know Lygia," answered Vinitius. "In that case permit me to ask if thou thyself knowest more of her than her appearance. Hast thou talked with her? Hast thou told her thy love?" "I saw her first at the fountain, and afterwards I met her twice. Do not forget that while I was in Aulus's house, I lived in an extension intended for guests, and that with my dislocated hand I was not able to be present at the family table. Only on the eve of the day I announced my departure did I find myself with Lygia at supper. But I did not succeed in exchanging even a word with her. I was forced to listen while Aulus told stories of his victories in Britain, and after that to a discussion of the failure of the small estates in Italy, to prevent which Licinius Stolo was striving. In fact, I do not know whether Aulus is capable of talking of anything else, and do not fancy that we shall be able to escape it, unless thou preferest to hear about the effeminacy of the times. They raise pheasants in their bird house, but do not eat them, being convinced that with every pheasant eaten the downfall of the Roman power is brought nearer. The second time I met her by the cistern in the garden. She had a reed in her hand, the end of which she was dipping in the water and sprinkling with it the iris growing about. Look at my knees, by Hercules' shield! They did not shake when the Parthian rushed with howls upon our ranks, but at the cistern they quaked. And, embarrassed as a boy who still wears an amulet on his neck, my eyes alone prayed for indulgence, as for a long while I was not able to utter a word." Petronius gazed at him with an expression almost of envy. "Fortunate fellow," said he. "No matter how bad the world or life may be, there is one thing that remains eternally beautiful — youth." Then he asked: "So thou didst not speak to her?" "Oh, no. When I had got myself a little under control I said I was on my way back from Asia, that I had sprained my hand outside the city gates, but now that the time had come when I must leave this hospitable roof, I was persuaded that to suffer under it was more delightful than to divert oneself elsewhere, and to be ill there more consoling than to be in health away from it. She followed my words, herself confused, her head bent down, marking something the while with the reed on the yellow sand. Then she raised her eyes, looked again at the lines she had drawn, as if preparing herself to ask me something, and then suddenly ran away, like a dryad from a stupid faun. She must have beautiful eyes." "Like the sea, and I was drowned in them exactly as if in the sea.
Believe me, the archipelago is not so blue as her eyes. In a moment Plautius's little boy ran up and asked me something, but I did not understand what he wanted." "Oh, Minerva!" exclaimed Petronius, "take from this youth's eyes the bandage with which Eros has bound them, lest he dash his head on the columns of the temple of Venus." Then he turned to Vinitius. "Listen, thou spring bud on the tree of life, thou first green shoot of the vineyard. Better than take thee to the house of Plautius, let me order them to carry thee to the house of Gelotius, where there is a school for young men who know nothing of life." "I don't understand thee." "But what did she write on the sand? Was it the name of love, or perchance a heart transfixed with his arrow, or something of that sort by which thou mightest learn that the satyrs had already whispered the secrets of life in the nymph's ear? Is it possible thou didst not examine the marks?" "From the time when I put on the toga more time had passed than thou thinkest," answered Vinitius. "Before little Aulus ran up I carefully examined the marks, for well I know that the girls of Greece and Rome frequently write on the sand things which their lips know not how to speak. However, guess what she had drawn." "If it was not what I have supposed, I will not guess." "A fish." "A what?" "I say a fish. Does not that signify that cold blood still runs in her veins? I do not know. But thou, who hast named me a springtime bud on the tree of life, dost not thou, in truth, know better than I how to interpret this sign?" "Beloved, ask Pliny about that. He knows everything about fish. Old Apicius, if he were still alive, might perchance also be able to tell you something about it. Not for nothing did he during his life eat more fish than could be gathered together in the Bay of Naples." The conversation was interrupted by the litters arriving in a crowded street, where the noise of the multitude prevented further talk. Passing the Apollinis quarter they turned to the Boarium, and thence to the Roman Forum. The Forum in fair days, before sunset, was filled with loiterers, who assembled in multitudes to saunter among the columns, to tell stories, to learn the news, to stare at the litters borne past with their distinguished occupants, to rub shoulders in the jewelers' shops, in the book stalls, in the money changers', in the shops where were sold silk, bronze, and every possible sort of thing. The houses occupying a part of the market extending towards the Capitol were filled with these shops. Half of the Forum under the cliffs of the fortress (Capitol citadel) was already plunged in darkness, while the columns which adorned the temples above were drowned in a splendor of gold and blue. The columns standing on a lower level cast their long shadows on the marble slabs. So great indeed were the number of columns standing about everywhere that the eye lost itself among them as in a forest. These buildings and columns seemed to have jammed themselves together. They were piled one on the other, they ran right and left, they ascended the hills, took refuge on the walls of the Capitol, or clung one to the other like trees, large and small, thick and thin, golden or white, now blooming under the architrave with acanthus blossoms, now ornamented with Ionic spirals, now capped with a simple Doric square. On the forest glistened colored triglyphs; out of tympans stepped the sculptured figures of gods; winged golden four horse chariots struggled as it were to fly from their pediments into the air, into the imperturbable blue which overspread this city of crowded temples. Through the middle and along the edges of the market surged the populace. The throng as it wandered under the arches of the Basilica of Julius Caesar, or sat in the steps of the temple of Castor and Pollux, or sauntered about the little temple of Vesta, resembled as it moved against this extensive marble background a variegated swarm of butterflies or beetles. Above, along the enormous Ressaut on the side of the temple dedicated to Jovi Optimo Maximo, new waves began to surge. The Romans were listening to the orator on the platform in the Rostrum square. Here and there the calls of the pedlars were heard, as they sold fruit, wine, or water mixed with the juice of figs; the invitations of the fakers praising wonder working nostrums, of diviners seeking out treasure, of the interpreters of dreams. Somewhere above the noise of the conversation and the hawkers' cries were to be distinguished the sound of the sistrum, the Egyptian sambuca, or of Grecian flutes; in other places the sick, the pious, and the afflicted were bringing offerings to the temples. Among the people flocks of doves flew down on the marble pavement, and threw themselves eagerly on the proffered grain. Like variegated or dusky spots in motion these flocks now rose in the air, with a loud flutter of wings, now again alighted in a place vacated by the crowd.
From time to time the people stood aside to make way for the litters in which were to be seen the painted faces of women, or the heads of senators or patricians with features as it were congested and enfeebled by existence. The multitude, composed of members of many different tribes, called to them by name, adding a nickname, a bit of ridicule or praise. Into the disordered groups at times companies of soldiers or guards, enforcing order in the streets, forced their way, proceeding with measured tread. On all sides Greek was heard quite as frequently as Latin. Vinitius, who had not been in the city for a long time, gazed with a certain curiosity on the human ant hill, and on the famous Roman Forum, lording it over this multitude hailing from the four corners of the earth, and at the same time submerged in it. Petronius, divining his companion's thought, called the Forum "the nest of knights without the knights." Indeed, the real Romans were completely lost in that throng, composed of the representatives of every race and nationality. In it there appeared for an instant inhabitants of Ethiopia, enormous, light-haired denizens of the far north, Britons, Gauls, and Germans, squint-eyed emigrants from Ceres, people from the Euphrates, and from India, with brick-stained beards. Syrians from the banks of the Orontes, with black insinuating eyes, dried out like bones. Nomads from the Arabian deserts, Jews with sunken breasts, Egyptians with changeless, indifferent smiles on their faces, Numidians and Africans, Greeks from Hellas, who governed the city on an equality with the Romans, but held sway through science, art, wisdom, and knavery, Greeks from the islands, from Asia Minor, Egypt, Italy, and Narbonic Gaul. Among the throng of slaves, with pierced ears were not a few freedmen, idle people whom Caesar amused, clothed, and even fed at his own expense. Not a few voluntary immigrants had flocked here, attracted to the huge city by the possibility of living without labor, and by expectations of success; and usurers, and priests of Serapis with palm branches in their hands, priests of Isis to whose altars were brought more offerings than to the temple of the Capitoline Jupiter, and priests of Cybele carrying in their hands the golden fruit of the maize, and priests of wandering divinities, Eastern dancers in shining mitres, vendors of amulets, snake charmers and Chaldean soothsayers, and finally a considerable number of vagrants without any occupation, who weekly turned to the storehouse on the other side of the Tiber for bread, who fought for lottery tickets in the circus, spent their nights in chronically ramshackle houses on the quarter beyond the river, and sunny warm days under porticos, in the filthy taverns of the Subura, on the Milvian bridge, or before the villas of the distinguished Romans, whence, from time to time, the leavings from the slaves' table were thrown to them. Petronius knew the throng well. From every quarter the cry, "It is he!" reached Vinitius's ear. Petronius was beloved for his liberality, but still more had his popularity increased after the Romans learned that he had appealed to Caesar for an annulment of the sentence of death pronounced against all the slaves of the prefect Pedanius Secundus, without distinction of age or sex, because one of their number, driven to desperation, had killed the tyrant. Petronius had, to be sure, stated in public that the case concerned him personally not at all, and that he had gone before the emperor in his private capacity, as the arbiter of elegance, because, while a barbarous slaughter of the kind was worthy of the Scythians, it was not of Romans, and offended his aesthetic sensibilities. Nevertheless the multitude, outraged at the punishment, adored Petronius from that time. But he did not care for this popularity. Petronius did not forget that Britannicus, whom Nero poisoned, was also beloved of the mob, as well as Agrippina, assassinated at Caesar's command, and Octavia, who, after her veins had been opened, had been suffocated in a warm bath on the Panditaria, and Rubellius Plautus, who had been banished, and Thrasea, who lived in daily expectation of a sentence of death. The disposition of the populace were consequently better counted as an ill omen, and, skeptic that he was, Petronius was superstitious. His detestation of the multitude was twofold. He detested it as an aristocrat, and as a man of culture. In his opinion those who smelt of dry beans carried in their shirts, who were always hoarse and sweating from playing mora on the street crossing and in the peristyles, did not deserve to be called human beings. For this reason, Petronius, giving no heed to the applause and the kisses wafted to him, told Marcus the story of the killing of Pedanius, and he ridiculed the fickleness of the street shouters who applauded Nero as he was going to the temple of Jupiter Stator the very day after they had expressed their indignation at his tyranny. At Avernus's bookshop he ordered the litter to halt, and descending bought an illuminated manuscript, which he gave to Vinitius. "Here is a gift for thee," he said. "Thanks," answered Vinitius. When he had examined the title, he asked: "The Satyricon? Is it something new? Whom is it by?" "It is mine. But I am not minded to follow in Rufinus's tracks, whose story I was about to tell thee, nor in the tracks of Fabricius Veiento, therefore no one knows of this. Tell no one of it." "But thou hast said thou dost not write verses," said Vinitius, looking over the manuscript, "and here I observe prose and verse side by side." "When you read it pay attention to the description of the feast of Trimalchion. As for verses, they disgust me since Nero began to write them. When Vitellius wants to ease his stomach he uses little ivory sticks which he thrusts down his throat; others for the same purpose use flamingo feathers steeped either in olive oil or in a decoction of some sort of grass possessing the same properties. But my unique remedy is to read Nero's verses. Afterwards I can praise them, if not with a clear conscience, at least with a clean stomach." Having said this he again stopped the litter at the jeweler Idomeneus, and when he had arranged the question about the precious stones, directed that they proceed straight to Aulus's house. "On the way," said he, "I will tell thee the story of Rufinus as an instance of that to which self conceit may bring an author." But before he began his story the litters turned into the patrician quarter, and they found themselves before Aulus's dwelling. A young and muscular gatekeeper opened before them the door leading to the main entrance, over which a caged magpie received the guests with a piercing greeting of "Welcome." On their way from the second vestibule to the court Vinitius asked: "Didst thou notice that the doorkeeper here goes unchained?" "'Tis a strange house," answered Petronius in an undertone. "Thou probably knowest that Pomponia Graecina has been suspected of belonging to a superstitious sect of the East that worships a person called Christus. It appears that Crispinilla, who cannot forgive Pomponia for being satisfied during her life with a single husband, performed the kindness. A woman with a single husband! At present in Rome it is easier to find a plate of Noricum mushrooms. She was tried before a domestic court." "Thou art right, it is truly a strange house. Afterwards I will tell thee what I have seen and heard while in it." They entered the great hall. The slave standing at the entrance sent the butler to announce the visitors. Meanwhile, servants presented them with chairs and placed stools under their feet. Petronius, who had never been in the house, imagined that in it there reigned an eternal gloom; he consequently looked about him with surprise, and even with a feeling of disappointment, as he observed that the court produced on the contrary a pleasing impression. From above, through a large opening, fell a sheaf of bright light, which broke into 1,000 sparks in the fountain. A four-sided basin with a jet of water in the center, designed to catch the rain in bad weather, was surrounded by anemones and lilies. It was evident that the persons in the house loved lilies; they grew in thick clumps of white and red blossoms; there were also many sapphire colored irises whose tender leaves were silvered by the spray. Among the moist moss, which concealed the lily pots, and the dense undergrowth of verdure were descried bronze statues of children and sea birds. In one corner a bronze roe inclined her greenish head, turned gray by the moisture, to the water as if wishing to drink. The floor of the court was ornamented with mosaic. The walls, part faced with reddish marble, and in part decorated with paintings representing trees, fishes, birds, and griffins, caressed the eye with their play of color. The casing of the doors leading into the side chambers were ornamented with tortoise shell and ivory. Beside the doors against the walls stood the statues of Aulus's forefathers. Everything evidenced a peaceful plenty, far removed from luxury, but full of dignity. Petronius, who lived in a style immeasurably more luxurious, could not find a single thing that offended his taste. He was about to point this out to Vinitius when the doorkeeper suddenly pulled aside the curtain separating the hall from the terrace and Aulus Plautius appeared in the distance rapidly approaching. He was a man declining toward the evening of life, with grizzled yet vivacious head, and an energetic face, a trifle short, but suggesting in spite of that, the head of an eagle. For the time being his face wore an expression of surprise. The unexpected visit of Nero's friend, companion, and confidant alarmed him somewhat. Petronius was a man too observant and worldly not to notice this. Therefore, after the first greetings he declared with all the eloquence and amiability he could summon that he came to express his gratitude for the hospitality shown in this house to his sister's son; that gratitude alone had prompted the visit, and that his long acquaintance with Aulus had inspired him with this audacity. Aulus in return assured him that he was welcome. As for the gratitude, he, Aulus, considered himself in his debt, as although Petronius of a truth would not guess what service he had rendered him. In fact Petronius did not guess. To no purpose did he raise his nut brown eyes, did he strain his mind in an effort to recall the slightest service he had shown Aulus, or any one else. He could remember none, except that it might be the one which he was about to render Vinitius. Perhaps something of the kind had happened in spite of himself and without his knowing it. "I love and admire Vespasian, and you saved his life when he was unfortunate enough to fall asleep during one of Caesar's recitals." "He slept to his own good fortune," replied Petronius, "in that he did not hear the verses. I will not deny, however, that this blessing might not have turned out unfortunately. Bronzebeard was for dispatching a centurion to him at once to advise him in a friendly way to open his veins." "And thou, Petronius, laughed him out of it." "Yes, or to be more truthful I did the contrary. I told him that Orpheus knew how to lull the wild beasts to slumber, consequently his triumph would have been still more complete if he had succeeded in putting Vespasian to sleep. It is possible to reprove Ahenobarbus, provided that to a modicum of reproof there be added a large amount of flattery. Her Imperial Highness Poppaea understands this very well." "Alas! such is the way of the times," observed Aulus. "Two of my front teeth are missing, knocked out by a stone thrown by a British slinger. On this account I whistle when I speak. Nevertheless I consider the days spent by me in Britain the happiest of my life." "Because they were victorious," Vinitius hastened to add. But Petronius, fearing that the veteran might begin his long tales of the wars, changed the topic of conversation. "In the environs of Praeneste the inhabitants had found a dead wolf cub with two heads, and 3 days ago, during the storm, the lightning knocked off a corner of the temple of Luna, an unusual phenomenon so late in the fall. One Cotta, who told me this, went on to say that the priests of the temple of Luna regard this as a sign of the fall of a city, or at least the ruin of a great house, which ruin may only be prevented by extraordinary sacrificial offerings." Aulus, when he had heard what Petronius said, remarked that portents of that kind ought not to be disregarded. No wonder that the gods have been angered by the incalculable evils, and in such cases one must offer propitiatory sacrifices. To this Petronius objected. "Thy house, Plautius, is not particularly great, although many live in it, and my house, although, indeed, much too large for so unworthy an owner, is in itself also not large. But if ruin threatens as great a house as, for instance, the Domus Transitoria, is it not worth our while to make offerings to save it?" Plautius made no answer to this question, and his silence offended Petronius because, although he had lost the capacity of distinguishing good from evil, he had never been a spy, and it was possible to speak to him without fear. Therefore he again changed the conversation, and started to praise Plautius's house and the excellent taste displayed in all the details. "'Tis an old homestead," answered Plautius. "I have altered nothing in it since I inherited it." The curtain separating the hall from the covered terrace was thrown aside, and the house was open to view through its entire extent, so that, looking through the terrace and the peristyle and hall behind it, the gaze reached to the garden itself, which, as seen from a distance, looked like a brilliant picture in a dark frame. From the garden the sound of happy children's voices were brought to the court. "Ah, Commander," cried Petronius, "allow us to enjoy at shorter range this genuine laughter, which nowadays it is given to one to hear but rarely." "Willingly," answered Plautius, rising from his chair. "That is my little Aulus and Lygia playing ball. As for the laughter I suppose, Petronius, that thou spendest thy whole life in pleasure." "Life deserves to be laughed at, therefore I laugh at it," replied Petronius. "That laughter, however, sounds different."
"As for that," answered Vinitius, "Petronius does not laugh during the day, rather he laughs all night." Talking thus, they passed through the whole extent of the house and found themselves in the garden, where Lygia and little Aulus were playing ball. Slaves, called spheristai, who were especially appointed for this game, picked the balls up from the ground and handed them to the players. Petronius cast a passing glance at Lygia. Little Aulus, seeing Vinitius, ran up to ask after his health. The young man inclined his head as he passed the girl, who stood with a ball in her hand, her hair slightly disordered and somewhat out of breath and flushed. In the garden dining room, upon which the ivy, vine, and honeysuckle threw their shade, sat Pomponia Graecina. The visitors hastened to greet her. Petronius, although he had never visited Aulus's house, knew her, as he had met her at Antistia's, the daughter of Rubelius Plautus, and also in the houses of Seneca and Polion. He could not conceal a certain surprise which her sad, but agreeable face, the nobility of her bearing, her movements and speech, inspired in him. To such a degree did Pomponia contradict his ideas of women, that even this man, corrupt to the marrow, self confident as no one else in Rome, this man not only felt a certain admiration for her, but even lost, when at times he was in her presence, his self confidence. And now, as he was thanking her for her care of Vinitius, he involuntarily addressed her as "Lady," a title which never came to his mind when conversing with Calvia Crispinilla, Scribonia, Valeria, Solona, or with other women of the great world. When he had greeted her and expressed his gratitude, Petronius fell to complaining that Pomponia so seldom left her home, that she was not to be seen either in the circus or in the amphitheatre. Laying her hand on her husband's, she answered him calmly: "We are both growing old and are beginning to appreciate the quiet of our home." Petronius was about to reply, when Plautius added in his whistling voice: "And we feel ourselves becoming more and more strangers among people who call even our Roman gods by Greek names." "For some time past the gods have been converted into mere figures of speech," replied Petronius lightly. "So, since the Greeks have taught us rhetoric it is easier for me to say, for instance, Hera than Juno." When he said this he turned his gaze toward Pomponia, as if to explain that in her presence he could think of no other divinity. Then he started to complain of what she had said of old age. To be sure people grow old quickly, but not those who lead her kind of life. Besides, there are faces of which Saturn seems to remember nothing. Petronius spoke with a certain degree of sincerity, for Pomponia Graecina, although she had already passed the meridian, nevertheless retained a fair freshness of face, and as she possessed a small head and delicate features, presented at times, in spite of her sombre dress, her sedateness and pensiveness, the impression of a quite young woman. In the interval, little Aulus, who had become extraordinarily friendly with Vinitius while he was in the house, came up to the young patrician to invite him to play ball. Lygia herself followed the boy into the dining room. Under the ivy shade, with the light sparkling and trembling on her face, she seemed to Petronius to be much more beautiful than he had first seen her, and, in very fact, nymph like. Still without exchanging a word with her, he rose, and bowing began to quote in place of the customary greeting, the words in which Odysseus saluted Nausicaa. "If thou art one of the gods, queen of the broad heaven, then only from Artemis, the great daughter of Zeus, can come the beauty of that face, and the dignity of that stature. If thou art born of mortals, if thou art under the power of the destiny of the living, then blessed beyond words thy father and thy mother, and blessed be thy brothers." Even Pomponia was delighted with the exquisite courtesy of this man of the world. Lygia listened in embarrassment. Her face flushed; she dared not lift her eyes. But little by little a mischievous smile began to play about the corners of her mouth and her face reflected the struggle going on within between maiden modesty and a desire to answer. The latter evidently won, for, looking suddenly up at Petronius, she answered him in the very words of Nausicaa. She spoke without taking breath, and in a tone of voice suggestive of the class room: "Stranger, thou art neither wicked nor dull." Then, turning quickly, she ran away like a frightened bird. Now came his turn to be surprised. He had not expected to hear Homer's verses from the lips of a girl who, according to Vinitius, was of barbarian birth.
He glanced in perplexity at Pomponia, but she could not give any explanation, for she herself smilingly observed only the pride with which the elder Aulus's face was illuminated. He could not hide his satisfaction. In the first place, he loved Lygia as his own daughter; in the second, despite his old Roman prejudices, which compelled him to decry the new fashion of using the Grecian language, he none the less counted a knowledge of it a crown of social culture. He himself had never been able to learn Greek well, and was secretly distressed at it. Therefore he was glad that this grand gentleman and writer, who was prepared to consider his house as little more than barbarian, had been answered in the language and verses of Homer. "We have a teacher, a Greek," said Plautius, turning to Petronius. "He instructs our little one, and the girl overhears the lessons. She is a mere chit but a worthy one, and my wife and I have become very fond of her." Petronius looked through the green of the ivy and the honeysuckle at the young people playing ball. Having laid off his toga, retaining only his single tunic, Vinitius was throwing a ball which Lygia caught as she stood opposite with uplifted hands. At first she had not impressed Petronius, to whom she appeared scrawny, but in the dining room she impressed him quite differently. She would, he thought, make a good model for Aurora, and as an expert, he discerned that she possessed some peculiar latent charm. He observed her in detail, and appraised everything on its merits: the rosy transparent face, the fresh mouth, created as it were, for kissing; the eyes blue as the azure sea, and the alabaster whiteness of her forehead, and the sumptuousness of her dark hair, with its coils giving forth a reflection of amber or Corinthian copper; and the delicate neck, and the divine roundness of her shoulders, and the litheness, the pose of her whole body which breathed the youth of May and of budding flowers. In him spoke the artist and devotee of beauty who felt that under the statue of this maiden might be written the word Spring. Suddenly he remembered Chrysothemis, and Petronius was ready to laugh with disgust. She seemed to him strangely faded, with her hair besprinkled with golden powder, with her blackened eyebrows, like a withered falling rose. But still all Rome envied him his connection with Chrysothemis. Then he compared Poppaea to Lygia, and likewise this renowned beauty seemed to him soulless as a waxen mask. In this girl with her Tanagrian features, there inhered not only spring, but the effulgent spirit of life which radiated through her rosy form, as light from a lamp. "Vinitius is right," he reflected, "and my Chrysothemis is old, old as Troy." Then turning to Pomponia Graecina and pointing to the garden, said: "I now understand, lady, that with two such beings, home seems dearer than the circus, and the feasts in the palace on the Palatine." "Yes," answered she, looking aside at little Aulus and Lygia. The old commander began to tell the girl's history, and what he had heard many years ago from Atelius Hister, about the Lygian tribe that lived in the dark north. The young people having finished their game of ball had been for some time walking along the sandy paths of the garden. Against the backdrop of myrtle and cypresses they seemed like three white statues. Lygia held little Aulus by the hand. When they had strolled for a short time they sat down on a bench beside the fish pond, situated in the centre of the garden. Little Aulus almost immediately ran away to frighten the fish in the transparent water, and Vinitius resumed the conversation, begun while they were walking. "Yes," said he in a low hesitating voice, "scarcely had I thrown aside the robe which the children of free born citizens wear till they are 17, than they sent me to the legions in Asia. I had no knowledge of Rome, or life, or of love. I had heard by heart a few verses of Anacreon and Horace, but could not, like Petronius, quote verses when the mind is mute with ecstasy, and cannot express itself in its own words. When I was a boy I was sent to the school of Musonius, who used to tell us that happiness consists in desiring what the gods wish, and depends consequently upon our will. But I think that there is another more sublime and sweeter happiness which does not depend on our will, which love alone can give. The gods themselves are striving to obtain it. Therefore, I who have not yet put love to the test, follow their example, Lygia, and I also seek that one who would desire to give me bliss." He paused. For a time nothing was heard save the gentle splashing of the water into which little Aulus was throwing stones to frighten the fish. Soon Vinitius again spoke, in a softer and lower voice.
Thou hast probably heard of Titus, the son of Vespasian. It is related of him that when little more than a boy, he fell so deeply in love with Veronica, that grief almost brought him to the grave. I am capable of such love, Lygia. Wealth, glory, power, all are smoke, vanity. A rich man can find another still richer. The famous man is cast in the shadow by the greater glory of another, the mighty may be conquered by one more mighty. But can Caesar himself, or one of the gods, seek to know greater delight, can he feel happier than a mere mortal when at his breast a beloved breast is breathing, when he kisses beloved lips? Consequently love makes us equal with the gods, Lygia." She listened, disturbed, astonished, and yet as if she were hearkening to the sounds of a Grecian flute or a lyre. At certain moments it seemed to her that Vinitius was singing a marvelous song, which poured itself into her ear, set her blood surging, strove to freeze her heart, frightened yet filled with an uncomprehended joy. But in addition it seemed to her that he spoke of something which was already latent in her, but something which she could not explain. She felt that he was arousing in her something which had been sleeping in her heart, and that from that instant, confused dreams began to dispose themselves in a form which was becoming more definite, more fascinating, more beautiful. Meanwhile the sun had long passed the Tiber and stood low over the Janiculum hill. A purple light illuminated the motionless cypresses, as if permeating the whole air. Lygia raised her light blue eyes that seemed just to have been awakened from sleep to Vinitius, and all at once, in the glow of the sunset he bent over her with an entreaty trembling in his gaze, and appeared to her more beautiful than any human being, or any of the gods of Greece or Rome, whose statues she had seen on the pediment of the temple. He gently seized her arm, above the elbow, and asked: "Canst thou not guess, Lygia, why I tell thee this?" "No," she whispered, so low that Vinitius could scarcely hear her. But he did not believe her, and drawing her arm still more vigorously, he would have pressed her to his heart, which, in the glow of passion awakened by the beauty of the girl, was beating like a hammer; he would have made her ardent declarations, were it not that the elder Aulus appeared on the myrtle framed path. "Sun is setting," he said. "Be careful of the evening cold, and do not trifle with Libitina, the goddess of funerals." "Nay," answered Vinitius, "although I have not yet resumed my toga I do not feel the cold." "But over the hill even now one sees but half the sun's disk," continued the old warrior in a warning voice. "We have not here the favorable climate of Sicily, where at evening the people assemble in the market square, that they may salute the setting Phoebus with a parting song." Forgetting that but a moment before he had warned them against Libitina, Plautius began to speak about Sicily, where he had estates and extensive farms, to which he was much attached. He mentioned also that he thought many times of moving to Sicily, and there spending the remainder of his life in quietness. "He whose head has been whitened by many winters has no further need of frosts. The leaves are not yet falling from the trees, and the sky smiles on the city lovingly, but when the grapevine grows sere, when the snow falls on the Alban hills and the gods with piercing winds visit the Campania, he, perhaps, might remove with his whole household to his retired country farm." "Can it be that thou wishest to leave Rome?" asked Vinitius in alarm. "For a long time I have been striving to that end," answered Aulus, "because it is quieter and safer." He began again to praise his garden, his herds, his house, hidden in the verdant hills, where buzzed swarms of bees. Vinitius, however, was not tempted by the bucolic picture, and, thinking only that he would be deprived of Lygia, looked aside towards Petronius, as if salvation could come from him alone. Meanwhile Petronius, seated near Pomponia, enjoyed the view of the setting sun, the garden and the people standing in the garden. Against the dark background of the myrtles, their white garments were bathed with the golden reflection of the sunset. The evening light, which had previously empurpled the horizon, began to change to violet, and then to opal. The zenith of the heavenly dome became lilac covered. The dark silhouettes of the cypresses were defined still more strictly than in the day. Among the people, in the trees and in the whole garden reigned an evening calm. Petronius was astonished by this calm, especially at that of the people. There passed over the features of Pomponia, of Aulus, their son, and of Lygia, a something which he had never noticed on the faces which surrounded him daily, or more correctly, nightly.
The life led by everyone here filled, as it were, the whole soul with light, and instilled it with a certain peace and tranquillity. He reflected with a degree of wonder that there existed a beauty and delight which he, who was constantly seeking for beauty and delight, might not discover. He could hardly disguise this thought, and, turning to Pomponia, he said: "I was considering how unlike is your world to that which Nero rules." She turned her slight face to the evening light and replied with simplicity: "The world is ruled not by Nero, but by God." The conversation was interrupted. Near the dining room in the avenue was heard the footsteps of the old commander, of Vinitius, Lygia, and little Aulus. But before they came up Petronius asked: "Which means that thou believest in the gods, Pomponia?" "I believe in God who is one, almighty, all merciful," answered the wife of Aulus Plautius. Chapter 2 Chapter 3 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Benyon and Malevski. Chapter 3 "She believes in one God, almighty and all merciful," repeated Petronius, when he found himself again with Vinitius in the litter. "If her God be almighty, life and death are in his power, but if he be just all merciful then justly does he send death. Then why does Pomponia mourn Julius? By mourning for Julius she rebukes her God. I will repeat this course of reasoning to our bronze bearded ape since I deem myself the equal of Socrates in dialectics. As regards women, I agree that each of them has 3 or 4 souls, but not one of them has a reasoning soul. Pomponia ought to reason with Seneca or Cornutus on the essence of their great Logos. Let them summon the shades of Xenophanes, Parmenides, Zeno, and Plato, who are as wearied in the Cimmerian regions as a finch in a cage. I wanted to speak to her and Plautius about something else. By the sacred belly of the Egyptian Isis! If I should have told them frankly the purpose of our coming, their virtue would surely have begun to thunder like a copper shield struck with a stick. And I did not determine to tell nor did I dare to. Wilt thou believe, Vinitius, I dared not? Peacocks are very beautiful birds, but their cry is too piercing. I was frightened, dreading the cry. I ought to praise thy taste. A genuine, rosy fingered Aurora. And dost thou know of what she reminded me besides? Spring! Not our Italian spring, when apple trees are rarely covered with blossoms, and olive trees are unchangingly gray, but that spring which I happened to see in Switzerland, young, fresh, vividly green. By this pale moon I wonder not at thee, Marcus. Be assured that thou hast fallen in love with Diana, and that Aulus and Pomponia are able to lacerate thee as in ancient times the dogs lacerated Actaeon." Vinitius bowed his head in silence for a time. Then, in a voice husky with passion, he began: "I desired her before, but now my desire is still greater. When I touched her arm a flame swept through me. I must have her. Were I Zeus, I would surround her with a cloud, as he did Io; or I would descend on her in the form of rain, as he did on Danae. I would continue to kiss her on the lips until they smarted. I would desire to hear her scream in my arms. I am ready to kill Aulus and Pomponia, and capture her and carry her away into my house. I will not close my eyes to night. I will order that one of my slaves be beaten and I will listen to his groans." "Calm thyself," said Petronius. "What desires? Like those of a carpenter from the Suburra." "It matters not to me what thou sayest. I must possess her. I have come to thee for aid, but if thou canst do nothing, I know what is left for me to do. Aulus considers Lygia his daughter, then why shall I regard her as a slave? If there is no other way, let her wind the door of my house with thread, let her anoint it with wolf's fat, and sit as my wife at my hearth." "Calm thyself, thou mad descendant of the consuls. We bring barbarians tied to our carts not for the purpose of marrying their daughters.
Beware of extreme measures. Use first of all the simple becoming means and leave thyself and me time for reflection. There was a time when Chrysothemis seemed to me a daughter of Jupiter, yet I did not marry her. Nero did not marry Acte, though they feigned that she was a daughter of King Attalus. Calm thyself. Do not forget that Aulus and his wife have no right to retain her, if Lygia is willing to leave their house for thee. And know that not alone art thou burning with desire, Eros hath lit in her also a flame of passion. I notice that, and I am an observer to be trusted. Summon your patience. Everything can be accomplished. But I have thought too much to day, and I am tired of thinking. However, I promise thee that I shall consider thy love case to morrow. I should not be Petronius if I could not find some remedy." Again there was silence. At length Vinitius said, more calmly: "I thank thee, and may fortune bless thee. Have patience. Where didst thou order us to be born?" "To Chrysothemis." "Happy man to possess the woman thou lovest." "I? Dost thou know what amuses me about Chrysothemis? This, that she is untrue to me with my own freedman, Theocles, and imagines that I do not notice it. There was a time when I loved her, now I am merely amused by her lies and her stupidity. Let us go together to her. If she commences to coquette with thee, and draw letters on the table with wine steeped fingers, know that I am not jealous." They gave command to be carried to Chrysothemis. In the vestibule Petronius placed his hand on Vinitius's shoulder and said: "Wait, it seems to me I have found a way." "May the gods all reward thee." "Yes, yes, I think it will go without a hitch. Knowest thou what, Marcus?" "I hearken to thee, my wisdom." "After a few days the divine Lygia will taste the gifts of Demeter in thy house." "Thou art greater than Caesar," enthusiastically exclaimed Vinitius. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milevski. Part 1, Chapter 4. Petronius was as good as his word. The day after his visit to Chrysothemis he slept till evening. Then he directed that he should be carried to the Palatine Hill, where he had a private conversation with Nero. The results of this conversation were not long in coming to light. On the third day a centurion with a small legion of pretorian soldiers appeared before Plautius's house. In that period of lawless and bloody deeds such messengers were generally heralds of death. From the moment when the centurion knocked with his hammer at Aulus's gate, and the guard of the court announced the presence of soldiers in the vestibule, a sudden terror seized the entire house. The family surrounded the old commander. There was no doubt that peril threatened Aulus especially. Pomponia, throwing her arms around his neck, clung to him with all her might, while she whispered words which were almost unintelligible. Lygia, her face white as a sheet, kissed his hand. Little Aulus clung to his toga. From the corridors, from the apartments on the upper floor reserved for the servants, from the domestics' room, from the baths and the arches of the lower dwelling, from the whole house, in short, crowds of slaves of both sexes began to pour forth. Cries of "Alas! Alas!" and "Miserable me!" were heard repeatedly. The women began to cry. Some of the slaves were already scratching their cheeks, while others covered their heads with their handkerchiefs. Only the old commander, who had accustomed himself for many years to look death in the face, preserved his self composure. His small, aquiline face was like stone. After he had ordered his servants to cease crying, and to return to their rooms, Plautius said: "Leave me alone, Pomponia. If my end has come, we have yet time to say good bye." He pushed her gently away. Pomponia cried: "I pray to God I shall share death with you, Aulus." Then kneeling, she began to pray with the fervor which could be inspired only by fear in behalf of one beloved. Aulus went into the hall, where the centurion was waiting for him. It was the old Caius Hasta, his former subordinate, and his companion in arms in the wars in Britain. "I greet thee, General," said he. "I bring thee a command and a greeting from Caesar. Here are the tablets and the signet certifying that I come in his name." "My thanks to Caesar for his greeting, and I shall fulfill his commands," answered Aulus. "I greet thee, Hasta. Tell me what commands thou bringest to me." "Aulus Plautius," began Hasta. Caesar has learned that in thy house is living the daughter of the Lygian king, who during the time of the divine Claudius was given to the Romans as a hostage that the boundaries of the empire should never be violated by the Lygians. The divine Nero is thankful to thee, commander, for the hospitality shown her so many years, but not desiring to burden thy house any longer, and considering that this girl, as a hostage, ought to be under the protection of Caesar himself, and the Senate, he commands that thou deliver her to me." Aulus was too hardened a warrior, and too valiant a man, to permit himself to answer a command by lamentations, useless words, and complaints. Yet on his forehead there appeared a wrinkle of sudden anger and sadness. Years ago the British legions had trembled before Aulus's eyebrows, contracted in this way; for a moment fear was reflected in Hasta's face. But now, before Caesar's command, Plautius felt disarmed. He looked for a time at the tablets and signet, and raising his eyes towards the old centurion, said calmly: "Wait thou, Hasta, in the hall until the hostage is delivered to thee." When he had said this, he went to the other end of the house, in the room where Pomponia Graecina, Lygia, and little Aulus were awaiting him with alarm. "Death threatens none, nor banishment into far off islands," said he. "Nevertheless, Caesar's messenger is a herald of misfortune. Lygia, it concerns thee." "Lygia?" exclaimed Pomponia, perplexed. "Yes," returned Aulus. Turning to Lygia, he began: "Lygia, thou hast been brought up in our house as our child. Both Pomponia and I love thee as our own daughter, but thou art a hostage, confided by thy nation to Rome, and the guardianship over thee belongs to Caesar, and now Caesar takes thee from our house." Plautius spoke calmly, but in a strained, changed voice. Lygia listened to his words, her eyes opening and shutting in bewilderment, not understanding what was the matter. Pomponia's cheeks turned pale. At the door leading from the corridor to the salon appeared the terrified faces of the female slaves. "The will of Caesar must be fulfilled," said Aulus. "Oh, Aulus!" exclaimed Pomponia, throwing her arms about the girl as if to protect her, "it would be better for her to die." Lygia, leaning on her breast, repeated, "Mamma, mamma," not finding in her agony any other words. Aulus's face contracted again with wrath and grief. "If I were only alone in the world," said he gloomily, "I would not surrender her alive, and my relatives would have this very day to bring offerings to Jupiter Liberator. But I have no right to ruin thee and our son, who may live to see happier days, so I will apply to Caesar to day and will entreat him to change his mind. Whether he will listen or no I wot not. But now, Lygia, farewell. Know thou that both Pomponia and I have always blessed the day when thou first sat at our hearth." He put his hand on her head. Despite all his efforts to preserve his calm, when Lygia turned her tearful eyes upon him, and, catching his hand, began to cover it with kisses, Aulus's voice vibrated with the deep grief of a parent. "Farewell, our joy and light of our eyes," he cried. Turning quickly, he went into the hall so as not to surrender to an emotion unworthy of a Roman and a general. Meanwhile Pomponia, conducting Lygia to her bedroom, began to console and encourage her with words which had a strange sound in this house, where in an adjoining room stood the sanctuary of the household deities and the altar on which Aulus Plautius, true to ancient custom, made offerings to the domestic gods. "The hour of trial has come. Virginius stabbed his daughter to save her from Appius. Lucretia redeemed her shame with the price of her life. Caesar's house is a den of corruption, vice, and crime. But we, Lygia, have no right to commit suicide. We submit to another law, more sublime and more holy, and this law permits us to defend ourselves from sin and infamy, even if we have to pay the price of death and torture. It is by far a greater glory for a person to come out pure from the house of infamy. Our world is such a den, but fortunately our life is short, and the real life begins after the resurrection from the dead, beyond which not Nero rules, but mercy, and where pain is effaced by delight, and tears by joy." Then she began to speak of herself. Yes, she was quite calm, but there were painful wounds in her heart. Her husband's moral vision was not penetrating, his soul did not glow with a single ray of eternal light. She could not even bring up her son in the spirit of truth. And when she reflected that this condition of things might be prolonged to the end of her life,
and that then might come a moment of separation, 100 times more terrible than that temporary one over which they were lamenting, she could not imagine herself happy without them even in heaven. And she had already spent many sleepless nights in tears and prayers, imploring pardon and mercy. But she brought her sufferings to God, she waited and hoped. Even now, when a new blow struck her, when the command of the tyrant took from her a dear one, whom Aulus called the light of their eyes, Pomponia still hoped, believing that there was a power above Nero's, and a mercy greater than his wrath. She pressed the girl's head still more closely to her breast. Lygia dropped to her knees, and, hiding her face in the folds of Pomponia's garment, was silent for a long time. When she finally raised her head, she had in a measure recovered her calm. "Although with great suffering I think of leaving thee, mother, and father, and my brother, yet I know that resistance would not help, but would destroy us all. I swear that I will never forget thy words in Caesar's house." Throwing her arms again around Pomponia's neck, Lygia went with her to take farewell of the young Aulus, of the old Greek who was their teacher, of the servant who had nursed her, and all the slaves. One of these, a huge broad shouldered Lygian, who in Aulus's house was called Ursus, or the Bear, and who came to the Roman camp with Lygia, her mother and their slaves, fell at her feet, and then, kneeling before Pomponia, said imploringly: "Oh, lady, permit me to follow my mistress. I will serve her and watch over her in Caesar's house." "Thou art Lygia's servant, not mine," answered Pomponia Graecina, "but I doubt if thou wilt be admitted into Caesar's gates. How couldst thou watch her?" "I know not. But this I know, iron I can break as if it were wood." At this moment Aulus Plautius approached them, and when he learned what they were talking of, not only raised no objection, but declared that they had not even the right to detain the Lygian. They were by Caesar's command sending Lygia as a hostage, therefore they were also bound to send her suite under Caesar's protection. At this he whispered to Pomponia that, under the name of suite, they might send as many slaves as she deemed necessary. The centurion would make no objection. As there was some consolation to Lygia in this arrangement, Pomponia was pleased that she was able to surround Lygia with servants of her choice. Therefore she assigned her, in addition to Ursus, an old servant, 2 Greek women from Cyprus who were expert hairdressers, and 2 German girls to tend her at her bath. She chose none but followers of the new faith, which Ursus had professed for several years. For this reason Pomponia felt that she might rely on the servant's devotion, and also consoled herself by thinking that the seeds of truth would soon be sown in Caesar's house. Besides this, she wrote a few lines to Caesar's free woman, Actea, committing Lygia to her protection. For, although Pomponia had never seen her at the meetings of the adherents of the new faith, she was told that Actea never refused to assist them, and read with eagerness the epistles of Paul of Tarsus. She also knew that the young freedwoman was constantly distressed because of the difference between herself and the rest of Nero's women. In a word, she was the incarnation of the spirit of virtue in the palace. Hasta promised to deliver this letter to Actea in person, and deeming it natural that a king's daughter should be surrounded by her suite, he did not refuse to take the servants to the palace. On the contrary, he was surprised at their small number. All he asked was that the preparations for the start be hastened, fearing that he might be accused of lack of zeal in executing his order. The moment of parting came. Pomponia's and Lygia's eyes again filled with tears, and Aulus laid his hand on the girl's head. A moment later, pursued by the cries of little Aulus, who had been threatening the centurion with his tiny fist in defense of his sister, the soldiers conducted Lygia to Caesar's palace. When the old commander had ordered that a litter should be gotten ready for him, he went into the picture gallery with Pomponia and said: "Listen, Pomponia, I will apply to Caesar, though I think my effort will be fruitless, and I shall see Seneca, though Seneca's opinion counts for nothing with him. Petronius and Vinitius have more influence. Caesar probably never heard of the Lygian nation, and if he demanded Lygia as a hostage it is manifest he did so through someone's influence. It is not hard to guess whose." Pomponia raised her eyes in agitation. "Petronius's?" "Yes." There was a brief silence, and the commander continued: "See what it means to let one of these conscienceless and dishonorable persons pass one's threshold.
Cursed be the moment Vinitius entered our house. It is he that brought Petronius. Woe to Lygia! It is not a hostage they want, but a harlot." From anger, helpless agitation and pity for his adopted daughter his voice was more than usually husky. For some time he had been trying to conquer his emotion, and his clenched fist indicated how severe was the struggle. "The gods I have honored, but at this moment I think the gods do not rule the world. There is but one divinity, malevolent, vindictive, monstrous, and his name is Nero."
"Aulus," exclaimed Pomponia, "in the sight of God Nero is as a handful of perishable dust." Aulus strode heavily over the mosaic of the gallery. Many acts of valor he had accomplished, but he had known no great misfortune. Therefore he was not prepared for this unforeseen blow. The old commander was attached to Lygia more deeply than he knew. He could not realize that he was to be deprived of her. Moreover, he felt insulted. A hand which he condemned was over him, yet he knew that he was powerless against it. At length, conquering the anger which had overshadowed his mind, Plautius said: "Petronius, I fancy, did not take Lygia from us for Caesar. He would fear Poppaea's vengeance. Consequently he took her either for himself or for Vinitius. I shall investigate the case to day." Shortly afterwards, he was being carried in a litter in the direction of the Palatine Palace, while Pomponia, left alone, went to comfort little Aulus, who was still crying for his sister and threatening Caesar. Part 1, Chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milevski. Part 1, Chapter 5. As Aulus had expected, he was denied admittance to Nero's presence. He was told that Caesar was engaged in singing with Terpnos, the lute player, and that he generally received only such persons as were summoned by him, which meant that Aulus must not hereafter even try to obtain an interview with Caesar. But Seneca, even though suffering from fever, received the old commander with due respect. When he had heard his tale a mournful smile came to his lips as he said: "One service, noble Plautius, I can render thee. I promise not to reveal to Caesar my pity for thee, nor my readiness to assist thee. If Caesar had the least suspicion of this, he would never return Lygia to thee, even were it only to thwart my wish." Seneca advised him not to apply to Tigellinus, nor to Vinitius, nor to Vitellius. They were not above bribes; they might be glad to do an injury to Petronius, whose influence they were trying to undermine. But more probably they would tell Caesar how much Lygia was prized by Plautius and his wife. Nero would become all the more unwilling to return her. Then the venerable sage, assuming a sarcastic tone, continued: "Thou hast held thy tongue, Plautius, held it so many years, and Caesar likes not those who are silent. And how couldst thou withstand the fascinations of his good looks, his virtue, his singing and recitations, his chariot driving and his poems? Why didst thou abstain from rejoicing at the death of Britannicus, and fail to write a panegyric in honor of the matricide, and bring thy congratulations when Octavia was suffocated? Aulus, thou hast not the foresight possessed by us who live in the palace here." Taking a cup he carried at his belt, he filled it at the fountain, and moistening his lips, added: "Ah, Nero is grateful. He loves thee because thou hast served Rome, and made his name glorious in the four corners of the earth. Me he loves because I taught him in his youth. For that reason I know that this water is not poisoned, and drink it peacefully. Wine would scarcely be harmless, but if thou art thirsty thou mayest drink this water without fear. The aqueduct brings it from over the Alban hills, so that were it to be poisoned all the fountains in Rome would be so. Thou seest even in this world one may enjoy a peaceful old age in security. I am sick, but in mind rather than body." True it was that Seneca did not have the mental courage of such men as Cornutus and Thrasea. His whole life had been spent in indulging and conniving at crime. He felt this himself, he admitted his adherence to the doctrine of Zeno of Citium, acknowledged that he ought to have chosen another course, and suffered more because of it than from fear of death. Plautius broke in on his self recrimination.
"Noble Annius," said he, "I know how Caesar hath repaid thee for the care thou gavest him in his youth. But our child has been taken from us at the instigation of Petronius. Tell me how to prevail on him, how to sway him, and do thou employ all the eloquence thine old friendship may suggest thee."
"Petronius and I," answered Seneca, "belong to different camps. I know of no remedies with which to mollify him. No one's influence prevails on him. Perhaps, in spite of his corrupt nature, he is better than the other rascals that surround Nero at present. But to attempt to demonstrate to him that he has done wrong is a profitless waste of time. Petronius long ago lost the capacity of distinguishing good and evil. Prove to him that what he does offends against good taste, and he will be ashamed. When I see him I will tell him that his conduct is worthy of a freedman. If that does no good, then nothing will."
"Thank thee even for that," answered the commander.
After this he directed that he should be borne to Vinitius, whom he found practicing fencing with his private master. When Aulus saw how the young man was calmly occupying himself with athletics after the attempt against Lygia, he was overwhelmed with rage. Scarcely had the curtain fallen on the departing fencing master than his anger found vent in shrill reproaches and crimination. But as soon as Vinitius heard that Lygia had been carried away, he became so pale that even Aulus could no longer suspect him of being an accomplice. The young man's forehead was moist with sweat. His blood, after surging to his heart, rushed like a hot wave back to his face. His eyes flashed, his lips moved in incoherent questioning. Jealousy and rage buffeted him like a hurricane. It seemed to him that from the instant Lygia entered Caesar's house, she was lost to him. But when Aulus mentioned Petronius's name, quick as lightning the suspicion flashed across the young man's mind that Petronius had tricked him, thinking either to curry new favors from Nero by giving him Lygia, or to keep the girl for himself. He could not admit the possibility of anyone seeing her and not being fascinated by her. Quick tempered, like the other members of his family, a paroxysm of rage deprived him of his reason, and carried him away like an angry horse. "Commander," said he in a broken voice, "go home and wait for me. Know that were Petronius mine own father I should avenge this insult against Lygia. Go home and await me. Neither Petronius nor Caesar shall have her." Turning to the draped wax statues in the court, he shook his fist and exclaimed: "By the faces of the departed, rather would I kill her and myself." Then he repeated, "Wait for me," and running from the court, flew like a madman to Petronius, pushing aside everyone he met on the way. Aulus went home somewhat hopeful that if Petronius had persuaded Caesar to take Lygia away to give her to Vinitius, Vinitius would return her to her foster parents. He was also consoled by the reflection that if he should not succeed in saving Lygia, the insult to her would be avenged by death. He knew Vinitius would fulfill his promises. He was a witness to his rage, and he knew the reputation of the family for passion. He himself, who loved Lygia as a father, would prefer to kill her than to give her to Caesar. But for the fear of injuring his son, the last of the old line, he would certainly have done so. Aulus was a soldier, and knew of the Stoics only by report, but he was not unlike them in character. He preferred death to disgrace. When he reached home he pacified Pomponia, telling her of his hopes, and both awaited news from Vinitius. At intervals, when the approaching steps of the slaves were heard in the hall, they imagined that Vinitius had come, bringing them their beloved girl, and from the bottom of their hearts they were ready to bless both of them. But time passed, and no news came. Not till evening was a hammer stroke heard on the gate. A slave delivered a note to Aulus. The old commander, who usually liked to make a show of self control, now took the letter with a trembling hand, and began to read as rapidly as if its contents concerned his whole family. His face was suddenly overcast, as if shadowed by an approaching cloud. "Read," said he, turning to Pomponia. Pomponia took the letter and read: "Marcus Vinitius greets Aulus Plautius. What has been done was done by Caesar's will, before which thou must bow thy head, even as do Petronius and I." They fell into prolonged silence. Part 1, Chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Chapter 6 Petronius was at home. The doorkeeper did not dare to stop Vinitius, who broke into the hall like a tempest. Learning that the master of the house was in the library, he speeded thither. Finding Petronius was writing, Vinitius snatched the reed from his hands, broke it and threw it on the floor. Then he laid his hands upon Petronius's shoulders and, thrusting his face under his, cried in a hoarse voice: "What hast thou done with her? Where is she?" Then an astonishing thing happened. The elegant and indolent Petronius seized the hands which grasped his shoulders and, pressing them in one hand as in a vice, said: "I am weak only in the morning, but in the evening I recover my courage. Try to escape. A weaver must have taught thee gymnastics, and a blacksmith politeness." He said this without any sign of anger, but in his eyes there was a hint of boldness and energy. After a few moments he dropped the hands of Vinitius, who stood before him, humbled, abashed, yet with a furious rage in his heart. "Thou hast a hand of steel," said the younger man, "but by all the infernal gods, if thou hast betrayed me, I will put a knife into thy throat, even though I should have to do it in the chambers of Caesar." "Let us talk calmly," replied Petronius. "Steel, as thou seest, is stronger than iron, therefore, though from each of thy arms both of mine could be made, I am not afraid of thee. But I grieve over thy rudeness and if human ingratitude could astonish me, I should be astonished at thy ingratitude." "Where is Lygia?" "In a house of ill fame, in other words, in the house of Caesar." "Petronius!" "Calm thyself. Sit down. Caesar promised to fulfill two requests of mine: first, to get Lygia out of the house of Aulus, and secondly, to give her to thee. Didst thou conceal a knife in the folds of thy toga? Perhaps thou dost want to stab me? I advise thee to postpone the attempt for a few days, otherwise thou wouldst be thrown into prison, and Lygia would weary herself in thy house." Silence ensued. For some time Vinitius looked at Petronius with astonished eyes. Then at last he said: "Pardon me. I love her. Love blinds my mind. Look at me, Marcus. The day before yesterday I said to Caesar: *My nephew hath fallen so deeply in love with an emaciated maiden in the house of Aulus, that his house has been turned by his sighs into a steam bath. Neither thou,' said I to Caesar, *nor I, who understand what real beauty is, would give for her 1,000 sesterces. But this youth is stupid, and now he has lost his mind entirely.' Petronius!" "If thou dost not understand that I said it with the purpose of protecting Lygia, I am prepared to think that I said the truth. I told Caesar that a man of his aesthetic tastes could not consider her a beautiful woman. Nero, who still looks at everything through my eyes, will not find her beautiful, and Poppaea will evidently try to get her out of the palace at the earliest opportunity. And I continued to say carelessly to Bronzebeard, 'Take Lygia and give her to Vinitius. Thou hast the right to do so, because she is a hostage. Moreover, in doing this, thou wilt annoy Aulus.' So he agreed. He had no reason to dissent, especially as I gave him the opportunity to do an ill turn to decent people. Thou wilt be appointed an official guardian over her. This Lygian treasure will be committed to thy care. Surely thou, as an ally to the brave Lygians, and a true servant to Caesar, wilt not lose the treasure, but wilt do thy best to increase it. Caesar, in order to preserve appearances, will retain her a few days in his house, and then he will send her to thy island. Fortunate man!" "Is that true? In Caesar's house? Is she in no danger?" "Should she have to stay there permanently, Poppaea would mention her name to the poisoner, Locusta. But for a few days she can remain in safety. In Caesar's house live 10,000 people. Nero may not see her at all, which is the more likely because he has left the matter entirely in my hands. Only a few moments ago a centurion came to me with the information that the maiden had been taken into the palace and delivered into the hands of Actea. Actea is kind and good, and that is why I directed that Lygia be entrusted to her guardianship. Pomponia Graecina evidently thinks the same, as she has sent Actea a letter. There will be a feast to morrow in Nero's house. I have secured a place for thee near Lygia." "Caius," said Vinitius, "forgive my rage. I thought thou hadst ordered her to be taken away for thyself or for Caesar."
I can forgive thy anger, but it is more difficult to forgive thy rude manners, indecent shouts, and thy voice reminding one of players at street games. I like it not, Marcus, and in future mend thy ways. Know that Caesar's pander is Tigellinus. Know also that if I desired this maiden for myself, I would look straight in thy eyes and say, Vinitius, I have taken Lygia from thee, and I will keep her till I weary of her."
With these words he fastened his nut like eyes on the eyes of Vinitius with an expression of cold self confidence. The young Tribune was utterly abashed. "I am guilty before thee," said he. "Thou art good and magnanimous. I thank thee from my heart. Let me ask only one more question. Why didst thou not command that Lygia be brought directly to my house?"
"Because Caesar must preserve appearances. This matter will excite talk at Rome. As we take her as a hostage she will remain in Caesar's palace until the talk ceases. Then we shall remove her quietly to thy house and the matter ends. Bronzebeard is a cowardly dog. He knows he is omnipotent, yet he tries to give a color of decency to all his actions. Perchance thou art not cool enough to view the case philosophically? I have repeatedly sought to explain why it is that transgression, no matter how powerful and secure be the transgressor, as for instance Caesar, invariably tries to justify itself by law, justice, and virtue. Why take this trouble? In my opinion to slay a brother, a mother, or a wife, is an act worthy only of a petty Asiatic king, not of a Roman Caesar. But had I done any of these things, I should not write letters of justification to the Senate. And Nero does write. He is striving to justify his crimes because he is a coward. On the other hand, Tiberius, who was no coward, yet he too always strove to justify himself. Why is this? How strange and spontaneous is this homage of vice to virtue. And do you know what I think? I think it is so because transgression is ugly and virtue is beautiful. Ergo, a genuine man of taste is also virtuous. Ergo, I am virtuous. To day will I make a libation of wine to the shades of Protagoras, Prodicus, and Gorgias. Manifestly the sophists are of little use. Listen, I am not through with my argument. I took Lygia from the Auli to give her to thee. Ah, Lysippus would have made marvelous groups of you two. Both of ye are beautiful, consequently what I have done is beautiful. Being beautiful, it cannot be evil. Look, Marcus, thou seest before thee virtue personified in Caius Petronius. Were Aristides alive, he would have to come to me for a condensed treatise on virtue, and pay me 100 minae for it."
But Vinitius, who was more occupied with the facts than with any treatise on virtue, answered: "I shall see Lygia to morrow, and after that she shall spend every day in my house ceaselessly till death."
"Thou shalt have Lygia, and I will be accountable to Aulus for thee. He will call down the vengeance of all the gods of the netherworld upon me. Would that the creature could take a lesson in declamation as a preparation. However, he will rail against me as my old gate porter used to rail against my followers. I banished him to the country."
"Aulus has been to see me. I promised to send him news of Lygia."
"Write him that the will of the godlike Caesar is the law of the gods, and that thou wilt call thy first son Aulus. We must give him some consolation. I am ready to ask Bronzebeard to invite Plautius to the banquet. Let him have the pleasure of seeing thee next Lygia."
"Do not so," replied Vinitius. "I pity them both, especially Pomponia." Then Vinitius sat down to write the letter which was to deprive the old commander of his last hope. Part 1, Chapter 6 Chapter 7 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milevski. Part 1, Chapter 7 Before Actea, the former favorite of Nero, even the highest officials had been wont to bow, but even then she did not care to interfere in questions of state, and if sometimes she used her influence over the young emperor, it was only to ask his mercy in someone's behalf. Modest and amiable, she won the gratitude of many, the enmity of none. Even Octavia could not hate her. To jealous rivals she seemed of little consequence. All knew that Actea still cherished a sad, painful passion for Nero, a love sustained not by hope, but by the remembrance of a time when Nero was not only younger and more devoted, but was also a better man. It was known that she dwelt only in these memories, and expected nothing of the future. And as there was no fear that Caesar would return to her, Actea was regarded as an inoffensive being. She was consequently troubled by none. Poppaea looked upon her as an obedient servant, so harmless that she did not even insist upon her leaving the palace. Out of regard for his former love, and because he had separated from Actea without a quarrel, and almost in a friendly fashion, Nero did not deny her a certain respect. When he gave her her freedom he allowed her to remain in the palace, gave her a special apartment with a separate bedroom and servants to attend her. And as in their day Pallas and Narcissus, though they were made freedmen by Claudius, were not only invited to that emperor's feasts, but, as persons of influence, occupied places of honor, so Actea was sometimes bidden to Caesar's table. Possibly this was done because of her attractive figure, which was a real ornament to the banquet. But in fact, in his choice of table companions, Nero had long since ceased to conform to the rules of decency. An impressive variety of persons of all classes and occupations assembled at his feasts, among them senators, especially those who were ready to play the fool; there were also patricians, both young and old, eager for pleasure, luxury, and debauchery. These orgies were attended also by women who, although they bore distinguished names, were not above donning discolored wigs at night and seeking adventures in the dark streets. Beside the eminent senators reclined priests, who when the bumpers were down themselves ridiculed their own gods. Here thronged a motley multitude of singers, actors, musicians, dancers of both sexes, verse writers declaiming their own verses and reckoning how many sesterces will be given them for praising Caesar, underfed philosophers following with greedy eyes the dishes as they were passed around, famous charioteers, jesters, story tellers and buffoons, every kind of knave and cheat brought into momentary notoriety by fashion or folly. Among them were many whose long hair concealed ears pierced as a sign of servitude. The most distinguished guests partook of the feast with Caesar, the remainder furnished them with amusement while they ate, eagerly waiting for the moment when the servants would allow them to fall upon the remnants of meat and drink. Such guests were supplied by Tigellinus, Vinitius, and Vitellius, who were frequently obliged to provide them with clothes befitting Caesar's palace. Feeling more at home in it, the emperor liked society of this kind. The splendor of the court covered this rabble, as if it were gilded and illuminated with its brilliance. The high and the low of this world, the descendants of glorious families, the descendants of the lowest of street paupers, true artists and the miserable scrapings of talent rushed into the palace to sate their eyes blinded by almost unimaginable luxury, to come near the giver of all favors, mercies and riches, whose whim if it could degrade, could also exalt to immeasurable heights. And now the day had come when Lygia must take part in a feast of that sort. Fear, uncertainty, agitation, quite natural after such a sudden change in her surroundings, contended in her heart with a wild desire to show resistance. She was afraid of the people, the court, and the tumult which appalled her, till losing her self-control she feared the banquet of whose indecency she had heard from Aulus, Pomponia Graecina, and their friends. In spite of her youth Lygia knew what vice was, for in those days the knowledge of evil came even to children. She knew that ruin threatened her in the palace. Pomponia had warned her of this when they parted. Possessed of a young and innocent heart, and professing the high principles to which her foster mother had made her devoted, she vowed to her mother and herself, and also to the divine teacher whom she not only believed in, but loved with her half childish heart because of the blessedness of his teachings, the agony of his death, and the glory of his resurrection, to protect herself against this ruin. Assured that neither Aulus nor Pomponia Graecina would now be responsible for her actions, Lygia began to consider whether it would not be better to resist and not go to the feast. On the one side fear and alarm had spoken loudly in her soul, on the other a desire to display courage and firmness influenced her to run to martyrdom and death. For the divine teacher himself commanded one to act in this kind, and had set the example.
Pomponia had also told her that the most ardent of those who believe desire with all their soul a test of this kind and pray to meet it. While still in Aulus's house Lygia was at times seized with such a desire. She used to imagine herself a martyr with wounds on her hands and snow white feet, transcendently beautiful, and borne by white angels into the blue sky. And such visions delighted her imagination. In this there was much that was childish, and also something of vanity, which Pomponia condemned. But now, when resistance to Caesar's will would be followed by severe punishment, and the fancied tortures might be turned into realities, there was added to these imaginary tortures a curiosity mingled with fear to know exactly how they would punish, and what tortures they would invent for her. When Lygia told Actea of what was disturbing her girlish heart, she stared at her as astonished as if she had heard the voice of one in delirium. Disobey Caesar's will? Expose oneself at the very outset to his rage? A child incapable of understanding what it is doing could alone act thus. From what Lygia herself had said, it was clear that she was no longer a hostage, but a girl forsaken by her own people. No international law protected her, and even if she had the protection, Caesar was strong enough in a fit of rage to overlook such a protection. It had pleased Caesar to take her, he could dispose of her as he wished. Henceforth she was in his power, a power greater than any other in the world. "Put thy mind to rest on this point," said Actea persuasively to the young girl. "I also have read the epistles of Paul of Tarsus. I also know that above the earth is God and a Son of God who rose from the dead, but on the earth Caesar alone rules. Remember this, Lygia. I know that thy creed does not allow of thy becoming what I was, and that to you as to the Stoics, of whom Epictetus has spoken to me, one is authorized to choose only death when one must choose between death and infamy. But how canst thou foretell that death as well as infamy threatens thee? Hast thou not heard of the daughter of Sejanus? She was a virgin, but at the command of Tiberius she had to pass through infamy before her death, in order to keep the law against the punishment of virgins. Lygia, Lygia, do not anger Caesar. When the deciding moment comes, when thou must choose between infamy and death, then act as thy true faith commands, but seek not destruction of thine own will, and not provoke to anger the infernal, merciless God." Actea spoke with deep pity, and even with fire. By nature near sighted, she put her gentle face close to Lygia's, as if to verify the impression produced by her words. Lygia, throwing her arms with childish confidence about Actea's neck, exclaimed: "How good thou art, Actea!" Pleased by the girl's praise and confidence, Actea pressed her to her bosom. Then freeing herself from Lygia's embrace, she answered: "My happiness and my joy have passed, but I have done no evil." She began to move with rapid steps about the room, and to speak bitterly as if to herself. "No, and he was not wicked either. He considered himself a good man and wanted to be good. I know that better than anyone. All this came afterwards, when he stopped loving. Others have made him what he is, yes, others, and Poppaea." Her eyelids filled with tears. For some time Lygia followed her with her blue eyes and then said: "Art thou sorry for him, Actea?" "I am sorry," answered the Greek woman, in a low voice. And she resumed her walk, her face overshadowed by sadness, wringing her hands as if in pain. Lygia continued to ask her timidly: "Dost love him yet, Actea?" "I do." Then she added: "No one loves him but me." There followed a moment of silence, in which Actea struggled to repress the emotions aroused by the memory. When finally her face resumed its usual expression of repressed grief, she said: "Let us talk of thyself, Lygia. Drop the idea of resisting Caesar's will, it would be the act of a madman. And calm thyself. I have learned all about this house, and I think that nothing threatens thee at Caesar's hands. Had he commanded that thou shouldst be carried off for his own uses, thou wouldst not have been brought to the Palatine Palace. Poppaea is mistress here, and since she bore him a daughter, Nero is more than ever under her influence. Although it was Nero who gave the order that thou shouldst attend the feast, he has neither seen nor asked of thee, consequently he cares nothing for thee. Perhaps he took thee away from Aulus and Pomponia merely to spite them. Petronius asked me to have a care for thee, and as thou knowest Pomponia asked the same in her letter, evidently they have talked the case over together.
Maybe he did so at her request. If so, if Petronius at Pomponia's request takes thee under his protection, nothing can befall thee. Who knows, he may have asked Nero to send thee back to Aulus's house. I do not know how much Caesar loves him, but I can assure you Caesar rarely disagrees with him." "Ah, Actea," answered Lygia, "Petronius was at our house before I was carried away, and my mother is convinced that Caesar did this at his suggestion." "If that be true, one ought to be afraid," said Actea. After a moment's thought she continued: "Perhaps at a supper Petronius unwittingly mentioned in Nero's presence that there was a Lygian hostage in Aulus's house, and Nero, who guards his prerogatives jealously, demanded they surrender, for the simple reason that hostages belong to Caesar. Besides, he does not like Aulus and Pomponia. No, I doubt whether Petronius would have resorted to such a method had he wished to take thee from Aulus's house. I will not say that Petronius is better than the others that surround Caesar, but he is different from them. Finally, is there no one who would intercede for thee? Didst become acquainted at Aulus's with any of those near to Caesar?" "I happened to see Vespasian and Titus. Caesar likes them not. And Seneca. It is enough that Seneca advises, for Caesar to do the opposite." A blush overspread Lygia's bright face. "And Vinitius?" "I do not know him." "He has just returned from Armenia, and is a relative of Petronius's. Dost suppose that Nero favors him? Vinitius is liked by everyone. And would he wish to intercede for thee?" "Yes." Actea smiled gently and said: "Then thou shalt see him at the feast. At all events thou must be there. Only a child like thou could think anything else. Besides, if thou wishest to return to Aulus's house, then thou wilt have an opportunity to ask Petronius and Vinitius to intercede for thee, and get thee the permission to return home. If they were here they would assure thee that it would be madness and ruin to attempt to disobey. Caesar, we may suppose, might not notice thy absence, but if he did notice it, and thought that thou hadst dared to disobey his will nothing could save thee. Let us go, Lygia. Hearest thou what noise fills the palace? The sun is setting, and the guests will soon begin to arrive." "Thou art right, Actea," answered Lygia. "I will follow thy counsel." Probably Lygia could not herself explain how much her decision was influenced by the desire to see Vinitius and Petronius, apart from the curiosity to be present at least once in her life at such a feast, to see Caesar, and the court and the famous Poppaea, and the other beauties and all the unheard of luxury concerning which wonders were told in Rome. But Actea was right, and the girl acknowledged it. Go to the feast she must. Lygia no longer hesitated. Necessity and common sense had united themselves to this hidden temptation. Actea took her to her private anointing room, to anoint and dress her. Although there was no lack of slave women in Caesar's house, and although Actea had many servants of her own, she decided out of sympathy for the girl whose innocence and beauty had touched her, to dress her herself. In spite of her bereavement and her admiration for the epistles of Paul of Tarsus, it was evident that this young Greek woman had retained the old Hellenic spirit which set physical beauty above anything else in the world. As she undressed Lygia she could not refrain from expressing her delight at the lines of her figure, at once delicate and plump, as if formed of roses and mother of pearl. Stepping back she gazed with rapture upon this incomparable spring like beauty. "Lygia," she exclaimed, "thou art 100 times more beautiful than Poppaea." Brought up strictly in Pomponia's house, where a modest reserve was observed, even when the women were alone, the girl stood beautiful as a charmed dream, harmonious as a work of Praxiteles or a poem, but embarrassed and blushing from mortification like a rose, her knees pressed together, her hands covering her breasts, her eyes closed. Quickly raising her hands she drew out the pin that confined her hair, and instantly, with a gentle shake of her head, her hair fell about her like a mantle. Approaching and touching her dark hair, Actea said: "What wonderful hair thou hast! I shall not sprinkle it with gold powder; where the braids overlap it gleams itself of gold. Only here and there will I sprinkle a little on, a very little. It will scarcely be noticeable; will look as if a ray of light passed through it. How beautiful must be thy native country where such girls are born." "I do not remember it," answered Lygia, "but Ursus has told me there are nothing there but forests, forests." "But flowers bloom in the forests," said Actea, as she dipped her hand in a vase containing verbena, with which she rubbed Lygia's hair. Then with a gentle pressure of the palm of her hand she rubbed her body with Arabian perfumed oil, and when she had finished Actea put upon her a soft, gold colored, sleeveless tunic, over which was to go the peplum or snow white robe of state. As, however, it was first necessary to arrange her hair, the Greek woman wrapped her in a loose white dressing gown. When she had made her sit down she gave her in charge of the women slaves, and, stepping aside, observed the process of dressing. Two women put white sandals embroidered with purple on her feet, lacing them with golden laces crosswise. When her hair had been arranged they put upon her a state robe with beautiful soft folds. Then Actea, when she had hung pearls about her neck and touched her hair with gold powder, gave orders to begin her own toilette, the while not ceasing to gaze rapturously at Lygia. She was soon ready, and by the time the first litter arrived at the main gate, Lygia and Actea entered from the lateral portico whence might be seen the main entrance, the inner galleries and court surrounded by a colonnade of Numidian marble. Little by little the number increased of those who passed under the high arch of the gate over which the beautiful four-horse chariot of Lysias seemed to be bearing Apollo and Diana into the air. Lygia was astounded by the magnificence of the scene, of which the modest house of Aulus could give her no conception. The last rays of the setting sun illumined the yellow Numidian marble, which gleamed with a golden light and diffused rosy tints. Under the columns near the statues of the Danaides, of gods and heroes, passed a throng of men and women, themselves resembling statues draped in their togas, state robes and gowns, falling in picturesque folds, on which glowed the light of the setting sun. The gigantic Hercules, his head still illuminated, but plunged to the chest in shadow, looked down on the multitude from aloft.
Actea pointed out to Lygia the senators in broad bordered togas and colored tunics, with half moons embroidered on their sandals, the patricians and famous artists, Roman ladies dressed in Roman or Greek or fantastic Oriental costumes, with their hair arranged in the form of towers, pyramids, or after the fashion of the statues of the goddesses, low on the head and ornamented with flowers. Many of the men and women Actea called by name, adding now brief and often terrible characterizations, which filled Lygia with fear, wonder and confusion. A strange world opened before her, its beauty enchanted her eyes, but her young mind could not grasp the contradictions it presented. In the purple sunset light, among these rows of motionless columns vanishing in the distance, among these statue like people there was a sense of great composure. It seemed that demigods free from care, undisturbed and blissful, ought to live among the simple outlines of the marble, but Actea's low voice revealed the novel and terrible secrets of the palace. There in the distance is a portico, its columns and pavement still spotted with the blood which sprinkled the white marble when Caligula fell under the knife of Cassius Chaerea. There was his wife killed, and there was his child's head dashed against a stone. Under that wing a dungeon is hidden, in which the younger Drusus gnawed his hand for hunger. There was the elder Drusus poisoned, and there writhed in convulsions of terror Gemulus and Claudius. There, Germanicus, everywhere, these walls have heard the cries and death groan of the dying, and these very people who are now hurrying to the feast clad in bright tunics, flowers and jewels, may be tomorrow condemned to death. Mayhap on many a face a smile hides fear, anxiety and uncertainty for the following day. Mayhap the hearts of these seemingly crowned, composed demigods are at this instant seized by flames of passion, avarice and envy. Agitated Lygia could not follow Actea's words, and although this strange world more and more delighted her eyes, terror oppressed the girl's heart, and her soul was suddenly seized by an inexpressible, boundless longing for her beloved Pomponia Graecina, for Aulus's peaceful home, where ruled not crime, but love. Meanwhile the throng of invited guests continued to pour in from the Apollinis quarter. The uproar and the cries of those who escorted their patrons were heard from behind the gate. The courtyard and the colonnades swarmed with Caesar's slaves and slave women, boys and pretorian soldiers who were guarding the palace. Here and there among the white and dusky faces were seen the black faces of the Numidians, with their befeathered helmets, and gilt rings in their ears. Lutes and citheras, and despite the lateness of the autumn, bunches of flowers, artificially grown, were brought, and hand lamps of gold, silver and copper. The ever increasing hum of voices mingled with the splashing of the fountain, whose roseate jets, falling from above on the marble, broke on the flagging with a sound as of sobbing. Actea stopped to talk, but Lygia continued to stare about her as if expecting to see someone. All at once, she flushed. Between the columns appeared Vinitius and Petronius. Beautiful, calm as gods in their white togas, they went to the spacious dining hall. To the girl, discovering these two familiar and friendly faces, and especially that of Vinitius among these strange people, it seemed that a heavy burden suddenly fell from her heart. She felt less alone. The inexpressible longing for Aulus's house which a moment before had overwhelmed her became all at once less unendurable. The desire to see Vinitius and to talk with him allayed her fears. To no purpose did she rehearse all the ominous gossip she had heard of Caesar's house, and Actea's words and Pomponia's warnings. In spite of the warnings and all she had heard she now felt that she should go to the feast, not only because she must, but because she wished to, for the simple reason that she should soon hear the dear and charming voice which spoke to her of love and happiness fit for the gods, which still sounded like music in her ears, and her heart fluttered with joy. Straightway this feeling of joy terrified her. It seemed that she was a traitor to those plain, simple teachings in which she had been brought up, as well as to Pomponia Graecina and to herself. To go to the feast of necessity, and to be glad that such necessity exists, were two quite different things. She felt guilty, sinful, ruined. Despair seized her. Tears came into her eyes. Had she been alone, she would have thrown herself on her knees, would have beaten her breast as she repeated, "Guilty am I, guilty am I." But Actea, seizing her by the arm, led her through the inner rooms of the dining hall where the banquet was to take place. A veil fell over her eyes, there was a roaring in her ears, and she could scarcely breathe, her heart beat so fast. She saw as in a dream the thousands of lamps gleaming on the tables and the walls, as in a dream she heard the shouts which greeted Caesar, whom she saw as across a mist. The shouting deafened her, the bright light blinded her, the perfumes intoxicated her, and in her bewilderment she barely noticed Actea, as she placed her at the table and sat beside her. After an interval a familiar voice called to her from her other side. "I greet thee, fairest of earthly maidens and of the skies. I greet thee, divine Callina." Lygia, recovering herself somewhat, looked round. Vinitius was sitting beside her. He did not wear his toga, as both convenience and custom required that it be laid aside before the feast. He was dressed simply in a tunic embroidered with silver palms. His bare arms were adorned above the elbows, in Oriental style, with two wide golden bracelets. From the forearm the hair had been carefully removed. Smooth but exceedingly muscular it was, the arm of a veritable warrior, made for the sword and shield. A crown of roses decked his head, and with his eyebrows meeting across his brow, and his beautiful eyes and smooth complexion, he looked like the personification of youth and vigor. His beauty so impressed Lygia that though the confusion she had at first felt had vanished, she was scarcely able to answer: "I greet thee, Marcus." "Fortunate are my eyes that behold thee," he added, "fortunate my ears that hear thy voice, more delightful to me than the notes of flute or harp. If I were ordered to choose who should sit at my side, thee or Venus, thee would I choose, my divine maiden." Vinitius gazed at her as if hastening to satiate his eyes with her beauty. He consumed her with his gaze. His glance glided from her face to her neck, and her bare arms, lingered lovingly on the beauty of her figure. He admired her, enfolded her, devoured her, but with his longing there was mingled a suggestion of bliss, tenderness, boundless admiration. "I knew that I should meet thee in Caesar's house," he continued. "Nevertheless, when I saw thee, such joy filled my soul that I felt as if I had fallen upon an unexpected fortune." Lygia, having recovered herself somewhat, and feeling that he was the only one among all these many people who was near her, began to talk with him and to inquire about everything that at first frightened or perplexed her. How did he know that he would see her at Caesar's? And why was she brought here? Why did Caesar take her away from Pomponia? She was terrified, she wanted to go home. She should die of anxiety and alarm but for the hope that he and Petronius would intercede for her with Caesar. Vinitius said he had learned of her having been carried away from Aulus himself. He did not know why she had been brought hither. Caesar did not account for his actions or his orders to anyone. But she must have no fear, for he, Vinitius, was at her side, and would remain by her. He would rather lose his sight than not see her, he would rather give up his life than to leave her. She had become his soul, therefore he would guard her as his own soul. He would build in his house an altar to her, as to a divinity, and would offer myrrh and aloes, and in the springtime apple blossoms and early flowers. If she were afraid to stay in Caesar's house, he could assure her she would not remain there. Although he spoke vaguely, he did not say all he ought, and sometimes said what was not true, yet there was a ring of truth in his words because his feeling for her was actually sincere. He could not master his feeling of downright pity for her. Her words went to his heart when she told him how grateful she was, and assured him that Pomponia would love him for his kindness, and she herself would be grateful to him all her life. Vinitius was deeply touched. It seemed that never again would he be able to resist her wish. He shuddered. Her beauty intoxicated him. He desired to possess her, but he was conscious that she was also very dear to him, and that, like a goddess, he might deify her. Besides, he felt an uncontrollable desire to talk of her beauty and of his love for her. The uproar of the feast increased. He therefore moved nearer to her, and began to whisper words of tenderness and flattery, which, coming from the depths of his soul, had the sound of music and the intoxication of wine. And they did intoxicate Lygia. Surrounded by these strangers, he seemed ever nearer and ever dearer to her, and deserving of her complete devotion and confidence. He soothed her, he promised to rescue her from Caesar's house, he promised that he would not leave her and would do her wishes. He had, moreover, in Aulus's house spoken of love and the happiness it could bring. Now he confessed frankly that he loved her, and that she was dearer to him than all others. For the first time in her life, Lygia heard words like these from a man. The more she listened, the more she felt that a something that had been slumbering in her, was waking, and that her whole being was seized as by a happiness she could not explain, a happiness in which boundless joy mingled with boundless apprehension. Her cheeks began to burn, her heart to beat, her lips parted with amazement. She was alarmed at hearing such protestations, but could not reconcile herself to losing a single word. Now she dropped her eyes, now she turned her radiant face towards Vinitius, timidly, as if beseeching him to say on. The noise of conversation, the music, the perfume of the flowers, the Arabian scents, mounted to her head. It was the habit in Rome to recline at the table, but at home Lygia used to have her place between Pomponia and little Aulus. Now near her side was reclining Vinitius, young, athletic, loving, ardent, and she, feeling that he was consumed with passion for her, felt at once shame and pleasure. A delicious weakness possessed her. Now she felt as if she would faint, now languorous, as if falling into a dream. Vinitius was also affected by her proximity. His face grew pale, his nostrils dilated like those of an Arabian steed. It was evident that his heart was beating with unusual force under his tunic, his breath came short and heavy, and his voice was broken. For the first time he felt how near he was to her. His thoughts became confused, a fire raged in his veins which he had in vain tried to extinguish with wine. It was not wine that intoxicated him, but the beauty of her face, her bare arms, her girlish bosom moving under her gilt tunic, her whole body concealed under the folds of her robe, these intoxicated him more and more. At length he seized her by the arm, as he had already done once before at Aulus's, and drawing her near to him, whispered with trembling lips: "I love thee, Callina, my divine one." "Marcus, let me go," said Lygia. But still gazing at her with eyes dimmed with passion, he continued: "My goddess, love me!" At that instant the voice of Actea, who was reclining at the other side of Lygia, was heard saying: "Caesar is looking at you two." A sudden anger at both Caesar and Actea seized him. Her words had broken the charm. Even a friend's voice at such a moment would have sounded disagreeable to the young warrior, but Actea, as he thought, had intentionally tried to interrupt his conversation with Lygia. Raising his head, and looking over Lygia's arm at the young freedwoman, he said angrily: "The time has passed when thou didst use to recline at the feast at Caesar's side, and they say that thou art growing blind. How then canst thou see him?" With a suggestion of sadness, Actea answered: "Nevertheless I can see him. He too is near sighted, and is looking at you through his emerald." Whatever it was that Caesar had done had caused alarm even among those nearest to him. Vinitius, alarmed in turn, recovered himself and fixed his gaze steadily towards Caesar. Unable at the beginning of the feast to see Caesar distinctly because of her agitation, Lygia ceased to look towards him, carried away by Vinitius's presence and words, now turned towards Caesar her frightened and curious eyes. Actea had told the truth. Nero, leaning on the table, with one eye closed, was holding before the other a polished round emerald which he habitually used, and was looking at them. For an instant his glance met Lygia's, and the maiden's heart quaked. As a child she had lived on Aulus's Sicilian estate, and had heard from an old Egyptian slave woman of the dragons that dwelt in the caves of the mountains, and now it seemed to her that the greenish eyes of one of these dragons were gazing at her. Like a frightened child she grasped Vinitius's arm, and in the quick changing series of disconnected impressions which passed through her nothing definite could be distinguished. Was that he, the terrible and all powerful Caesar? Lygia had never seen him before, but she imagined him to be quite different. She had fancied his having a dread inspiring face and a stony expression of malice in his features. What she saw before her now was a large head, joined to a thick neck, which, from a distance, in spite of its dreadfulness, looked like that of a child. An amethyst colored tunic cast a bluish shadow upon his broad, short face. His hair, after the manner set by Otho, was arranged in 4 curls. He wore no beard, as he had shortly before sacrificed it to Jupiter, for which all Rome thanked him, although it was said in secret that he did so because his beard, like that of his whole family, was red. There was something Olympian about his forehead, which projected over his brows. Consciousness of power was reflected in his contracted eyebrows. Under that forehead of a demigod was the face of a monkey, a drunkard, a mountebank, a face vain, ever reflecting his changing desires, fat and swollen, and in spite of his youth, sickly and wrinkled. The face was ominous, and most repulsive. Soon Nero laid the emerald on the table and ceased looking at her. Then the young girl saw his eyes clearly, prominent, blinking in the strong light, glassy, unintelligent, like those of a dead man. Turning to Petronius, Caesar said: "Is that the hostage with whom Vinitius is in love?" "Yes, that is she," answered Petronius. "What is the name of her nation?" "Lygian." "Does Vinitius consider her a beauty?" "Dress a rotten olive root in a woman's state robe, and Vinitius will think her beautiful. But on thy face, matchless judge of beauty, already have I read thy opinion of her. Thou needest not declare thy verdict. Yes, thou art right, she is too withered and thin, a veritable poppy on a slender stalk. But thou, divine aesthete, esteemest the stalk in women, and thou art 3 times, 4 times right. The face alone is not sufficient. Much have I learned in thy company, but have not attained to so true a vision, and I am ready to bet Tullius Senecio his sweetheart that, although at a feast where all are in a reclining posture it is difficult to judge the entire figure, nevertheless thou hast already said to thyself, she is too narrow in the hips." "Too narrow in the hips," repeated Nero, blinking his eyes. A faint smile hovered on the lips of Petronius. Tullius Senecio, who up to this moment had been conversing with Vestinius, or rather laughing at dreams in which Vestinius believed, now turned to Petronius, and though he had no idea of what they were talking about, he said:
"You are wrong. I agree with Caesar."
"Very well," answered Petronius. "I have been holding that thou hast a glimmer of sense, but Caesar insists that thou art an unmitigated ass." "Good," said Caesar, laughing, and turning down his thumb as was the custom in the circus, to indicate that the gladiator had received a blow and was to be put to death. Vestinius, thinking that the conversation pertained to dreams, exclaimed:
But I believe in dreams, and Seneca once told me that he believed in them also."
"Last night I dreamed that I had become a Vestal Virgin," said Calvia Crispinilla, bending over the table. At this announcement Nero clapped his hands and all followed his example, for Crispinilla had been divorced several times, and was infamous throughout Rome for debauchery. She was not confused in the least, but calmly added: "What is there to laugh at? They are all old and ugly. Rubria alone looks like a human being, so there would be two of us, though Rubria gets freckled in summer time." "But admit, oh pure Calvia," said Petronius, "that thou couldst become a Vestal only in dreams." "But if Caesar commanded?" "Then I would believe that even the most improbable dreams might come true."
"Certainly they come true," said Vestinius. "I can conceive that one may not believe in the gods, but how can anyone disbelieve in dreams?" "But predictions?" asked Nero. "It was predicted once that Rome should fall, and that I should reign over the entire Orient."
"Predictions and dreams are closely connected," answered Vestinius. "Once a proconsul, an utter skeptic, sent a slave to the temple of Mopsus with a sealed letter which he forbade anyone to open. He wished to see whether the god could answer the question contained in the letter. The slave slept in the temple in order that a revelation might come to him in a dream. When he returned he related his dream as follows: I saw a youth bright as the sun, and he spoke but one word, black. The proconsul, hearing this, grew pale, and turning to his guests, disbelievers like himself, he said: 'Do you know what was written in the letter?' Vestinius paused for a second and raised a goblet filled with wine to his lips. "But what was in the letter?" asked Senecio. "The letter contained this question: Which bull shall I sacrifice, a white or a black one?" The interest aroused by this narrative was interrupted by Vitelius, who had come to the feast in an intoxicated condition, and who without reason suddenly burst into senseless laughter. "What is that keg of tallow laughing at?" asked Nero. "Laughter distinguishes men from animals," said Petronius, "and he can furnish no other proof that he is not a wild boar." Vitelius suddenly stopped his laughter. Smacking his lips, greasy from fat dishes and sauces, he looked inquiringly around among the guests as if he had never seen them before, and raising his cushion like hands, he said in a hoarse voice: "I have lost from my finger the knightly ring which I inherited from my father." "Who was a cobbler?" added Nero. Vitelius burst out again in uncontrollable laughter, and began searching for the ring in the robe of Calvia Crispinilla. Whereupon Vestinius began to imitate the screams of a frightened woman, and Nigidia, a friend of Calvia, a young widow with the face of a child and the eyes of a wanton, said in a loud tone: "He is searching for what he has not lost."
"And for what would be of no use to him even if he should find it," added Lucan. The uproar increased. Crowds of slaves passed around new courses. From enormous vases filled with snow and wreathed with ivy, were brought out small vessels containing various kinds of wine. All drank freely. Upon the table and on the guests roses fell at intervals from the ceiling. Petronius implored Nero to add dignity to the feast with his song. A chorus of voices supplemented this request. Nero at first refused. It was not a mere question of courage, he explained, though this always failed him. The gods knew what the effort cost him each time he appeared before the public. But he was held up in the consciousness that something must be done for the sake of art. Besides, as the powers had gifted him with a voice, he could not allow the gifts of the gods to be wasted. He recognized that his very duty to the state forbade them to be wasted. But to day he was really hoarse. On the previous night he had placed leaden weights on his chest, but all to no purpose. He was even thinking of repairing to Antium for a breath of sea air. Then Lucan urged him to sing in the name of art and humanity. It was known to all present that the divine poet and musician had composed a new hymn in honor of Venus, in comparison with which the hymn of Lucretius was as the howl of a yearling wolf. Let this feast be a genuine feast. So kind a ruler could not expose his subjects to such cruel tortures. "Be not cruel, oh Caesar!" "Be not cruel," repeated all seated near. Nero spread out his hands as a sign that he was compelled to yield. All faces immediately assumed an expression of gratitude, and all eyes were turned toward Caesar. But first he gave a command that Poppaea should be notified that he was about to sing.
He informed his auditors that she had not appeared at the feast because she was indisposed, but as no medicine brought her such relief as did his singing, he would regret to deprive her of this opportunity. Poppaea came immediately. She ruled Nero as if he were her subject, nevertheless she did not dare to wound his self love when he appeared in the character of a singer, a charioteer, or a poet. Beautiful as a goddess, she entered the room dressed like Caesar, in a robe of amethyst color, and wearing a necklace of large pearls stolen once on a time from Massinissa. She was golden haired and dainty. Though she had been divorced from 2 husbands, she had the face and manner of a virgin. She was received with applause and shouts of "Divine Augusta!" Lygia had never in her life seen so wondrous a beauty. She could scarce believe her eyes, for she knew that Poppaea Sabina was one of the most corrupt women in the world. She had heard from Pomponia that Poppaea had induced Caesar to murder his mother and his wife. She knew something of her terrible deeds from the gossip of the guests of Aulus. She had heard that Poppaea's statues had been overthrown at night time in the city. She had heard of inscriptions whose authors had been condemned to severest punishment, which nevertheless still appeared every morning on the walls of buildings in the city. But in spite of all this the notorious Poppaea, who was looked upon by the Christians as the embodiment of evil and crime, appeared so sweet and beautiful to the maiden that she thought that so must look the angels and spirits in heaven. Lygia could not take her eyes from the lovely vision, and an involuntary question slipped from her lips: "Oh, Marcus, can it be possible?" Excited by wine, and evidently impatient because her attention was distracted from him, he answered: "Yes, she is beautiful, but thou art 100-fold more beautiful. Thou dost not know thyself, or thou wouldst fall in love with thyself like Narcissus. Poppaea bathes in ass's milk, but thou, I believe, Venus has bathed in her own milk. Thou dost not appreciate thy value, my sweet one. Look not at her, turn thy eyes towards me, my heart's delight. Touch this goblet of wine with thy lips, and I will place mine on the same spot." Then Vinitius began to push himself closer and closer to Lygia, but she moved nearer to Actea. At this moment silence was commanded, because Caesar had risen. The singer Diodorus had given him a lute of the kind called Delta; another musician called Terpnos, who was to accompany Caesar, came forward with an instrument called Anablium. Nero, resting the Delta on the table, raised his eyes. A hush of silence fell on the banqueting hall, broken only by the rustle of roses as they continued to fall from the ceiling. Caesar then began to sing, or rather to declaim, his hymn to Venus, to the accompaniment of 2 lutes. Neither his voice, though somewhat worn, nor his verses were bad. Lygia's conscience began to reproach her again, for the hymn, though in praise of the impure and pagan Venus, seemed beautiful to her, and Caesar himself, with a crown of laurel on his head, and his eyes raised to heaven, appeared to her more majestic and far less terrible and repulsive than at the commencement of the banquet. The hymn was received with thunders of applause. Exclamations of "Oh, wonderful, divine voice!" rose on all sides. Some of the women raised their hands and held them thus until the end of the singing, as if they had been petrified with delight. Others wiped the tears from their eyes. The entire hall buzzed like a beehive. Poppaea, bending her golden head, pressed Nero's hands to her lips, and held it for some time in silence. Pythagoras, a young Greek of wonderful beauty, the same to whom later the semi crazy Nero made the priests marry him, with the observance of all the rites, now knelt at his feet. Nero, however, looked attentively at Petronius, whose praises he esteemed above all. The latter said: "As to the music, I believe that Orpheus must be at this moment as yellow from envy as Lucan, who is here present. As for the verses, I regret that they are not worse, that I might find words fitting to praise them." Lucan did not feel offended at being charged with envy. On the contrary, he cast a grateful glance at Petronius, and feigning ill humor, began to murmur: "Oh, cursed fate, that destined me to live as a contemporary of such a poet. I might have a place in the memory of man and on Parnassus, but now I am quenched as is a night lamp in the sun." Petronius, who possessed a wonderful memory, began to repeat portions of the hymn, to cite separate verses, and to analyze the finest expressions.
Lucan, as if forgetting his envy, joined his ecstasy to the words of Petronius. Nero's face reflected a high and unbounded vanity. He pointed out the verses which he considered the finest. At last he fell to consoling Lucan, telling him not to lose heart, for though no one could acquire gifts which were not bestowed upon him at birth, yet the worship which people gave to Jove did not exclude honor for the other gods. Then he arose to escort Poppaea, who, being really ill, desired to withdraw. Caesar commanded the guests not to leave their places, and promised to return. In fact, he returned very shortly to stupefy himself with the smoke of incense, and to gaze at the further spectacles prepared for the feast by himself, Petronius, and Tigellinus. The guests were constrained to listen to more verses and dialogues, in which extravagance took the place of wit. Then Paris, the famous mime, gave a representation of the adventures of Io, the daughter of Imachus. To the guests, and especially to Lygia, who was unused to such spectacles, it seemed that they were beholding miracles and enchantments. Paris, by gestures of his hands and body, succeeded in expressing things that seemed impossible in a dance. His hands made dim the air, creating a bright cloud, living, trembling with voluptuousness, encircling the form of a maiden, thrilled with a spasm of delight. It was not a dance but a picture, disclosing the secrets of love, enchanting and shameless. When at the end of the dance Corybantes with a crowd of Syrian dancing girls began a Bacchic dance to the accompaniment of harps, lutes, cymbals and tambourines, a dance full of unbridled license, Lygia began to tremble with fear. It seemed to her that a living fire was burning her into ashes, and that a thunderbolt ought to strike the house, or that the ceiling should fall down upon the heads of the revelers. But from the golden net fastened to the ceiling the roses were still falling, and the now drunken Vinitius said to her: "I saw thee at the fountain in the house of Aulus, and fell in love with thee. It was at dawn, and thou didst think that nobody saw thee, yet I saw thee, and I see thee thus yet, though that robe conceals thee from my eyes. Cast aside thy robe as Crispinilla has done. Behold, gods and men are thirsting for love. There is nothing else in the world. Lay thy head on my breast and close thine eyes." The blood beat oppressively in Lygia's hands and temples. She felt as if she were crawling into a pit, and as if Vinitius, who before had appeared so devoted and so worthy of all trust, instead of saving her was drawing her down towards the abyss. She felt angry with him. She began to fear the feast, and Vinitius, and herself. A voice like that of Pomponia rang imploringly into her ears: "Oh, Lygia, save thyself!" But at the same moment something told her that it was already too late, that the one whom such a flame had embraced, who had looked on at everything that had happened at this feast, whose heart had beaten as hers had while listening to the words of Vinitius, and who shivered as she did when he came near her, was lost forever. She began to grow weak. It seemed to her that she must faint, and that something terrible must follow. She knew that, under pain of Caesar's wrath, no one might rise until he rose, but even did this prohibition not exist, she now had not strength enough to withdraw. It was far yet to the end of the feast. Every now and then slaves brought on new courses, and filled the goblets unceasingly with wine. On a platform there appeared two athletes to give the guests an exhibition of wrestling. The contest began. The powerful bodies of the wrestlers, shining with olive oil, blended in one mass. Bones cracked in their iron arms, their teeth gritted ominously between their set jaws. At times the quick dull thump of their feet beat on the saffron strewn floor. Again the athletes became motionless, silent, so that it seemed to the spectators that they saw before them a group chiseled from stone. The eyes of the Romans followed with delight the motions of terribly exerted backs, thighs, and arms. But the struggle was soon ended. Croto, the master and founder of the school of gladiators, was rightly considered the strongest man in the empire. His opponent began to breathe quickly, then his breathing became choked, his face assumed a blue tint, and finally blood flowed from his mouth and he fell. A burst of applause crowned the ending of the struggle. Croto, placing his feet on his opponent's breast, crossed his great arms and looked about him with the eyes of a conqueror. After the athletes appeared men who mimicked beasts and their voices, conjurers and buffoons, to whom little attention was paid, for wine had dimmed the eyes of the spectators. The feast gradually became a drunken and dissolute orgy. The Syrian damsels who had participated in the Bacchic dance, now mingled with the guests. The music changed to wild and disordered outbursts of harps, lutes, Armenian cymbals, Egyptian cymbals, trumpets, and horns. Some of the guests, desiring to speak, ordered the musicians to withdraw. The atmosphere, filled with the odor of flowers and the perfume of oils, with which beautiful boys had anointed the feet of the guests, permeated also with the odor of saffron and the exhalations of the guests, became stifling. The lamps burned with a dim flame, the wreaths drooped on the heads of the guests, their perspiring faces grew pale. Vitelius fell under the table. Nigidia, stripping herself to the waist, dropped her drunken, childlike face upon the breast of Lucan, who, also drunk, began to blow the golden powder from her hair, and followed with delighted eyes the particles as they floated upwards. Vestinius, with drunken iteration, repeated for the 10th time the answer of Mopsus to the proconsul's sealed letter. Tullius, who was mocking at the gods, said in a voice broken by hiccoughs: "If the spheros of Xenophanes is round, then such a god might be kicked along like a barrel." But Domitius Afer, a hardened criminal and spy, waxed wrothy at this discourse, and in his wrath poured Falernian wine over his tunic. He had always believed in the gods. People might say that Rome would perish. There were those that said it was perishing now. And no wonder, but if this should come to pass it was only because youth had lost its faith, and without faith there could be no virtue. The stern virtues of former days were neglected. It did not seem to occur to anyone that Epicureans could not resist the barbarians. And as for himself, he grieved that he lived in such times, and that he was compelled to seek forgetfulness in distractions, otherwise his grief would kill him. After moralizing thus, he drew towards himself a Syrian dancer and showered kisses upon her neck and shoulders with his toothless mouth. Whereupon Memmius Regulus laughed, and raising his bald head with his wreath all awry, exclaimed: "Who says that Rome is perishing? Nonsense! I as consul know better. The consuls are watchful. 30 legions are guarding the peace of the Roman Empire." Placing his hands upon his temples, he began to shout in a voice that filled the whole hall: "30 legions! 30 legions from Britain to the Parthian boundaries!" Then suddenly he became absorbed in thought, and touching his forehead with his fingers, said: "Mayhap there are 32." At last he rolled under the table, and was soon engaged in heaving up flamingo tongues, roast and chilled mushrooms, locusts in honey, fish, meat, and everything that he had eaten or drunk. But the number of the legions who guarded the safety of Rome did not pacify Domitius. "No, no," he cried, "Rome must perish, for faith is lost, and so are the old stern virtues. Rome must perish, and it is a pity, for its life is pleasant. Caesar is the greatest of Caesars. The wine is good. Oh, how sad!" And dropping his head on a Syrian girl's shoulder he burst into tears. "What is the future life? Achilles was right. It is better to be a slave in this world, lightened by the sun, than a king in the Cimmerian gloom. Besides, it is a question still whether there be any gods, though incredulity is the ruin of our youth." Lucan meanwhile had blown all the golden powder from the hair of Nigidia, who had fallen into a drunken sleep. Then he took garlands of ivy from a vase before him and wound them about her. Then he looked about him with a pleased and inquiring glance. He decked himself with ivy also, and repeated in a voice of deep conviction: "I am no man, but a faun." Petronius was not drunk, but Nero, who drank moderately at first in order to spare his divine voice, drank goblet after goblet towards the end, and had become drunk. He wished to sing more of his verses, this time in Greek, but he had forgotten them and by mistake sang an ode to Anacreon. Pythagoras, Diodorus, and Terpnos accompanied him, but as they could not keep time, they ceased. Nero, as a critic and an aesthetic, was enchanted with the beauty of Pythagoras, and began to kiss his hands. "Such beautiful hands," he thought, "I have seen but once, and whose were they?" Then his face blanched with terror. They were those of his mother, Agrippina. Terrible visions possessed him forthwith. "They say," said he, "that she wanders by moonlight, along the sea, around the Baiae and Bauli and ever she walks, 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 and appears to be seeking for something. And when a boat approaches, she looks at it and disappears, but the fisherman on whom she has fixed that look dies forthwith." "Not a bad theme for a poem," said Petronius. Vestinius, stretching his neck like a crane, whispered mysteriously: "I believe not in gods, but I do believe in spirits. Oi!" Nero paid no attention to their words and continued:
"I celebrated the Lemuria, but I have no wish to see her. It is now 5 years ago. I had to condemn her for she set an assassin to murder me, and had I not been the quicker, ye would not have heard my song to night." "We thank thee in the name of Rome and of the whole world," exclaimed Domitius Afer. "Whine and let the tympans resound." The uproar was renewed. Lucan, entwined with ivy, arose and began to shout: "I am not a man, I am a faun, and I live in the woods. E ho, 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 ho!" Caesar was now completely intoxicated; men and women all were drunk. Vinitius was no soberer than the other guests. Besides passionate desire, there arose in him an inclination to quarrel. This happened always when he drank too much. His dark face paled. He stuttered when he spoke, though his voice was loud and commanding. "Kiss me. To day, to morrow, 'tis all the same. I am tired of waiting. Caesar took thee from Aulus to give thee to me. Dost thou understand? To morrow at evening I will send for thee. Thou must be mine. Kiss me. I will not wait for to morrow. Give me thy lips at once." He attempted to embrace Lygia, but Actea defended her, and she herself resisted, exerting the remnant of her strength, for she felt she was on the brink of ruin. In vain did she attempt with both hands to remove his hairless arm; in vain did she implore him in a voice trembling with grief and fear, to take compassion on her. Sated with wine, his breath floated about her, and his face was pressed close to hers. This was no longer the kind Vinitius, almost dear to her heart, but a foul and drunken satyr, who filled her with abhorrent fear. She grew weaker and weaker. In vain did she writhe and turn away her face to escape his kisses. He rose and caught her in both arms, and, pressing her head to his breast, he began, panting heavily, to press her white lips with his. At this moment some invincible power uncoiled his arms from her neck as easily as though they had been the arms of a child, and Vinitius himself was thrust aside as a dried branch, or a faded leaf. What had happened? Vinitius rubbed his astonished eyes. Before him stood the gigantic figure of the Lygian, Ursus, whom he had met at the house of Aulus. The Lygian stood calmly, but his blue eyes gazed so strangely at Vinitius that the blood congealed in the latter's veins. Then Ursus, with a measured step, quickly conducted his queen out of the banqueting hall. Actea followed him. Vinitius sat for a moment as if petrified. Then springing towards the entrance, he shouted: "Lygia! Lygia!" But desire, astonishment, rage and wine combined to cut his legs from under him. Staggering, he seized the bare arm of one of the bacchanals and, with blinking eyes, asked her what had happened. She, with a smile in her eyes, handed him a goblet of wine and said: "Drink." Vinitius drank, and fell down upon the floor. The majority of the guests were now lying under the table, snoring, in drunken slumbers, giving forth the excess of wine; and still upon the drunken consuls and senators, upon the poets and philosophers, and upon the dancing damsels, and the patrician ladies, upon the members of a society still dominant, but whose soul was dead and whose end was near, roses fell continually from the golden net fastened to the ceiling. And out of doors the dawn was breaking. End of Part 1, Chapter 7. Part 1, Chapter 8 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milevski. Part 1, Chapter 8. No one stopped Ursus, nor did anyone inquire what he was doing. Such guests as had not fallen under the table, no longer retained their places. Therefore the servants, seeing the giant carrying a guest out on his arm, mistook him for a slave, in charge of a drunken mistress. Moreover Actea followed him, and her presence removed all suspicion. In this fashion they made their way from the banqueting hall into the adjoining chamber and thence into the gallery that led to Actea's room. Lygia had become so weak that she hung as if dead on the arm of Ursus. But when the cool, fresh, morning air blew on her face, she opened her eyes. It was growing brighter and brighter. Walking along the colonnade, they turned to a side portico, leading out, not into the courtyard, but into the palace gardens, where the tops of the pines and the cypresses were reddening in the morning light. This section of the building was entirely empty.
The echoes of the music and sounds of the revel gradually became indistinct. It seemed to Lygia that she had been carried from hell up into the bright light of God above. There was something, then, besides that repulsive banqueting hall. There were the sky, the morning stars, light and peace. The maiden suddenly burst into tears. Pressing herself against the arm of the giant, she repeated between her sobs: "Take me home, Ursus, home to the house of Aulus."
"Let us go," answered Ursus. They had now reached the small hall belonging to Actea's apartments. Ursus placed Lygia on a marble bench near a fountain, while Actea strove to calm her, and urged her to go to sleep. She assured her that there was no longer any danger, as the drunken guests would sleep till evening; but Lygia could not calm herself for a long time, and pressing both hands against her temples, repeated like a child: "Let us go home to Aulus." Ursus was ready to carry out her wish. Although pretorians stood about the gates, still they could not prevent him from passing. The soldiers would not halt outgoing guests. The space before the arch was crowded with litters. Guests were now swarming out. Nobody would detain them. They would pass out with the crowd and go directly home. Anyway, he must not question. What the queen commands must be done. He was there to execute her orders. And Lygia repeated: "Yes, yes, Ursus, let us go." But Actea began to reason with them both. True, they could go away, nobody would detain them; but it was forbidden to flee from Caesar's house, and who did so was guilty of insulting the majesty of Caesar. They might go away, but at evening a centurion would carry a sentence of death to Aulus and Pomponia Graecina, and Lygia would be brought back to the palace. Then nothing could save her. Should Aulus and his wife receive her in their house, they would surely be punished. Lygia let fall her hands. There was no other alternative. She must choose between her own ruin or that of Plautius. In going to the banquet she had hoped that Vinitius and Petronius would intercede for her with Caesar, and return her to Pomponia. Now she knew that it was they who had induced Caesar to take her away from the house of Aulus. There was no help. Only a miracle could save her from the abyss, a miracle and the power of God.
"Actea," she cried in despair, "didst thou hear what Vinitius said, that Caesar had given me to him, and that he would send slaves this evening to carry me to his house?" "I heard," said Actea, and dropping her hands to her side, she became silent. The despair which expressed itself in Lygia's words found no echo in her breast. She herself had been Nero's favorite. Her heart, though kindly, was not able to appreciate the shame of such a relation. A former slave, she had become too much used to the law of slavery. Besides, she still loved Nero. Should he desire to return to her, she would stretch out her arms to him and rejoice in her good fortune. Seeing clearly that Lygia must become the mistress of the young and handsome Vinitius, or expose the family who had reared her to ruin, she could not understand how the maiden could hesitate. "In Caesar's house," said she, "thou wilt be no safer than in that of Vinitius." And it did not occur to her that though her words were true, they meant: "Be reconciled with your lot and become the mistress of Vinitius." Lygia, who still felt upon her lips his kisses burning with desire and glowing like coals, flushed with shame at the very remembrance. "Never," she burst out, "never will I remain here, nor in the home of Vinitius." Actea marveled at her excitement. "Is Vinitius so hateful to you?" she asked. Tears choked Lygia so she could not answer. Actea drew her to her breast and strove to calm her. Ursus breathed heavily and clenched his enormous fists. Loving his queen with a dog like fidelity he could not bear to see her weeping. In his wild Lygian heart arose a desire to return to the banqueting hall and to strangle Vinitius, and if need be, Caesar himself. But he was afraid lest he should sacrifice his mistress thereby. Nor was he certain in his mind that such an act, which seemed to him quite natural, was entirely befitting a follower of the crucified Lamb. Actea, in the midst of her caresses, repeated her question: "Is he so hateful to thee?" "No," answered Lygia, "I cannot hate him because I am a Christian." "I know, Lygia. I learned also from the epistles of Paul of Tarsus that you are forbidden to defile yourselves, and to fear death more than sin. But tell me, does your faith permit you to cause the death of others?" "No." "How then canst thou bring Caesar's vengeance on the house of Aulus?" There was a moment of silence. The deep abyss yawned before Lygia. Then the freedwoman added:
I ask because I am sorry for thee, and because I am sorry for Pomponia and for Aulus and their son. I have lived long enough in this house to know what the wrath of Caesar means. No, thou must not flee from here. There is but one recourse left for thee. Beg Vinitius to return thee to Pomponia." But Lygia fell on her knees to implore some one else. Ursus followed her example, and they united in prayer in the house of Caesar as the dawn broke through the windows. Actea for the first time witnessed such a prayer. She could not avert her eyes from Lygia, who, with profile turned towards her, with outstretched hands, and eyes raised towards the sky, seemed there to seek for safety. The morning rays touching her dark hair and white robe were reflected in her eyes. In the glory of the dawn she seemed herself transformed by the light. In her pale face, in her parted lips, in her uplifted hands and eyes shone a supernatural exaltation. And then Actea comprehended why Lygia could not become the mistress of any man. 'Twas as if before the face of Nero's former favorite was drawn aside the corner of a veil that concealed a world entirely different from the one she knew. She was touched by that prayer, offered up in the house of crime and corruption. A moment before she had felt that there was no help for Lygia. Now she began to believe that some unlooked for thing would happen, that aid would come, so powerful that Caesar himself could not resist it, that a winged army would descend from heaven to rescue the maiden, or that the sun would spread its rays under her and draw her up to itself. She had heard of many miracles that had occurred among the Christians, and Lygia's prayer somehow suggested that all the stories were true. At length Lygia arose with a face brightened by hope. Ursus rose also, and sitting on the bench, looked at his lady, waiting for her to speak. Her eyes grew misty and two large tears rolled slowly down her cheeks. "May God bless Pomponia and Aulus," said she. "I must not expose them to danger, consequently, I shall never see them again." Turning to Ursus, she told him that he alone was left her in the world, that he take the place of a father, a guardian, and a protector. They could not seek shelter in the house of Aulus, for he would thus be exposed to the wrath of Caesar. On the other hand, she could not remain in the house either of Caesar or of Vinitius. Let Ursus take her, let him conduct her out of Rome and hide her somewhere where she could not be found by Vinitius or his slaves. She would follow him everywhere, even beyond the seas, beyond the mountains, to the barbarians, where the name of Rome was unheard and where the power of Caesar did not reach. Let him take her and save her, for beside him nobody was left to her. The Lygian, in sign of his readiness and obedience, knelt and embraced her feet. Disappointment was evident on the face of Actea, who had looked for a miracle. Was it possible that this was all that would come out of the prayer? To escape from the house of Caesar was to commit a crime against his majesty. Such a crime must be avenged. Even should Lygia succeed in escaping, Caesar's wrath would fall on Aulus and Pomponia. If Lygia desired to escape, let her escape from the house of Vinitius. Then Caesar, who was averse to busying himself with the affairs of others, might not wish to help Vinitius in pursuing her. In any case, such a proceeding would not be a crime against the majesty of Caesar. Lygia's thoughts were as follows: Aulus would not even know where she had gone, Pomponia would not know. She would escape, not from the house of Vinitius, but on the way to it. Under the influence of intoxication, Vinitius had told her that in the evening he would send his slaves for her. Undoubtedly he had told the truth, which would not have escaped him had he been sober. It was evident that he himself, or perhaps Petronius, had spoken to Caesar and had secured his promise to deliver her on the following evening. If they forgot to send for her to day, they would send to morrow. But Ursus would save her. He would come and take her out of the litter, as he had borne her from the banquet hall, and together they would wander over the whole world. Ursus was invincible. Not even that terrible gladiator who yesterday had wrestled at the banquet hall was able to overcome him. But, as Vinitius might send a number of slaves, it would be better for Ursus to go at once to Bishop Linus for aid and counsel. The bishop, undoubtedly, would take compassion on her. He would not abandon her to the mercy of Vinitius. He would send Christians with Ursus to rescue her, and would conduct her to a place of safety. Then Ursus would take her out of the city, and hide her from the power of Rome. Her face flushed and wreathed itself in smiles. She was encouraged, as if the hope of rescue had already turned into reality. Throwing herself on Actea's neck and pressing her beautiful lips to the Grecian's cheek, she murmured: "Thou wilt not betray me, Actea, wilt thou?" "By the shade of my mother," answered the freedwoman, "I will not betray thee. But pray to thy God that Ursus may succeed in rescuing thee." The blue eyes of the giant, simple as a child, grew bright with happiness. He had not been able to form a definite plan, though he had put all his simple mind to the task. But he would follow such orders as were given to him, whether by day or by night made no difference to him. He would go to the bishop, for the bishop reads in the sky what should and should not be done. Even without the bishop's aid he could summon a party of Christians. Had he not plenty of acquaintances among slaves, gladiators, and free people, both in the Suburra and beyond the mountains? He could collect 1,000 or two. He would rescue his mistress, and take her out of the city and abide with her. They would go to the end of the world, even to his native land, where no one had ever heard of Rome. Here he gazed into space, as if looking into the far distant future, and exclaimed: "To the forest! Ah, what a forest! What a forest!" But he shook his dreams from him. Yes, he would go immediately to the bishop, and in the evening he, with 100 followers, would watch for the litter. What difference if she be escorted by slaves or by pretorians? Better for no man to feel the weight of his fist, even if clad in armor. Iron is not so strong. Should he strike the iron heavily, death would enter the skull beneath. But Lygia, raising her finger, said with childlike earnestness: "Ursus, thou shalt not kill." The giant put his huge fist to the back of his head and rubbing his neck with great seriousness, began to mutter. He must rescue the maiden. She herself had said that it was now his turn. He would do his best. If anything should happen, he would repent, he would pray to the innocent Lamb for pardon, he would implore the mercy of the crucified Lamb. He did not wish to offend the Lamb, but who could tell? His fists were so powerful. Infinite tenderness beamed from his face, but wishing to conceal his emotion, he knelt and said: "Now I will go to the bishop." Actea embraced Lygia and burst into tears. Again she comprehended that there was a world where even suffering allowed of more happiness than all the excesses and luxuries in the house of Caesar. Once more a door revealing light had been opened, but at the same time she felt that she was unworthy to cross the threshold. And two tears glistened upon her drooping eyelids. End of Part 1, Chapter 8. Part 1, Chapter 9 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 1, Chapter 9. Lygia sorrowed deeply to part from Pomponia Graecina, whom she loved with her whole heart, and also from the household of Aulus. Yet her grief was short lived. She took a certain pleasure in the very thought that she was sacrificing plenty and comfort for the truth, that she was about to expose herself to hardships and uncertainties. Blended with this feeling was, perhaps, an alloy of childish curiosity as to what life was like in remote regions, among barbarians and wild beasts. But for the most part, she was inspired by deep and earnest faith. She was convinced that she was following the behests of the divine master, and that henceforward he would watch over her as an obedient and faithful child. And, if so, what harm could befall her? Should sufferings come, she would bear them for his sake. Should death overtake her, he would receive her. When Pomponia died, they would be reunited forever. Many a time in the house of Aulus she had worried her childish brain with the thoughts that she, a Christian, had made no sacrifices for the crucified one, of whom Ursus spoke so tenderly. Now the time had come to realize her fancies. Lygia felt really happy, and strove to tell Actea of her joy, but the young Grecian could not understand her. To leave everything behind, to abandon home, plenty, the city, gardens, temples, porticos, all that was beautiful, to leave a sunny land, and the loved ones therein, and for what purpose? To run away from the love of a young and handsome nobleman? Actea's mind could not comprehend this. There were times when she scented some concealed purpose in her actions, mayhap some great, mysterious happiness. But the matter was not at all clear in her mind, especially as dangers threatened Lygia which might destroy her life. Actea was naturally timid, and she thought with dread of what the future might have in store. But she wished not to trouble Lygia with her fears.
As the day was clear and the sun shone into the hall, she began to coax the maiden to rest after her sleepless night. Lygia agreed, and they entered a spacious bed chamber, whose luxurious furniture was a reminder of Actea's former relations with Caesar. Here they lay side by side, but Actea, despite her weariness, could not sleep. She had long been unhappy, but now she was possessed by a new uneasiness. Previously existence had seemed to her merely sad and hopeless. Now it appeared to her shameful. She became more and more confused in mind. The door that revealed light was now open and now closed, but even when it opened her eyes, unused to the light, were dazzled, and she could distinguish nothing clearly. She divined that in the light there was unbounded happiness, compared with which all else was of small value, so that even if Caesar, for example, should set aside Poppaea and again love her, Actea, this would not now bring her unalloyed happiness. Then the thought struck her that Caesar, whom she loved and regarded as a demigod, was in reality no better than any slave, and his palace, with its columns of Numidian marble, no better than a heap of stones. Thoughts such as these, which she could scarce comprehend, began to torment her. She desired to sleep, but tormented by doubts, she could not close her eyes. Then, thinking that Lygia, threatened by so many uncertainties and perils, could not sleep either, she turned to speak to her of her flight which was to take place in the evening. But Lygia was sleeping peacefully. Into the darkened room, through a curtain not entirely drawn, stole some bright rays, in which floated golden dust motes. By the light of these rays Actea looked upon Lygia's delicate face, resting on her bare arm, her closed eyes and her lips slightly parted. She was breathing regularly, as people breathe when sleeping. "She sleeps, she is able to sleep," thought Actea. "She is still a child." Nevertheless, it was borne into her that this child preferred to flee rather than to become the favorite of Vinitius; that she preferred want to infamy, wandering to a luxurious house, to robes, beautiful ornaments, feasts, the music of lutes and cytheras. Why? Actea looked more closely at Lygia, as if to read an answer in her sleeping face. She looked at her beautiful forehead, at her arched eyebrows, at her dark lashes, her parted lips, at her heaving bosom, and she thought: "How different she is from me." Lygia appeared a miracle to her, as some divine vision, a creation of the gods, a hundredfold more beautiful than all the flowers in Caesar's garden and all the statues in his palace. But in the Grecian's heart there was no envy. On the contrary, at the thought of the dangers that threatened the maiden, she melted into pity. A mother's love was awakened in her. Lygia appeared to her not only as beautiful as a dream, but as very dear to her heart. Pressing her lips to the dark hair, she rained kisses upon it. But Lygia slept on calmly, as if at her own home, under the care of Pomponia, and she slept long. It was past noon when she opened her blue eyes and began to look with astonishment about the bedchamber. Evidently she was surprised that she was not in the house of Aulus. "Is it thee, Actea?" she said at last, seeing in the darkness the face of the Grecian. "Yes, Lygia." "Is it evening?" "No, my child, but noon has passed." "Has not Ursus returned?" "Ursus did not promise to return. He said that he would watch with the Christians for the litter." "True." They left the bedroom and went to the bath, where Actea bathed Lygia. Then they breakfasted together, and the Grecian conducted Lygia to the gardens of the palace, there being no danger, as Caesar and his guests were still asleep. For the first time in her life Lygia beheld these beautiful gardens, full of cypresses, pines, oak, olive and myrtle trees, amid which arose a veritable population of white, motionless statues. Mirror like streams gleamed brightly. Groves of roses were in bloom, sprinkled with the spray of fountains. Entrances to picturesque grottos were overgrown with ivy and vines. Silver colored swans floated on the waters. Amid statues and trees wandered gazelles from the deserts of Africa, and bright plumed birds from all the known regions of the world. The gardens were empty, save that here and there slaves were digging and chanting in undertones, and others, enjoying a recess, were sitting on the banks of the streams or beneath the shade of oaks, in the quivering light that broke in between the leaves, and others again were watering the roses or the pale, lily colored crocus blossoms. Actea and Lygia walked for some time, taking in all the wonders of the garden, and though the mind of Lygia was disturbed with other thoughts, she was too much of a child to resist the pleasure, curiosity, and wonder raised by the scene. She thought that if Caesar were only good he might live very happily in such a palace and such gardens. Somewhat tired at length, the two friends sat down on a bench almost hidden by cypresses, and talked of what weighed most on their minds — Lygia's flight in the evening. Actea was far less hopeful of success than Lygia. At times it seemed to her a wild and impossible project. Her pity for Lygia increased. It seemed to her that it would be much safer to appeal to the mercy of Vinitius. She questioned Lygia as to how long she had known Vinitius, and whether he could not be persuaded to return her to Pomponia. But Lygia shook her head. "No," she said, "in the house of Aulus he was very different. He was kind. But since last night's feast I fear him, and I prefer to flee to the Lygians." "But," inquired Actea, "thou didst like him in the house of Aulus." "Yes," answered Lygia, hanging her head. "Thou wert not a slave as I was," said Actea, meditatively. "Vinitius might marry thee. Thou art a hostage, and the daughter of a king. Aulus and Pomponia loved thee as their own child. They will, without doubt, adopt thee. Vinitius may marry thee." But Lygia answered in a low, sad voice: "I would rather fly to the Lygians." "Dost thou wish me to go to Vinitius, awaken him if he sleeps, and tell him what I have just told thee? Hearken, my dear, I will go to him and say, *Vinitius, Lygia is the daughter of a king, and a beloved child of Aulus. If thou lovest her, return her to the house of Aulus, and from that house take her as a wife.'" But the maiden repeated, in a voice so low that Actea could scarcely hear it: "I would rather fly to the Lygians." Further conversation was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Before Actea could see who was coming, Poppaea Sabina made her appearance, with a small retinue of women slaves. Two of them held over her head bunches of ostrich feathers fastened to golden wires. These served both as fans and as a protection against the sun. Before Poppaea, an Egyptian woman, black as ebony, with breasts swollen from milk, bore in her arms a child, wrapped in purple fringed with golden embroidery. Actea and Lygia rose. They had expected that Poppaea would pass without paying any attention to them, but she stopped in front of them and said: "Actea, the bells sewn by thee on the doll were poorly fastened, and the child tore one of them off and put it into her mouth. Fortunately Lilith noticed it in season." "Pardon me, oh, divine one," answered Actea, crossing her hands on her breast and bowing her head. Poppaea gazed at Lygia and inquired: "What slave is this?" "She is no slave, oh, divine Augusta, but a foster child of Pomponia Graecina, and the daughter of a Lygian king, whom he surrendered as a hostage to Rome." "Has she come to visit thee?" "No, Augusta. Since day before yesterday she has been staying in the palace." "Was she at the banquet last night?" "She was, Augusta."
"At whose command?"
"At Caesar's command." Poppaea gazed more attentively at Lygia. The maiden stood with bowed head, raising her bright eyes to her with curiosity, and now dropping them again. A frown appeared on the brow of Augusta. Jealously guarding her beauty and power, she lived in constant dread lest some fortunate rival might destroy her as she had destroyed Octavia. Therefore every beautiful face that appeared in the palace excited her suspicion. With a critical eye Poppaea scrutinized Lygia's form, took in every feature at a glance, and became frightened. "She is a nymph," thought she, "and Venus herself must have given her birth." Suddenly a new thought came to her which never before had occurred to her mind at the sight of a beautiful woman — the thought that she herself was growing old. Wounded vanity and alarm seized Poppaea. Many fears flashed through her mind. What might happen if Caesar met this maiden during the daytime in the sunlight? She was not a slave, but the daughter of a king. A barbarian, it is true, but still a king. "Immortal gods! She is as beautiful as I and younger." The frown on her brow deepened. Beneath their golden lashes her eyes shone with an evil light. Turning to Lygia, she asked, in a calm voice: "Hast thou spoken with Caesar?" "No, Augusta." "Why dost thou prefer to be here rather than in the house of Aulus?" "It is not my choice, lady. Petronius induced Caesar to take me from Pomponia. I am here against my will." "Dost thou wish to return to Pomponia?" This question Poppaea asked in a softer and milder voice, and Lygia's heart bounded with a new hope.
"Lady," she said, stretching out her hand, "Caesar promised to give me to Vinitius as a slave. Pray intercede for me and return me to Pomponia." "Then it was Petronius who induced Caesar to take thee from Aulus and give thee to Vinitius?" "Yes, lady. Vinitius will send for me to day. But thou art kind, have pity on me." She knelt and, seizing the border of Poppaea's robe, awaited an answer with a beating heart. Poppaea looked at her a moment, her face lit up with a malicious smile. "I promise," she said, "that thou to day wilt become the slave of Vinitius." Then she went her way, fair as a dream, but evil. To the ears of Lygia and Actea came only the wail of the infant, who began to cry without any apparent reason. Lygia's eyes also dimmed with tears, but she took Actea's hand and said: "Let us return. Help is to be hoped for only from whence it can come." They returned to Actea's apartments, where they remained until evening. When darkness fell and the slaves brought in lighted torches, the faces of both women were pale. At every moment their conversation was interrupted. They both listened to hear if anyone were approaching. Lygia said, repeatedly, that, though grieved to part with Actea, she preferred that all should end to day, for Ursus without doubt was waiting for her in the darkness. Her breathing grew quicker from emotion and alarm. Actea hurriedly collected all the gems she could find, and fastening them in a corner of Lygia's robe, begged her to accept these gifts as an aid to escape. At times there fell a deep silence, interrupted by deceptive sounds. It seemed to both that, at one time, there was a noise behind the curtain, then again the distant cry of an infant arose, and now they seemed to hear the barking of dogs. Suddenly the curtain of the antechamber was thrust aside. A tall dark man, his face pitted with smallpox, glided like a phantom into the chamber. Lygia, at the first glance, recognized Atacinus, one of Vinitius's freedmen, whom she had seen at the house of Aulus. Actea screamed. Atacinus bowed his head and said: "Vinitius greets the divine Lygia and bids her to come to a feast in his house, which he has adorned with green." The lips of the maiden grew white. "I go," said she. Then in farewell she threw herself into the arms of Actea. End of Part 1, Chapter 9. Part 1, Chapter 10 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 1, Chapter 10. The house of Vinitius was, in fact, adorned with the green of myrtle and ivy, garlands of which hung on the walls and doors. The columns were wreathed about with grapevine. The great hall, whose entrance was covered with a purple woolen cloth, as a protection from the cool night air, was as clear as daylight. Lamps of 8 or 12 flames were burning. These took the forms of vessels, trees, birds, or statues, with flames jutting from receivers full of perfumed oil. They were made of alabaster, or gilded Corinthian bronze, not so beautiful as the famous lamp from the temple of Apollo which Nero possessed, but nevertheless with a beauty of their own, fashioned as they all had been by celebrated masters. In some the lights were shaded by Alexandrian glass, or a transparent stuff from India of red, blue, yellow, or violet color, so that the entire hall was filled with many colored rays. The air was heavy with the odor of tuberoses, to which Vinitius had become accustomed while living in the Orient. The entire house, through which moved male and female slaves, was brilliant with lights. The table in the banquet room was laid for 4 persons, for, besides Vinitius and Lygia, Petronius and Chrysothemis were to attend the feast. Vinitius had taken the advice of Petronius not to go for Lygia himself, but to send Atacinus with the permission accorded by Caesar, and receive her in his own home himself, with friendliness and even with marks of special consideration. "Thou wert intoxicated yesterday," said Petronius. "I had my eyes on thee. Thou didst behave to her like a quarryman from the Alban hills. Be not so rough, and remember that good wine should be drunk slowly. Know, too, that to desire is sweet, but to be desired is sweeter." Chrysothemis had a different opinion, but Petronius, calling her his Vestal and his Dove, began to explain the difference which must exist between an experienced charioteer and a youth who holds the reins for the first time. Then, turning to Vinitius, he said:
Win her confidence, make her happy, treat her with magnanimity. I care not to be present at a gloomy feast. Swear to her, even by Hades, that thou wilt return her to Pomponia, then see to it that to morrow she prefers to remain in thy house." Pointing to Chrysothemis, he added: "For 5 years I acted thus with this flighty dove and I cannot complain of her obduracy." Chrysothemis coquettishly tapped him with her fan of peacock feathers, and said: "Did I not resist thee, satyr?" "Out of regard for my predecessor." "But wert thou not at my feet?" "To put rings on thy toes." Chrysothemis looked involuntarily at her feet, on the toes of which jewels actually glittered. Both she and Petronius laughed. Vinitius did not listen to their banter. His heart was beating uneasily under the splendidly decorated robe of a Syrian priest, which he had donned for Lygia's reception. "They must have left the palace already," said he, as if speaking to himself. "They must," said Petronius in confirmation. "In the meantime shall I tell you about the predictions of Apollonius, of Tyana, or shall I relate the history of Rufinus, which I have not finished, I know not why?" Vinitius was interested neither in Apollonius nor in Rufinus. He could not take his mind from Lygia. Though he felt it was more befitting to receive her at home than to go to the palace, as if he wished to take her by force, still he regretted that he had not gone, for then he would have seen her sooner and could have sat in the darkness by her side in a double litter. Meanwhile slaves brought in a tripod, ornamented with rams' heads, and bronze dishes filled with live coals, over which they sprinkled pieces of myrrh and nard. "Now they are turning towards the Carinae," said Vinitius again to himself. "He has not the patience to wait, he will run to meet them, and will probably miss them," exclaimed Chrysothemis. Vinitius smiled in an embarrassed manner and said: "I have patience, and I will wait." He dilated his nostrils and panted. Seeing this Petronius shrugged his shoulders and said: "There is not a farthing's worth of philosophy in him. I shall never succeed in making a man of this son of Mars." But Vinitius did not even hear his words. "They are already in the Carinae," he murmured. Indeed, the litter in which Lygia lay was really turning towards the Carinae. The lamp bearers were in front, the carriers were on both sides of the litter. Atacinus followed just behind them. They moved slowly, for the streets were not lighted and the lanterns hardly sufficed to show the way. The street was uncommonly crowded. Almost from every turning people poured out in groups without torches or lamps, and clad in dark mantles. Some of them mingled with the slaves accompanying the litter, others in greater numbers approached from the opposite direction. Some staggered, as if drunk, and for some moments the advance grew so difficult that the lamp bearers began to shout: "Make way for the noble Tribune, Marcus Vinitius!" Lygia, throwing aside the curtain, looked upon these people clad in dark mantles, and trembled with emotion. Hope and fear mingled in her breast. "That is he, that is Ursus and the Christians. The struggle will begin soon," she murmured with quivering lips. "Help me, oh Christ, save me!" Atacinus, who at first had not noticed the uncommon animation in the streets, now became alarmed. Something unusual was taking place. The lamp bearers had to keep up their shouting: "Make way for the litter of the noble Tribune!" From all sides unknown people had crowded around the litter to such an extent that Atacinus ordered the slaves to drive them away with clubs. Suddenly a cry rang out. Immediately all the lights were extinguished. Around the litter a confused struggle began. Atacinus perceived that an attack had been made upon the litter. This frightened him. It was known to all that Caesar, with a crowd of attendants, frequently amused himself with such attacks in the Suburra and in other parts of the city. It was known that Nero sometimes returned from these nocturnal adventures with black and blue spots. But those who defended themselves were condemned to death, even if of senatorial rank. The quarters of the guards, whose duty it was to preserve order in the city, were not far away, but on such occasions the guards feigned to be deaf and blind. Meantime the struggle thickened about the litter, people struck and trampled upon one another. It flashed upon Atacinus that he had best save Lygia and himself and leave the rest to their fate. Drawing the maiden from the litter, he took her in his arms and attempted to escape in the darkness. But Lygia began to shout: "Ursus! Ursus!"
She had left the palace in a white robe, hence she was plainly visible. Atacinus, with his free arm, was just covering her with his mantle, when, suddenly, terrible claws were dug into his neck and a crushing mass, like a stone, came down upon his head. He dropped in a twinkling, as an ox might drop beneath the butt end of an axe before an altar of Jove. Most of the slaves were already lying on their backs, the rest had scattered in the darkness. On the spot, only the broken litter remained. Ursus bore Lygia to the Suburra, his companions following him and dispersing gradually at the street corners. The slaves began soon to assemble before the house of Vinitius and stood there debating. Not daring to enter, they decided to return to the scene of the attack, where they found a few dead bodies, among them that of Atacinus. He was still quivering, but after a moment of violent convulsion he expired. The slaves lifted him up and carried him towards the house of Vinitius, but they stopped at the gate, dreading to inform their master of what had happened. "Let Gulo be our spokesman," whispered a few voices. "His face is bloody, as are ours, and our master loves him. He runs less risk than any of us." Gulo, a German slave, who had nursed Vinitius, and who had descended to him from his mother, the sister of Petronius, said: "I will inform him, but let us all go in together. Let not his wrath descend on my head alone." Meantime the patience of Vinitius was exhausted. Petronius and Chrysothemis ridiculed him as he walked with quick steps up and down the room, repeating: "They should be here already! They should be here already!" He would have gone out to meet them, but Petronius and Chrysothemis held him back. Suddenly steps were heard in the vestibule, and into the hall there rushed a crowd of slaves, who began to utter mourning cries. "Ah! Ah!" Vinitius rushed towards them. "Where is Lygia?" he cried in a strange and terrible voice. "Ah! Ah!" Then Gulo came forward, the blood streaming down his face. In a trembling voice he exclaimed: "Behold our blood, master! We defended her. Behold, blood, master, blood!" But ere he could finish Vinitius seized a bronze lamp and with one blow shattered his skull; then, clutching his own head with both hands, he tore his hair, and repeated in a hoarse voice: "Woe is me! Woe is me!" His face grew livid, his eyes started from his head, and foam appeared at his mouth. "Whips!" he roared in a terrible voice. "Master, have mercy on us!" implored the slaves. Petronius arose, an expression of disgust upon his face. "Let us go, Chrysothemis," he said. "If thou wishest to look upon raw flesh, I will command a butcher's stall to be opened in the Carinae." And he left the room. Throughout all the house, hung with ivy and prepared for feasting, there rang groans and the whistling of whips. These sounds lasted almost until the morning. End of Part 1, Chapter 10. Part 1, Chapter 11 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 1, Chapter 11. Vinitius sought not his couch that night. Some time after the departure of Petronius, as the groans of the slaves undergoing flagellation could appease neither his grief nor his anger, he collected a crowd of other slaves, and though it was late at night, he led them forth in search of Lygia. He searched the Esquiline district, the Suburra, the criminal quarter, and all the adjoining bylanes. Then, passing the capital, he crossed the bridge of Fabricius to the island, and thence passed hurriedly through the Trans Tiber district. But search was in vain. He himself had little hope of finding Lygia, only he felt he must do something during that terrible night. He returned home at daybreak, when the carts and mules of the vegetable dealers had already appeared in the streets, and when bakers were opening their shops. On his return he ordered the removal of Gulo's corpse, which nobody had dared to touch. The slaves who had escorted Lygia he sent to rural dungeons, a punishment considered more terrible even than death. Throwing himself, at last, on a couch in the banqueting hall, he pondered confused plans of how he could find and seize Lygia. He could not bear the thought that he would not see Lygia again. The very idea threw him into a frenzy. Imperious by nature, the young soldier, for the first time in his life, met resistance, met another unyielding will, and he could not understand how anyone could dare to thwart his desires. Vinitius would rather the entire world should perish and Rome fall into ruins than that he should fail to attain the object of his desires. The cup of joy had been snatched from his lips, therefore it seemed to him that an unprecedented something had happened, something that cried aloud for vengeance to all laws, divine and human. He could not reconcile himself to fate. Never in his life had he desired anything so keenly as Lygia. He felt that he could not live without her. He could not imagine what he would do on the morrow without her, how he could survive the days that were to come. At times he was transported by fits of rage against her. He wanted to possess her, to drag her by the hair to his bedroom, and there to gloat over her, and then again his heart was stirred by a yearning for her form, her eyes, her voice, and he felt that he would gladly fall at her feet. He called to her, he gnawed his fingers, he clasped his head with his hands. He strove to compel himself to think calmly about continuing his search, but he could not. A thousand plans flitted through his head, one more foolish than the other. Then it occurred to him that it must have been Aulus who had rescued the maiden, and that Aulus must know where she was concealed. He sprang up to rush off at once to the house of Aulus. If Aulus would not return Lygia to him, if he did not fear his threats, then he would go to Caesar, accuse the old general of disobedience, and prevail upon Nero to condemn him to death. But, previous to this, he would compel the old man to reveal Lygia's hiding place. Even if she were returned voluntarily, he would be revenged. True, he had been sheltered in the house of Aulus, he had been taken care of, but what of that? This insult had freed him from his debt of gratitude. In imagination the young Tribune revelled in the despair of Pomponia when the centurion should bring the death sentence to old Aulus. He was certain that he could secure it. Petronius would assist him; besides, Caesar denied nothing to his intimates, the Augustales, unless the request were antagonistic to his own desires or wishes. Suddenly his heart almost died within him under the influence of a terrible thought. Suppose Caesar himself had taken Lygia. It was generally known that Caesar, to relieve his ennui, sought amusement by making night attacks. Even Petronius used to take a hand in them. The main object of these escapades was to seize women and toss them on a soldier's blanket until they lost consciousness. Caesar at times called these adventures pearl hunts, for it sometimes happened that in densely populated districts they found a real pearl of youth and beauty. Then the sagacio, the term for this sport, was turned into an actual carrying off. The pearl was sent either to the Palatine Palace or to one of Caesar's numerous villas, or else Caesar presented the jewel to one of his intimates. Such a fate might have befallen Lygia. Caesar had seen her at the feast. Vinitius had no doubt that he must have thought her the most beautiful woman he had ever beheld. It was all clear enough now. True, Lygia had been in the Palatine Palace, and Caesar might have kept her openly, but Caesar, as Petronius truly said, had no courage in wrongdoing; having the power to act openly, he preferred to do his ill deeds in secret. In this case fear lest he should betray himself to Poppaea had probably influenced him to act secretly. It now occurred to Vinitius that Aulus and Pomponia would not have dared to rescue the girl given to him by Caesar. Who, indeed, would dare to do this? Would that gigantic Lygian who had entered the banquet hall and had boldly taken her from the feast on his arm? But where could he hide her? No, a slave could not have done this deed. Hence, no one had taken Lygia except Caesar himself. At this thought darkness fell about his eyes and his forehead was bedewed with sweat. If this be the case, then Lygia was lost to him forever. It was possible for him to wrest her from the hands of anyone else, but not from those of Caesar. Now with all the more reason he could exclaim: "Woe! Woe be unto me!" His imagination, allowing him no rest, pictured Lygia in the arms of Nero, and for the first time in his life, he comprehended that there are thoughts that are beyond human endurance. Lygia's image haunted his mind as the past flashes through the memory of a drowning man. He saw her, and heard every word that she uttered; saw her at the fountain, at the house of Aulus, at the banquet. Again he felt her presence, the fragrance of her hair, the warmth of her body, the sweetness of the kisses which he had imprinted upon her innocent lips. She appeared to him 100-fold more beautiful than ever, more desirable and dearer to his heart, surpassing all mortal women and all goddesses. and when he thought that all that had been so deeply stirred in his heart, and had become mingled with his very blood and life, was now possessed by Nero, he was seized with a purely physical pain, so terrible that he wished to dash his brains out against the walls of the chamber. He felt that he was losing his mind, and he would surely have gone mad but for the hope of vengeance. Hitherto he had thought that he could not live without Lygia, now he was determined that he would not die until he had avenged her. He found relief in this thought. "I will be thy Cassius, O Caesar," he repeated to himself, addressing Nero in his mind. After a time he dug his hands into a flower pot, and squeezing a handful of earth together, he vowed to Erebus, Hecate, and his household Lares, that he would avenge the spiriting away of Lygia. And he was in a measure consoled. Now at least he had something to live for, something with which to occupy his days and nights. Abandoning his intention of visiting Aulus, Vinitius gave orders that he should be borne to the Palatine. On the way he decided that should he not be admitted to Caesar's presence, or should they search him for concealed weapons, it would be a proof that Caesar had carried away Lygia. He took no weapon with him. He had lost his usual presence of mind in general, yet, as is not uncommon with people possessed by a single idea, he retained it in all things which concerned his revenge. He acted with great haste, in order that his thirst for vengeance should not weaken before he had slaked it. He desired, above everything, to see Actea, for from her he hoped to learn the truth. At times, also, he was consoled with the hope that he might see Lygia, and this thought made him tremble. If Caesar had taken her from the slaves, not knowing who she was, he might return her to him on that day. But he soon threw aside this idea. Had Caesar wished to return her to him, he would have sent her on the previous evening. Actea alone could explain everything to him. He would go to her first of all. Having determined on this course of action, he commanded his litter bearers to make all speed. On the way his thoughts were disconnected, dwelling now on Lygia, now on his plans for revenge. He had heard that priests of the Egyptian goddess Pacht could bring on disease as they pleased, and he determined to learn their secret from them. In the Orient he had been informed also, that the Jews knew certain invocations by means of which they covered the bodies of their enemies with ulcers. In his household he had about a score of Jewish slaves. He decided that on his return he would have them flogged until they gave up the secret. But with a special delight he thought of the short Roman sword which let out streams of blood, such as had run from Caius Caligula, and left indelible stains on the columns of the portico. He was ready to bathe all Rome in blood. Had some revengeful gods promised him to destroy all mankind save himself and Lygia, he would even have agreed to that. In front of the arch of the Palatine Palace he recovered his presence of mind. At sight of the pretorian guards he thought that if they tried even in the slightest way to detain him, that this would be a proof that Lygia was in the palace by the will of Caesar. To his surprise, the chief centurion smiled at him in a friendly way, and approaching him said: "Greetings, noble Tribune. If thou desire an audience with Caesar, thou hast chosen an inopportune time. I do not think that thou wilt be able to see him." "What has happened?" asked Vinitius. "The divine little Augusta was suddenly taken ill yesterday. Caesar and Poppaea are at her bedside with physicians whom they have summoned from all parts of the city." This was a matter of importance. When the infant was born Caesar had become almost insane from joy, and received her with divine honors. Even before the birth the Senate had solemnly committed it to the guardianship of the gods. After the birth splendid games were celebrated, and a temple was erected to the two Fortunes. Nero, extreme in everything, loved the child beyond measure. It was dear also to Poppaea, if only for this reason, that it strengthened her position and made her influence irresistible. On the health and life of this infant might depend the fate of the whole empire. But Vinitius was so carried away with his love, that paying no attention to the news, he answered: "I only wish to see Actea." But Actea also was in attendance upon the child, and Vinitius had to wait long before seeing her. She came only about noon, with a pale and weary face, which paled still more at the sight of Vinitius. "Actea," cried he, seizing her hand and drawing her to the middle of the room, "where is Lygia?" "I was going to ask thee concerning her," she answered, reproachfully. Though he had determined to question her calmly, Vinitius now clasped his head in his hands, while his face grew distorted with grief and anger, and he said: "She has disappeared. She was seized on the way to my house." Then he grew calmer, and bringing his face close to Actea's he hissed through his teeth:
Actea, if thy life is dear to thee, if thou desirest not to be the cause of unimaginable misfortunes, tell me the truth, did Caesar take her?"
"Caesar was not away from the palace yesterday."
"By the shade of thy mother, in the name of all the gods, is she not hidden in the palace?"
"Marcus, by the shade of my mother, she is not in the palace, and Caesar did not take her. The infant Augusta has been sick since yesterday, and Caesar has not left her cradle." Vinitius breathed more freely. What had seemed to him the most terrible of possibilities was removed from his path.
"Then," said he, sitting on the bench and clenching his fists, "Aulus and Pomponia have taken her. Woe to them!"
"Aulus Plautius was here this morning. I could not see him because I was busy with the infant, but he made inquiries of Epaphroditus and other servants of the palace concerning Lygia and told them that he would come again to see me."
"He wished to avert suspicion from himself. If he really knew not what had become of Lygia he would have sought her in my house."
"He left a few words for me on a tablet. These will show thee that Aulus, knowing Caesar had taken Lygia from him at the request of thyself and of Petronius, feared that the maiden had been sent to thy house. This morning he went there, and was informed of what had happened." With these words Actea went to the bedroom, and returned with the tablet which Aulus had left for her. Vinitius read it and became silent. Actea, guessing his thoughts from the gloomy expression of his face, said: "No, Marcus, what Lygia herself desired has happened."
"Didst thou know that she desired to escape?" exclaimed Vinitius wrathfully.
Fixing her sad eyes upon him, she answered, almost sternly: "I knew that she would not become thy concubine."
"And thou, what hast thou been all thy life?"
"I was first of all a slave." But the anger of Vinitius could not be calmed. Caesar had given Lygia to him, consequently he did not need to inquire what had been her previous condition. He would find her even if she were hidden in the bowels of the earth, and he would do what he pleased with her. She should be his slave. He would have her flogged as often as he pleased. When he ceased to love her he would bestow her on the lowest of his slaves, or he would send her to turn a handmill on his African estates. He would begin his search for her at once, and find her that he might punish her, that he might trample upon her and compel her obedience. As his anger grew he placed no limits to his vengeance, so that even Actea perceived that he was threatening more than he could perform, under the influence of anger and despair. She would probably have felt pity for his sufferings had not his extravagant rage exhausted her patience, so that at last she inquired why he had come to her. Vinitius did not find an immediate answer. He had come to her because he had wanted to come, because he thought she would give him some information. But really he had come to see Caesar, but not being admitted to him he had asked for her. Lygia's flight had been disobedience to the will of Caesar. Therefore he would petition Nero to give command that she should be sought over the whole city and over the entire empire, even if this entailed the aid of all the legions and the searching of every house throughout the empire. Petronius would support this petition, and the search would begin at once. "Beware," said Actea, "lest when she is found thou lose her forever at the command of Caesar."
"What dost thou mean?" Vinitius asked,
with wrinkled brows. "Listen to me, Marcus. Yesterday I was walking with Lygia in the gardens. We met Poppaea with the infant Augusta, borne by the Egyptian Lilith. At evening the infant fell ill. Lilith declares that the child was bewitched. She accuses the foreign woman whom they met in the gardens. If the child recovers they will forget all about this, but if not Poppaea will be the first to accuse Lygia of witchcraft, and then whenever she is found nothing can save her." There was a moment of silence, which Vinitius was the first to break.
"Perhaps she did bewitch the child and has bewitched me."
"Lilith says that the child began to cry immediately after she had passed us. This is true in fact. No doubt the child was ill when they brought it into the garden. Marcus, search for Lygia wherever thou pleasest, but until the little one recovers mention not her name to Caesar, or thou wilt bring down upon her the vengeance of Poppaea. Her eyes have shed tears enough already on thy account. May all the gods protect her now."
"Dost thou love her, Actea?" asked
Vinitius sadly. Tears sprang to the eyes of the freedwoman. "Yes, I love her."
"But she did not repay thee with hatred as she did me."
Actea looked at him as if hesitating, or as if she wished to test his sincerity. Then she said: "Oh, blind and passionate man, she loved thee." Vinitius sprang up as if possessed.
"That is false," he said. "She hates me."
How could Actea know? It was hardly possible that Lygia, after one day's acquaintance, would make such a confession to her. What kind of love was that which would prefer wandering, poverty, the uncertainty of the morrow, perhaps even a shameful death, to a house bedecked with green wreaths, where a lover was in waiting with a banquet all prepared? Better he should not hear such words lest he go mad. He would not have exchanged the girl for all the treasures of the Palatine, and she had fled. What kind of love was that feared delight and courted pain? Who could understand it? Who could explain it? But for his hope of finding her he would fall upon his sword. Love surrenders, it does not run away. There were moments in the house of Aulus when he felt that happiness was near, but now he was convinced that she hated him and would die with that hatred in her heart. Actea, naturally gentle and timid, now burst forth with indignant reproaches. How had he tried to win the love of Lygia? Instead of asking Aulus and Pomponia to give her to him, he had taken her away from her guardians by stealth. He wished not to make her his wife but his concubine, she, the foster daughter of an honorable family and the daughter of a king. He had brought her to an abode of vice and infamy, he had defiled her innocent eyes with the spectacle of a shameful orgy, he had treated her as a harlot. Had he forgotten what sort of man was Aulus and what sort of woman Pomponia, they who had brought up Lygia? Had he not wit enough to understand that women existed quite different from Nigidia or Calvia Crispinilla or Poppaea, and from all those whom he met in Caesar's house? Had not a conviction forced itself upon his mind at his first sight of Lygia that so pure a soul would prefer death to shame? Did he not know that the gods she worshipped were better and purer than the dissolute Venus or Isis, who were honored by the corrupt women of Rome? No, Lygia had made no confession to her, but she had said that she hoped Vinitius would save her, she hoped Caesar, through Vinitius's petition, would allow her to return home, she hoped that Vinitius would restore her to Pomponia. While speaking, Lygia had become confused, as a maiden who loves and trusts. Her heart had beat for him but he had terrified her and made her indignant, and now let him seek for her with the aid of Caesar's cohorts, but let him know that should Nero's child die, suspicion must fall upon her, and her ruin would be inevitable. In spite of his rage and pain what Actea had said affected Vinitius. Her assurance that Lygia loved him thrilled him to the very soul. He recalled how she had blushed and how her eyes had become radiant with light when she had listened to his words in the house of Aulus. Yes, at that time love was touching her heart. The thought filled him with delight, and then he saw that he might have won her through peaceful means and have possessed himself of her heart. She might have put twine on his door, rubbed it with wolf's fat, and sat as his wife on a sheepskin by his hearth. He might have heard from her lips the words sanctioned by custom, "Where thou art Caius, there am I Caia," and she might have belonged to him forever. Why had he not acted thus? Did he not wish to marry her? Now that she had gone, now that he might never find her, or finding her might cause her ruin, or even if he did not bring ruin upon her, neither Lygia nor Aulus might listen to his proposals. Again anger seized him. But it was now turned, not against Aulus or Pomponia or Lygia, but against Petronius. He was the one at fault. Had it not been for him Lygia would not be wandering about now. She would be his bride and no danger would threaten her life. Now all was over. Matters could no longer be mended. Now it was too late. An abyss seemed to yawn at his feet. What was he to do, what measure could he take? Like an echo Actea repeated the words, "Too late." Falling from another's lips they sounded like a death sentence. One thing, however, was certain. He must find Lygia, otherwise some terrible evil would befall him. Mechanically wrapping himself in his toga he was on the point of leaving without even bidding farewell to Actea, when suddenly the curtain that separated the vestibule from the hall was thrust aside, and he saw before him the sad face of Pomponia. Evidently she also had heard of Lygia's disappearance and, judging that she could easily gain admittance to Actea, she had come for information. Seeing Vinitius, she turned toward him her pale, delicate face and exclaimed: "Marcus, may God forgive thee the wrong thou hast done to us and to Lygia." He hung his head, feeling both unhappy and guilty, yet not understanding what God was to forgive, nor why Pomponia spoke of forgiveness, when she ought to have spoken of revenge. At length he departed, tormented by sad thoughts, despair and perplexity. In the courtyard and in the gallery were crowds of people.
Mingled with slaves of the palace were knights and senators come to inquire after the health of the little Augusta, and at the same time to show themselves in the palace, and give a proof of their devotion in the presence of Caesar's slaves. The news of the illness of the little divinity had evidently spread quickly, for every moment visitors arrived, and through the archways crowds of people could be seen. Some of the recent arrivals noticing Vinitius coming out of the palace stopped him for news, but he hurried on without answering them, until he ran against Petronius. Doubtless Vinitius would have been seized with rage at the sight of Petronius and committed some unlawful act in Caesar's palace, were it not that when he had left Actea's chamber he was so crushed and humiliated that for the moment his innate irascibility had left him. Vinitius pushed Petronius aside and was about to continue his way but the latter detained him. "How fares the divine infant?" This forcible detention aroused anew the anger of Vinitius. "May hell swallow her and all this house," he hissed through his teeth. "Be silent, unhappy man," said Petronius, and looking about he hastily added: "If thou desirest to learn something about Lygia, follow me. No, I will say nothing here. Follow me, I will explain my surmises in the litter." Placing his arm about the young man, he led him out of the palace as quickly as possible. This was his aim, for he had no news whatever about Lygia. But as a man of resources, who in spite of yesterday's indignation felt compassion for Vinitius, together with a certain responsibility for what had happened, he had taken some measures already. When they were seated in the litter he said: "I have ordered my slaves to watch at every gate, giving them minute descriptions of the maiden, and of that giant who carried her out from Caesar's feast, for doubtless he is the one who recaptured her from thy slaves. Hearken, Aulus and Pomponia may have wished to hide her away on one of their estates. If so, we will find in what direction she was conducted. If she passes none of the gates, then this will be proof that she is still in the city, and we will begin to search for her in Rome today." "Aulus and Pomponia know not where she is," answered Vinitius. "Art thou sure of this?" "I have seen Pomponia, and she also is searching for her."
"She could not have left the city yesterday, for the gates are closed at night. Two of my slaves are watching each gate, one is to follow Lygia and the giant, and the other is to return immediately and inform me. If she be in Rome we shall find her, for the Lygian can easily be recognized by his height and the breadth of his shoulders. It is lucky that she was not carried away by Caesar. I can assure you that it was not he for I know all the secrets of the palace."
Vinitius broke out rather in sorrow than in anger. In a voice broken by emotion, he told Petronius all he had heard from Actea. He explained the new dangers which threatened Lygia, that now, in case they found her, they must needs hide her from Poppaea. Then he reproached Petronius bitterly for his advice. Had it not been for him, everything would have been well. Lygia would have been in the house of Aulus, Vinitius could have seen her every day, and he would now be a happier man than Caesar. Carried away by his own words, he became more and more agitated, until at last tears of sorrow and anger coursed down his cheeks. Petronius, who had not thought the young Tribune capable of such passion, beholding his tears, said to himself with wonder: "Oh, mighty sovereign of Cyprus, thou alone art the ruler of gods and men." End of Part 1, Chapter 11. Part 1, Chapter 12 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyan and Milevski. Part 1, Chapter 12. When they alighted before the house of Petronius, the chief of the hall informed him that none of the slaves sent to the gates had as yet returned. He had given orders that food should be brought them, and that on the penalty of a flogging they should carefully watch all who left the city. "See," said Petronius, "they are still within the city, and we cannot fail to find them. Give orders to thy slaves also that they watch the city gates, selecting those especially who formed Lygia's escort, for they will easily recognize her." "I have given orders that those slaves should be sent to my country estates," answered Vinitius, "but I will recall my orders and send them to the gates." When he had written a few words on a tablet covered with wax, he handed the tablet to Petronius, who ordered it sent immediately to the house of Vinitius. Then they entered the inner portico, and sitting on a marble bench, began to converse.
the golden haired Eunice and Iris placed bronze footstools beneath their feet, and, moving a table near the bench, poured wine into goblets out of beautiful, long necked jars, imported from Volaterrae and Caecina. "Do any of thy slaves know this gigantic Lygian?" asked Petronius. "Only Atacinus and Gulo knew him, but Atacinus was killed beside the litter, and I slew Gulo." "I am sorry for him," said Petronius. "He carried in his arms not only thee, but me also." "I was going to free him," replied Vinitius. "But let that rest, let us speak of Lygia. Rome is a sea." "A sea is a place in which to find pearls. We shall not find her to day, of course, nor to morrow, but sooner or later we shall find her. Just now thou didst reproach me for having advised thee to take the course which thou didst. But the advice in itself was good. It became bad because of unfavorable circumstances. Besides, thou thyself hast heard from Aulus that he intends to go to Sicily with all his family. So Lygia would in any event have been far away from thee." "I should have followed her," replied Vinitius, "and in any case she would have been out of danger; but now if this infant dies Poppaea will believe, and will persuade Caesar to believe that Lygia caused the death." "True, this thought has alarmed me also. But the little doll may get well. If it dies we shall find some means of escape." Petronius, after a moment's thought, added: "Poppaea, it is said, believes in the faith of the Jews and in evil spirits. Caesar is superstitious. If we spread the rumor that Lygia has been carried away by evil spirits it will be believed, since neither Caesar nor Aulus have carried her off. Therefore it will be believed that she was spirited away. The Lygian could not have rescued her alone. It is evident that others helped him. But how could a slave collect so many people in a day?" "In Rome slaves help one another." "But someone pays for it with blood. True, they help one another, but not when it is against the interest of other slaves. On this occasion it was known that your slaves would be held responsible and punished. If thou give thy slaves the idea of evil spirits, they will assert that they saw them with their own eyes, for this would justify them before thee. Ask any one of them if he did not see Lygia borne through the air, and he will swear at once by the aegis of Zeus that this was just what happened." Vinitius, who was himself superstitious, looked with awe at Petronius and said: "If Ursus could not get slaves to help him, and was not able to take her alone, who did take her?" Petronius laughed. "See," said he, "how can they disbelieve if thou believest? Such is our world which laughs at the gods. All will believe, and cease searching for her, and meantime we will hide her in one of our villas." "But who could have helped her?" "Her co religionists," answered Petronius. "What co religionists? What deity do they worship? I ought to know better than thou." "Nearly every Roman woman worships a different deity. Doubtless Pomponia has brought up Lygia to worship the deity which she adores, but what deity this is I do not know. One thing is certain, no one has seen her make offerings to any god in our temples. She has been accused even of being a Christian, but this is not possible, a secret investigation cleared her from this charge. It is said that Christians not only worship the head of an ass, but that they are enemies of the human race, and that they revel in the most terrible crimes. Consequently Pomponia cannot be a Christian, for she is a good woman. Were she a hater of humanity she would not treat her slaves so kindly." "In no house are they so well treated as in that of Aulus," answered Vinitius. "Pomponia told me of a god who was one, powerful, and merciful. What she has done with all the other gods is her affair. But this Logos of hers cannot be very powerful, or rather he must be a poor kind of god if he is worshipped only by Pomponia and Lygia and Ursus. It may be that there are more adherents of this god, and they assisted Lygia." "Their faith commands forgiveness," said Vinitius. "In Actea's chamber I met Pomponia, and she said to me, 'May God forgive you the wrong you have done to Lygia and to us.'" "Evidently their God is a very mild being. Let him forgive thee then, and as a sign of his forgiveness let him restore the maiden to thee." "I would offer him a hecatomb to morrow. I have desire neither for food nor sleep, nor for the bath. I shall put on dark raiment and wander through the city. Perhaps I shall find her in disguise. I am sick." Petronius gazed at him compassionately. There were dark streaks beneath the eyes of Vinitius, his pupils were bright with fever, his unshaven beard made a bluish shade over his jaw, his hair was disordered, he looked indeed like a sick man. Iris and the golden haired Eunice gazed at him also with commiseration, but he seemed not to notice them; neither he nor Petronius paid any more attention to the presence of the slave women than if they were dogs moving about the room. "Thou art feverish," said Petronius. "Yes." "Hearken, I know not what a physician would prescribe for thee, but I know what I would do in thy place. Till Lygia is found I would replace the lost one with a substitute. I have seen beautiful women in thy house. Contradict me not, I know what love is, and I know that if love is provoked by one woman another cannot satisfy it. Nevertheless, a beautiful slave will afford at least a temporary distraction." "I do not wish it," replied Vinitius. But Petronius, who was sincerely attached to him, and who was anxious to relieve his suffering, began to consider how this might best be done. "Perhaps thy slaves do not possess for thee the charm of novelty," said he. He glanced first at Iris, and then at Eunice. At last he laid his hand on the hip of the golden haired Grecian and resumed: "Look at this nymph. But a few days ago the young Fonteius Capiton offered for her 3 beautiful boys from Clazomeme. Scopas himself has not chiseled a more beautiful form. I cannot tell why I have been cold to her since thoughts of Chrysothemis have not restrained me. Here, I give her to thee, take her." When the golden haired Eunice heard these words she grew white as a sheet. Looking with frightened eyes at Vinitius she seemed benumbed while she awaited his answer. But the young soldier sprang up from the bench and, pressing his temples with his hands, began to speak hurriedly, as a man who, tormented by pain, does not wish to listen to any soothing words. "No, no, I do not care for her. I do not care for any other woman. I thank thee, but I do not want her. I am going to search for Lygia throughout the city. Have a Gallic cloak with a hood brought to me. I shall go to the Trans Tiber. Oh, if I can succeed merely in seeing Ursus!" Then he withdrew hurriedly. Petronius, seeing that he could not stay still in any one place, did not attempt to detain him. Taking his refusal as a manifestation of a temporary aversion for all women except Lygia, but wishing still to be generous, he said, turning to Eunice: "Eunice, bathe thyself, anoint thy body with perfumes, then dress and go to the house of Vinitius." The Grecian woman fell on her knees and stretching out her hands, implored him not to send her away from his house. She would not go to Vinitius. She would prefer to carry wood to the furnaces of the baths of Petronius than to be the chief servant in that of Vinitius. She would not, she could not go. She implored him for pity. Let him have her flogged daily, but let him not send her away from his house. Trembling like a leaf with fear and excitement Eunice extended her imploring hands to Petronius who listened with astonishment. A slave woman who dared to answer a command with a prayer, declaring "I will not and I cannot," was something so unheard of in Rome that Petronius could not believe his ears. Finally he frowned. He was too refined to be cruel. He gave more freedom to his slaves than other masters, demanding only that they should render good service and honor his will like that of a god. But if his slaves violated either of these requirements, Petronius had them punished in the usual fashion. Besides, he could not endure opposition or anything that ruffled his peace of mind. So he looked at the kneeling slave and said: "Call Tiresias and return with him." She arose, trembling, with tears in her eyes, and retired, returning soon with the chief of the hall servants, the Cretan Tiresias. "Take Eunice," said Petronius, "and give her 25 lashes, but in such a way as not to disfigure her skin." Then he went into his library, and, sitting at the rose colored marble table, he commenced work on his "Feast of Trimalchion." But Lygia's escape and the illness of the little Augusta distracted his thoughts so much that he did not work long. The important question at present was the illness of the infant. Petronius saw that if Caesar believed Lygia to have bewitched the young Augusta, the blame might fall on him also, for the maiden had been brought to the palace at his request. But he hoped that as soon as he saw Caesar he would convince him of the absurdity of such a supposition. He relied somewhat also on a certain weakness which Poppaea had for him, a weakness which she had not succeeded in concealing from him. After a time he shrugged his shoulders, having convinced himself that his fears were groundless, and he decided to take his meal in the dining hall. After that he would go in his litter to the palace, next to the Campus Martius, and finally to Chrysothemis. On his way to the dining hall, at the entrance to the corridor assigned to the slaves, Petronius noticed the shapely figure of Eunice. Forgetting that he had given no order to Tiresias beyond that of flogging her, he frowned and looked around for that official. Not seeing Tiresias among the slaves, he turned to Eunice. "Hast thou been flogged?"
"Yes, master, I have been flogged. Oh, yes, master."
Joy and gratitude blended in her voice. She evidently thought that the punishment had been given in place of sending her away from the house, and that now she might remain. Petronius, seeing this, marveled at the passionate resistance of the slave. He was too deep a student in human nature not to understand that only love could call forth such resistance. "Dost thou love some one in this house?" She looked at him with her blue eyes dim with tears, and answered in a voice so low that it could scarcely be heard: "Yes, master." Eunice with her wonderful eyes, with her golden hair flowing down her back, with an expression of hope and fear upon her face, was so beautiful that Petronius, who, as a philosopher, recognized the power of love, and as an aesthete rendered homage to all beauty, felt pity for the slave. "Whom of these dost thou love?" he inquired, turning towards the slaves. No answer came. Eunice bent her head down to his very feet, and remained motionless as a statue. Petronius looked around at the slaves, among whom were some beautiful and shapely youths. None of the faces explained anything to him, he saw only strange smiles. He looked again at Eunice, who was lying at his feet, and then went on in silence to the dining hall. When he had eaten, he gave orders that he should be carried to the palace, and from there to Chrysothemis, where he remained until late in the night. On his return, he summoned Tiresias. "Didst thou punish Eunice?"
"Yes, master, but thou didst command me not to disfigure her skin."
"Did I give any other command?"
"No, master,"
answered the slave with alarm.
"Very good. Whom of the slaves does she love?"
"None, master."
"What dost thou know about her?"
Tiresias answered in an uncertain voice.
"Eunice does not leave the bedroom at night in which she lives with old Acrisiona and Ifida. After thou art dressed she never goes to the bathrooms. Other slaves laugh at her, and call her Diana."
"Enough," said Petronius. "My relative Vinitius, to whom I offered her this morning, did not want her. Hence she may remain here. Thou mayest go."
"May I speak, master, a few more words concerning Eunice?"
"I commanded thee to tell all thou knowest about her."
"The entire household is talking about the escape of the maiden who was to dwell in the house of Vinitius. After thy departure Eunice came to me and said that she knew a man who could find this maiden."
"Who is this man?" asked Petronius.
"I do not know him, master, but I thought I ought to tell thee about the matter."
"'Tis well. Let that man await to morrow the arrival of the Tribune, whom in my name thou wilt summon hither." The slave bowed and departed. The thoughts of Petronius dwelt on Eunice. It was clear to him that the young slave woman wished Vinitius to find Lygia, so that she should not be compelled to be her substitute in the house of the Tribune. It occurred to him that the man whom she had proposed for the search might be her lover. Somehow this thought hurt him. It would not be difficult to get at the truth, he had only to summon Eunice; but it was now late, and Petronius feeling weary after his long visit to the house of Chrysothemis, desired to sleep. On the way to his chamber he recalled for some unknown reason that he had noticed wrinkles that day in the corners of Chrysothemis's eyes. It came to his mind also that her reputation for beauty was greater than she deserved, and that Fonteius Capiton who had offered 3 boys for Eunice wished to buy her too cheaply. End of Part 1, Chapter 12. Part 1, Chapter 13 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 1, Chapter 13. Next morning Petronius had scarcely dressed himself ere Vinitius, who had been summoned by Tiresias, appeared. He was aware that no news had come from the gates. This, instead of consoling him as proof that Lygia was still in the city, troubled him, for that he feared Ursus had carried her out of the city immediately after her rescue, and consequently before the slaves of Petronius had been sent to watch the gates. True, in autumn the gates were closed earlier on account of the short days, but then they were open for the people going out. Of these there were always a great many. One could pass out of the city also by other ways, known for instance to slaves who contemplated an escape. Vinitius had dispatched his slaves to all the roads leading to the provinces, instructing them to carry alarms to all the watchmen in the smaller towns, and to furnish minute descriptions of Ursus and Lygia, and to offer a reward for their capture. But it might be doubted whether the fugitives could be overtaken, or, if so, whether the local officials would arrest them at the private instance of Vinitius, unsupported by the praetor. Vinitius had no time to gain such support. Disguised as a slave he had sought for Lygia the entire previous day in every corner of the city, but he could not find any clue. True, he had met the slaves of Aulus, who were also seeking for something, and this confirmed his belief that Aulus and Pomponia had not taken Lygia away, and that they did not know what had become of her. So, when Tiresias had informed him that there was a man who would undertake to find Lygia, Vinitius rushed to the house of Petronius, and, barely greeting him, began to inquire about that man. "We shall soon see him," said Petronius. "He is an acquaintance of Eunice. She is even now coming to fold my toga. She will give us additional information."
"Is that the slave woman whom thou didst wish to give me yesterday?"
"The one whom thou didst reject, for which, by the way, I am grateful, as she is the best robe folder in the city." He had barely finished when Eunice entered. Taking the toga which was lying on a chair inlaid with ivory, she opened the garment to throw it over Petronius's shoulders. Her pretty face brightened, and joy was reflected in her eyes. Petronius looked at her and she appeared beautiful to him. While she was wrapping him up in the toga, bending now and again to smooth the folds, he noticed that her arms were of a wonderful pale rose color, and that her bosom and shoulders were transparent, like mother of pearl or alabaster. "Eunice," said he, "has the man come of whom thou didst speak yesterday to Tiresias?" "Yes, master." "What is his name?" "Chilo master." "Who is he?" "A physician, sage, and soothsayer who can read the book of fate and forecast the future." "Did he forecast thy future?" A rosy blush spread over the ears and neck of Eunice as she answered, "Yes, master." "What did he predict?" "That pain and happiness should be my lot." "Pain thou didst suffer yesterday at the hands of Tiresias, hence the prediction about happiness should also be realized." "It is realized already, master." "What is this happiness?" "That I remain," she replied in a low voice. Petronius put his hand on her golden head. "Thou hast arranged the folds well to day and I am pleased with thee, Eunice." As his hand touched her head her eyes grew moist and her bosom began to heave quickly. Petronius and Vinitius went into the antechamber, where Chilo was waiting for them. The latter bowed low on their entrance. Petronius smiled at the thought of his suspicion of yesterday that this man might be Eunice's lover. This man could be no woman's lover. His queer figure was at once repulsive and ridiculous. He was not old, only a few gray hairs showed in his straggly beard and curled locks. He had a lank stomach. His shoulders stooped so that a cursory glance might have mistaken him for a humpback. Above his bent shoulders was a large head that seemed a cross between the face of a monkey and a fox. His eyes were bright and inquisitive. His jaundiced face was ornamented with pimples, which concentrated on his nose, suggesting an excessive love for the bottle. His disordered attire, consisting of a dark tunic of goat's wool and a ragged mantle of similar material, indicated poverty, real or pretended. At sight of him Petronius was reminded of Homer's Thersites. So, answering Chilo's bow with a wave of his hand, he said: "I greet thee, divine Thersites. How are the lumps which Ulysses gave thee at Troy, and how is he himself in the Elysian fields?" "Noble lord," answered Chilo, "Ulysses, the wisest of the dead, sends through me to Petronius, the wisest of the living, his greetings, and requests that thou shouldst cover my lumps with a new mantle." "By Hecate!" exclaimed Petronius, "the answer merits a new mantle." Vinitius impatiently interrupted the conversation and asked Chilo point blank: "Art thou sufficiently acquainted with the problem thou hast to solve?" "It is not difficult to learn what the question is," answered Chilo, "when the slaves of two lordly mansions speak of nothing else, and when it is the current gossip of half of Rome. Night before last, a maiden called Lygia, a ward of Aulus Plautius, was carried away while thy slaves were bearing her from Caesar's palace to thy house."
I offer to find her in Rome, or if she has left the city, which seems improbable, I shall discover for thee, noble Tribune, whither she has fled and where she is hiding." "'Tis well," said Vinitius, pleased with the confidence of the answer. "What means hast thou to accomplish this?" Chilo smiled shrewdly. "Thou, master, hast the means, I have only the wit." Petronius smiled also, for he was fully satisfied with his visitor. "This man can find the maiden," thought he. Vinitius frowned and said: "If thou deceivest me for gain, I will bestow a flogging upon thee." "I am a philosopher, master, and a philosopher cannot be tempted by gain, especially such as thou dost promise so magnanimously." "How, art thou a philosopher? Eunice told me thou wert a physician and soothsayer. How didst thou make Eunice's acquaintance?" "She came to ask my advice, for my fame had reached her ears." "What advice did she desire?" "Master, she desired to be cured of unrequited love." "Didst thou cure her?" "I did more than that. I gave her an amulet which ensures reciprocation. In Paphos, on the island of Cyprus, there is a temple wherein a girdle of Venus is preserved. I procured her 2 threads from that girdle, enclosed in an almond shell." "And no doubt thou hast received a good price for it." "One can never pay enough for reciprocated love, and I, who have lost 2 fingers of my right hand, am saving money in order to buy a slave copyist, that he may write down my thoughts and preserve my wisdom for mankind." "To what school dost thou belong, venerable sage?" "Master, I am a cynic, because I wear a tattered mantle; I am stoic because I bear want patiently; I am a peripatetic because, not owning a litter, I walk from one wine shop to another, teaching on the way those who promise to pay for a pitcher of wine." "And does the pitcher change thee into a rhetorician?" "Heraclitus says that all is fluid. Thou canst not deny that wine is fluid." "And he taught also that fire is a divinity. Divinity therefore is perched upon thy nose." "The divine Diogenes of Apollonia taught that the universe is created from air, and that the warmer the air the more perfect are the created beings; and as in autumn the air is cold, ergo, a genuine sage ought to warm his soul with wine. Thou canst not deny, master, that a pitcher even of the stuff made in the environs of Capua or Telesia would now impart warmth to all the bones of a perishable human body."
"Where is thy birthplace, Chilo?"
"On the Euxine Pontus. I come from Mesembria."
"Thou art a great man, oh Chilo."
"But unrecognized," said the sage in a mournful tone.
Vinitius's impatience increased. Because of the hope that Chilo had raised, he wished him to begin his search at once; hence he regarded the conversation as a waste of time and felt wroth with Petronius. "When wilt thou begin the search?" he said, turning to the Greek.
"I have begun it already," was the answer. "Even here, even in answering thy courteous questions, I am still searching. Confide in me, noble Tribune. Know that if thou wert to lose the string from off thy sandal, I would find it, or him who picked it up."
"Hast thou ever performed such services?" asked Petronius.
The Greek lifted his eyes to heaven.
"Nowadays wisdom and virtue are so little esteemed that a philosopher is forced to seek other means of earning a livelihood."
"What other means hast thou?"
"To find out everything, and to furnish information for all who wish it."
"And who pays for it?"
"Ah, master, I must buy a copyist, otherwise my wisdom will perish with me."
"If thou hast not saved enough money to buy a new mantle, thy services evidently are not very valuable."
"Modesty forbids my speaking of them, but master, take into consideration the fact that there are no longer so many benefactors as of old, for whom it was as great a pleasure to cover a body with gold for services rendered as to swallow an oyster from Puteoli. It is not my services that are small, but the gratitude of men. If a slave escapes, who will find him if not the son of my father? When on the walls appear inscriptions against the divine Poppaea, who else will indicate the authors? Who will unearth in the bookshops verses against Caesar? Who will tell of conversations held in the houses of senators and patricians? Who will deliver letters which cannot be entrusted to slaves? Who will listen to the gossip of the barber shops? From whom have the wine and bake shops no secrets? In whom do slaves trust?"
Who can see at a glance through any house, from the inner chamber to the garden? Who knows every street and byway and hidden den? Who knows what is talked of in the baths, in the circus, in the markets, in the gymnasiums, in the stalls of the slave dealers, and even in the arenas? By the gods, enough, noble sage!" exclaimed Petronius, "otherwise we shall be drowned in thy virtues, thy wisdom, and eloquence. Enough! We wished to know what thou art, and now we know."
Vinitius was pleased. Once put a man like this on the trail, he thought, and, hound like, he would not stop until he had flushed the game. "'Tis well," said he. "Dost thou need clues?" "I need arms." "What kind of arms?" asked Vinitius, perplexed. Chilo stretched out one hand, while on the other he made a motion as if counting money.
"Such times as we live in," he sighed.
"This means that thou wilt be the ass who wins the fortress by means of gold," remarked Petronius.
"I am but a poor philosopher, master," answered Chilo, with humility. "Thou hast the gold."
Vinitius tossed him a purse. The Greek caught it ere it fell, though two fingers were missing from his right hand. Then he raised his head and said:
"Master, I know already more than thou dost suspect. I came not here empty handed. I know that Aulus and his wife did not intercept the maiden, for I have questioned their slaves. I know that she is not in the Palatine Palace, for all there are occupied with the sick child, and perhaps I know also why thou preferest my aid in the search for the maiden to that of the guards and soldiers of Caesar. I know that her escape was effected by the co operation of a slave who came from the same country as she. He could not have procured assistance from slaves because slaves stand together, and would not have helped him against your slaves. Only his co-religionists could have given him aid."
"Hearken to these words, Vinitius," interrupted Petronius. "Have I not said the same thing to thee?"
"Thou dost me a great honor," said Chilo. "The maiden, master," he continued, addressing himself again to Vinitius, "worships beyond doubt the same divinity as Pomponia, that most virtuous of all Roman matrons. I have heard that Pomponia was tried in secret for worshipping strange gods, but I could not learn from her slaves what kind of divinities these are, and what their adherents are called. If I could learn this I should go to them and become the most devout among them and win their confidence. But thou, master, as is known to me, hast passed a few weeks in the house of Aulus. Canst thou not give me some information about these gods?"
"I cannot," answered Vinitius.
"Thou hast questioned me long about various matters, and I have answered thee. Now allow me to question thee. Hast thou not seen, noble Tribune, some statuette, some sacrifice, some token or some amulet upon Pomponia or Lygia? Hast thou not seen them drawing some images intelligible to them alone?"
"Yes, I once saw Lygia draw a fish on sand."
"A fish? Ah! Ah! Oh! Did she draw it once or many times?"
"But once."
"And art thou sure that she drew a fish?"
"Yes, I am sure," answered Vinitius with interest. "Dost thou know what it means?"
"Do I know?" exclaimed Chilo.
Then bowing in sign of farewell, he said:
"May fortune present you with all gifts, noble masters."
"Order a mantle to be brought to thee,"
said Petronius at parting.
"Ulysses thanks thee for Thersites,"
answered the Greek, and bowing again, he left the room.
"What dost thou think of that noble sage?"
asked Petronius. "I think that he will find Lygia," exclaimed Vinitius joyfully. "But I think also that if there were a kingdom of knaves he would be crowned king there."
"Without doubt. I must get better acquainted with this Stoic. Meantime I will have this hall disinfected."
Chilo Chilonides, wrapped in his new mantle, felt beneath its folds the purse which Vinitius had given him, and rejoiced at its weight and jingle. Walking slowly and looking furtively around to see that he was followed by no one from the house of Petronius, he passed a portico of Livia, and reaching the corner of the Virvius quarter, turned into the Suburra.
"I must go to Sporus," said he to himself, "and pour out a libation to Fortune. I have at last found what I have long been looking for. He is young, passionate, bountiful as the mines of Cyprus, and is ready to give for this Lygian linnet half of his fortune. I must deal with him carefully, however, for his frowns forebode no good. Oh, the wolf whelps rule the world to day. I should not be so afraid of Petronius. Oh gods, to be a procurer pays better in these times than virtue. Ah, she drew a fish on the sand. May I choke myself with goat cheese if I know the meaning of that symbol, but I shall find out. As fish live under water, and seeking under water is harder than on land, he shall pay me liberally for this fish. One more purse like this and I might cast aside the beggar's wallet and purchase myself a slave. But suppose, O Chilo, if I advised thee to buy not a male but a female slave. I know thee. I am sure that thou wouldst say yea. Were she as beautiful as Eunice, for instance, thou wouldst grow young at her side. Moreover, thou wouldst draw from her a large and certain income. I sold that poor Eunice 2 threads from my old mantle. She is stupid. Nevertheless, if Petronius would give her to me, I would not reject her. Yea, Chilo, thou hast lost both thy father and thy mother, thou art an orphan, therefore purchase a female slave to console thee. She must have shelter, therefore Vinitius will hire a dwelling for her, in which thou also mayest abide. She must have raiment, therefore Vinitius will pay for it, and she must have food, therefore he will provide it. Oh, it is costly to live in this world. Oh, for the times when a farthing would buy as much pork and beans as one could hold in both hands, or a piece of goat's entrails as long as the arm of a 12-year-old boy. But here is that knave Sporus. 'Twill be easier to gain some information in the wine shop."
He entered the shop and ordered a pitcher of wine. Noting the distrustful look of the shopkeeper, he took a gold coin from the purse and threw it on the table.
"Sporus," he cried, "I worked to day with Seneca from dawn until noon, and here, see what my friend hath given me."
The big eyes of Sporus grew bigger still at the sight of the coin. In a twinkling the wine was placed before Chilo, who, moistening his fingers, drew a fish on the table and said:
"Dost thou know what that means?" "A fish? A fish means a fish." "Thou art stupid, though thou dost add so much water to the wine that thou might find a fish in it. It is a symbol, which in the language of philosophers means the smile of fortune. Shouldst thou divine it, thou too mightst make a fortune. And look you, honor philosophy, or I shall change my wine shop, which my dear friend Petronius has long urged me to do."
End of Part 1, Chapter 13. Part 1, Chapter 14 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 1, Chapter 14. For some days Chilo disappeared from sight. The information Vinitius had received from Actea that Lygia loved him, made him 100-fold more eager to find her. Through his slaves he instituted a careful search. He was both unwilling and unable to appeal to Caesar, whose attention was now completely absorbed in the dangerous illness of the little Augusta. Nothing availed to help the child, neither sacrifices in the temples, nor prayers, nor vows, nor the skill of physicians, nor the magic spells to which they had recourse when the last hope had vanished. At the end of a week the infant died. The court and the whole city of Rome were plunged in mourning. Caesar, who had been wild with delight at the birth of the child, was now equally wild with grief. Shutting himself up in his room, he refused food for 2 days. The court was crowded with senators and Augustales, who hastened thither with their condolences. Caesar denied himself to all. The Senate assembled in extraordinary session, and proclaimed that the little Augusta was a goddess. The senators decided to dedicate a temple to her and appoint a special priest for the service of the new goddess. In other temples sacrifices were also offered to her. Statues were cast from precious metals. Her funeral was celebrated with unprecedented solemnity. The people marveled at the unrestrained grief to which Caesar surrendered himself. They wept with him, stretched out their hands for gifts, and above all found amusement in the splendid pageant. The death of the little Augusta alarmed Petronius. All Rome was aware that Poppaea ascribed it to witchcraft. The physicians eagerly caught up her words as a convenient excuse for their unsuccessful efforts. So likewise did the priests whose sacrifices had proved unavailing, the soothsayers who trembled for their lives, and the people generally. Petronius was now glad that Lygia had disappeared. He wished no evil to the house of Aulus, and especially he wished good to himself and to Vinitius. As soon as the cypress placed before the Palatine, as a sign of mourning, had been removed, he went to the reception appointed for Senators and Augustales, to learn how far Nero had credited the rumors of witchcraft, and to neutralize the possible consequences. With his knowledge of Nero, he was convinced that though he did not believe in witchcraft, he would feign belief, partly through self deception, partly through a desire for revenge, but especially for the purpose of averting the suspicion that the gods were punishing him for his crimes. Petronius did not admit that Caesar had any deep or sincere love even for his own child, though he made a great show of attachment. But he had not the least doubt that Nero would pretend an exaggerated grief. Nor was he mistaken. Nero listened with stony face and fixed stare at the condolences of knights and senators. It was evident that even if he were suffering, he was simultaneously taking thought of the impression which his despair made on others. He was posing as a Niobe and giving a representation of paternal sorrow, such as an actor might give on a stage. Yet even now he could not long retain his attitude of stony and silent sorrow. At one moment he would make a gesture as if casting dust upon his head, at another he groaned deeply. Seeing Petronius, he assumed a tone of tragic pathos, evidently wishing that all should hear him. he cried, "Thou art the cause of her death. By thy advice the evil spirit was admitted to these walls, which at one glance smote the life out of her breast. Woe is me! Better that I had never seen the bright face of the sun god. Woe is me!" Gradually raising his voice he filled the chamber with exclamations of despair. Petronius saw that he must put everything to the hazard of a die. He stretched out his hand, seized the kerchief which was always around Caesar's neck, and put it to Nero's lips. "Caesar," he cried solemnly, "let Rome and the whole world perish from grief, but preserve thy voice for us." All present were astonished. Caesar himself was stricken dumb for a moment. Petronius alone stood unmoved. He well knew what he was doing. He did not forget that Terpnos and Diodorus had an order to close Caesar's mouth whenever his voice might be threatened by over exertion. "Oh, Caesar," continued Petronius, in the same sad and persuasive voice, "we have suffered an immense loss, but let this treasure remain to console us." Nero's face quivered. Tears stood in his eyes. Placing his arm on Petronius's shoulder, he suddenly bent his head to his breast, and in a voice choked by sobs he began: "Only thou, Petronius, hast reminded me of this. Only thou, Petronius, only thou." Tigellinus grew yellow with envy. Again Petronius turned to Nero. "Go to Antium. There she appeared unto the world, thence issued thy joy, thither consolation will come thee. Let the sea air refresh thy divine throat, let thy breast breathe in the soft moisture of the air. We, thy loving servants, will follow thee everywhere. And when we comfort thy sorrow with our friendship, thou wilt console us in turn with song." "Yes," answered Nero, sadly, "I will write a hymn in her honor, and will compose the music for it." "And then thou wilt go to Baiae and revive under the warm rays of the sun." "And later I will seek forgetfulness in Greece." "In the land of poetry and song." His mood of stony grief gradually dispersed like clouds that cover the sun. Then ensued a conversation, which, though still full of signs of sorrow, was none the less enlivened by plans for the coming journey. They spoke of the exhibitions that Caesar would make of his artistic skill, of the feasts that would be prepared for the expected arrival of Tiridates, King of Armenia. It is true Tigellinus tried to bring up once more the matter of witchcraft, but Petronius took up the challenge with full assurance of victory. "Tigellinus," said he, "dost thou think that witchcraft can harm the gods?" "Caesar himself hath spoken of spells," answered the courtier. "'Twas grief speaking with his lips. But tell us what thou thinkest of them thyself." "The gods are too powerful to be influenced by spells." "And dost thou not acknowledge the divinity of Caesar and his family?" "It is finished!" exclaimed Eprius Marcellus, who stood close by, repeating the shout used in the circus when a gladiator had received a mortal blow. Tigellinus smothered his rage. Between him and Petronius had long existed a rivalry for the favor of Nero. Tigellinus had this advantage, that Nero observed no ceremony in his presence, but Petronius hitherto had always vanquished Tigellinus in every encounter of wit and judgment. And so it happened now. Tigellinus grew silent; he occupied himself merely by impressing upon his memory the names of the senators who crowded around Petronius at the other end of the hall, in the expectation that after this victory he would become the prime favorite of Caesar. Petronius on leaving the palace directed his litter to be borne to the house of Vinitius. He informed the latter of his encounter with Caesar and Tigellinus and added: "I have removed all danger, not only from Aulus Plautius and Pomponia, but also from ourselves, and more particularly from Lygia. She will not now be pursued, for the reason that I have persuaded the red bearded ape to go to Antium, and then to Naples or Baiae. He will surely go. He has not yet made up his mind to an appearance before the Roman public in the theatre, but I know that for some time he has purposed to make a trial in Naples. Moreover, he is dreaming of a visit to Greece, where he wishes to sing in all the principal cities. After that, he will make a triumphal entry into Rome, with all the wreaths which the Greeklets may bestow upon him. In the meantime we will have an opportunity to search for Lygia without hindrance, and to hide her in a safe place if we find her. But has not our noble philosopher returned yet?"
"Thy noble philosopher is a cheat. He has not appeared, and we may be certain of never casting eyes upon him."
"Nay, I have a better opinion, if not of his honesty, at least of his wit. He has drawn blood once from thy purse. Be assured that he will return, even were it only to draw blood a second time."
"Let him beware lest I draw his own blood."
"Do not do that. Bear with him until thou art entirely convinced of his deceit. Give him no more money, but promise him a liberal reward in case he brings thee correct information. But thou thyself, what art thou doing in this matter?"
"Two of my freedmen, Nymphidius and Demas, with 60 slaves are in full pursuit. I have promised freedom to him who finds her. Further, I have sent special messengers to inquire of Ursus and the maiden, in all the inns leading to Rome. Day and night I myself traverse the city in the hope of a chance meeting."
"Whatever thou learnest inform me of it by letter. I must go to Antium."
"It is well."
"And if some fine morning thou wakest to say to thyself that it is not worth while to waste time and pains on a maiden, then come thou to Antium, and there we will have plenty of women and amusement." Vinitius strode with long steps across the floor. Petronius gazed at him for some time before he again broke silence. "Tell me frankly," he said at last, not as a dreamer who conceals something within himself, but as a man of sense answering a friend, art thou still carried away by Lygia?" Vinitius stopped for a moment, and gazed at Petronius as intently as if he had never seen him before. Then he resumed his walk. Evidently he was restraining an outburst. But the sense of his own impotence, the pain, the wrath, and the ceaseless yearning which possessed him moved him to tears. His dim eyes spoke to Petronius with more force than the most eloquent words. After a moment's thought the elder said: "'Tis not Atlas who bears the world on his shoulders, but women, and sometimes they play with it as with a ball." "True," answered Vinitius. Then they bade each other farewell. But just then a slave announced that Chilo Chilonides was outside in the antechamber, awaiting permission to enter. Vinitius ordered his instant admittance. "Behold," laughed Petronius, "did I not tell thee so? By Hercules, preserve thy calm, otherwise he will subdue thee, not thou him."
"Salutations and honor to the noble soldier and Tribune, and to you, oh master," said Chilo, entering. "May your good fortune equal your fame, and may your fame resound over the world from the pillars of Hercules to the uttermost boundaries."
"A greeting to thee, wise and virtuous lawgiver," answered Petronius. Vinitius asked with assumed calmness: "What news hast thou brought?"
"Master, on my first visit I brought thee hope, and now I bring assurance that the maiden will be found."
"Which means that the maiden is not yet found."
"True, master, but I have discovered the meaning of the sign she drew. I now know who are the people that rescued her, and I also know among what class of religionists she must be sought." Vinitius was on the point of leaping from the chair whereon he sat, but Petronius laid his hand on the young man's shoulder and turning to Chilo said: "Speak on." "Art thou certain, oh master, that the maiden drew a fish upon the sand?"
"Yes," exclaimed Vinitius. "Then she is a Christian, and Christians have taken her away." A moment of silence followed.
"Hearken, Chilo," said Petronius. "My kinsman hath set aside for thee a large reward for the finding of Lygia, and no smaller allowances of lashes if thou art striving to deceive him. In the first case thou wilt be able to buy not merely one but 3 copyists. In the second case, not all the philosophy of all the 7 sages and thine own in addition will serve thee as a healing ointment."
"Master, this maiden is a Christian," insisted the Greek.
"Hearken, Chilo, thou art no fool. We know that Unia Silana and Calvia Crispinilla accused Pomponia Graecina of professing the Christian superstition. It is also known to us that a private investigation acquitted her from this charge. Dost thou wish to renew it? Dost thou think thou wilt be able to convince us that both Pomponia and Lygia belong among the enemies of the human race, the poisoners of fountains and wells, the worshippers of an ass's head, among a people who murder infants and who give themselves up to the foulest corruptions? Beware, Chilo, lest the thesis announced by thee be not turned back upon thee as an antithesis."
Chilo spread out his hands as a sign that it was not his fault, and said: "Lord, pronounce the following words in Greek: Jesus Christ, Son of God, Saviour."
"Well, I have done so, but what of that?"
"Now take the first letters of each word and form them in such a manner as to compose a new word."
"Fish," cried Petronius, astonished.
"Now thou seest why the symbol of a fish became the symbol of Christianity."
The argument of the Greek was so convincing that both the friends remained buried in thought.
"Vinitius," asked Petronius, "art thou not mistaken? Did she really draw a fish?"
"By all the infernal gods, dost thou wish to drive me insane?" cried the young man, wrathfully. "Had she drawn a bird, I should have said a bird."
"It follows that she is a Christian," repeated Chilo.
"Which means," said Petronius, "that Pomponia and Lygia are poisoning wells, murdering kidnapped children, and giving themselves up to corruption. Nonsense! Thou, Vinitius, didst remain for some time in their house. I was not there long, but I know Aulus and Pomponia well enough. If a fish be the symbol of the Christians, which is really difficult to deny, and if they are all Christians, then by Proserpina! It is evident that Christians are not what we suppose them."
"Master, thou speakest like Socrates," replied Chilo. "Who has ever interrogated a Christian? Who is familiar with that creed? When 3 years ago I passed from Naples to Rome — oh, wherefore did I not remain there? — I was joined by one Glaucus, who was said to be a Christian, and in spite of this I convinced myself that he was a good and virtuous man."
"Did this virtuous man inform thee of the meaning of the fish?"
"Master, on the road this honorable man was stabbed in an inn, and his wife and child were taken away from him by slave dealers. In their defense I lost these 2 fingers. But they say that there is no lack of miracles among Christians, so I hope that these 2 fingers may grow out again."
"How is that? Hast thou become a Christian?"
"Since yesterday, oh master, since yesterday. This fish has made me a Christian. See what power it has. In a few days I shall become one of the most zealous of believers, so that I may be admitted to all their secrets. But when I am admitted, I shall learn where the maiden is. Then perchance my Christianity will pay me better than my philosophy. I made a vow to Mercury that if he aided me in finding the maiden I would sacrifice to him 2 heifers of the same age and size, whose horns I shall gild."
"Which means that your Christianity of yesterday, and your philosophy of the day before, allow thee to believe in Mercury?"
"I always believe in what I need to believe in. Such is my philosophy, and it ought to harmonize with the taste of Mercury in especial. But you, worthy lords, know what a suspicious god he is. He trusts not the vows of the most irreproachable philosophers. Perchance he may desire the heifers in advance, but this involves a large outlay. Not everyone can be a Seneca, and I cannot afford the expense, unless the noble Vinitius be willing to advance a portion of the promised reward."
"Not a farthing, Chilo," said Petronius, "not a farthing. The liberality of Vinitius will surpass thy expectations, but not before thou findest Lygia, or showest her place of concealment. Mercury must trust thee for the 2 heifers, though I do not wonder that he does it unwillingly. I see Mercury has wit." Listen to me, worthy masters. The discovery I have made is a very great discovery. For, though I have not yet found the maiden, I have found the method by which she may be found. Ye have scattered freedmen and slaves throughout the city. Has any one of them given you a clue? No, I am the only one who has found one. I will say more. Among your slaves may be slaves of whom ye know nothing. This superstition hath spread itself everywhere. Instead of helping you they may betray you. It is even dangerous for me to be seen here. Therefore thou, noble Petronius, swear Eunice to silence, and thou, noble Vinitius, announce that I am selling the anointment which secures certain victory for horses in the circus. I alone will seek her, and I alone will find the fugitives. But have faith in me, and know that whatever I receive in advance will be only a stimulus, for I will always hope to receive more, and will be more certain that the promised reward will not fail me. Yea, this is true. As a philosopher I have a contempt for money, though it is not scorned by Seneca nor by Carnutus, yet these philosophers have not lost two fingers in defense of some unfortunate. They can right themselves and leave their names to posterity. But besides the slave whom I wish to buy, and Mercury to whom I have promised 2 heifers, and ye know how dear cattle are at present, the search itself involves numerous expenses. Listen to me patiently. During these last few days my feet have become sore from continuous walking. I have sought converse with people in the wine shops, in the bakeries, in the butcher shops, and with oil dealers and fishermen. I have run through all the streets and lanes. I have been in the dens of escaped slaves. I have lost large sums of money playing mora. I have been in laundries, in drying sheds, and in lunch rooms. I have met mule drivers and carvers, men who cure troubles of the bladder, and men who pull teeth. I have talked with dealers in dried figs. I have been in cemeteries, and know ye my object in all this? 'Twas in order to draw a fish everywhere, to look into people's eyes and to hear what they might say when they saw this sign. For a long time I learnt nothing. Then at last I met an old slave at a fountain, drawing water and weeping. Approaching, I asked the cause of his tears. We both took our seats at the steps of the fountain when he told me that all his lifetime he has been saving up sesterces to redeem his beloved son from slavery, but his master, Pausa by name, on seeing the money took it and kept the son in slavery. "And so I weep," said the old man, "for though I repeat, the will of God be done, yet I, a poor sinner, cannot restrain my tears." Then I moistened my finger in the pail of water and drew the figure of a fish, at which he remarked: "I also put my trust in Christ." Then I asked him: "Didst thou recognize me by this sign?" And he answered: "Yea, may peace be with thee." I then began to question him and the old man told me all. His master, Pausa, is himself a freedman of the great Pausa. He ships along the Tiber to Rome, stone in boats, which slaves and hirelings unload and carry to buildings at night time so as not to obstruct the streets during the day. Many Christians are engaged in this work, and among them his son. But as the work is beyond his son's strength, he desired to redeem him. But Pausa kept both the money and the slave. While relating this, the old man wept again, and I followed his example, which was not difficult, because of my kind heart and the pain in my feet caused by continual walking. I lamented likewise that I had arrived recently from Naples, so that I knew none of the brethren nor where they assembled for prayer. He marveled that the brethren in Naples had not given me letters of recommendation to the brethren in Rome, but I explained to him that I had been robbed of my letters on the way. Then he instructed me to come to the river at night and he would introduce me to the brethren, who would conduct me to the houses of prayer and to the elders who rule this Christian community. I was so overjoyed by this information that I gave him the necessary amount for his son's redemption, feeling confident that the magnanimous Vinitius would return me double the amount.
"Chilo," interrupted Petronius, "in thy narrative falsehood floats on the surface of truth as oil on water. No doubt thou hast brought important news. I think indeed that a great step has been taken towards finding Lygia. But do not mix falsehood with truth. What is the name of the old man from whom thou didst learn that Christians recognize one another by the sign of a fish?" "Euritius is his name, master, a poor unfortunate old man. He reminds me of Glaucus, whom I defended from murderers."
"I believe thou didst make his acquaintance and that thou wilt be able to make use of this acquaintance, but thou didst give him no money. Thou didst not even give him one farthing, dost understand? Thou didst not give him anything." "But I assisted him to lift his pail, and I spoke of his son with the greatest sympathy. Yea, master, what can be concealed from the insight of Petronius? I did not give him any money, or more correctly I gave to him in intention only. This would have sufficed him had he been a true philosopher. I gave it to him because I considered the gift necessary and useful, for think how this will win for me the hearts of all the Christians, and how I will secure access to them and win their confidence."
"True," said Petronius, "but it was to thy interest to do it."
Then Petronius, turning to Vinitius, said:
"Order that 5,000 sesterces be counted out to him, but in intention only."
But Vinitius said: "I will give thee a servant who will carry the necessary amount. Thou wilt tell Euritius that the servant is thy slave, and thou wilt count out the money to the old man in the servant's presence; but as thou hast brought important news thou shalt have the same amount for thyself. Call this evening for the servant and the money."
"Thou art as liberal as Caesar," cried Chilo. "Permit me, master, to dedicate my work to thee. But permit also that I come this evening for the money only, as Euritius informed me that the boats had all been unloaded, and that others would not follow from Ostia until a few days have passed. May peace be with you. Thus do Christians greet one another. I shall buy a female slave. No, I mean a male slave. Fish are caught with a bait and Christians with fish. Peace be with ye. Peace. Peace."
End of Part 1, Chapter 14. Part 1, Chapter 15 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Benyon and Malevski. Part 1, Chapter 15.
Petronius to Vinitius. I forward this letter from Antium by a faithful slave, expecting that thou wilt return an answer without delay by the bearer, although thy hand is better used to the sword than to the pen. I left thee hopeful and on a clear trail. I trust therefore that thou hast already satisfied thy sweet desires in the arms of Lygia, or that thou wilt satisfy them ere the winter winds from the summits of Soracte shall blow on the Campania. Oh, dear Vinitius, may the golden haired goddess of Cyprus be thy instructor, and mayest thou in turn be the instructor of this Lygian morning star, fleeing before the sun of love. But remember that even the most precious marble is nothing in itself, and that it obtains real value only when the sculptor makes of it a masterpiece. Be thou such a sculptor, oh my beloved. To love is not enough, one should know how to love and how to teach love. Even the common people and animals experience sensual delight, but a genuine man differs from them in this, that he transforms love into a noble art, and, conscious of its divine meaning, recreates it in his mind, so that he satisfies not only his heart, but his soul. Often when I think of the vanity, the uncertainty, and cares of life, it comes to my mind that perhaps thou hast taken the wiser course, and that not the court of Caesar, but war and love are the only things worth being born and living for. Thou hast been fortunate in war, be fortunate also in love, and if thou art curious to know what goes on at the court of Caesar, I will send thee news of everything. We are sojourning here at Antium and taking care of our divine voice, cherishing an unchangeable hatred to Rome, and intending to spend the winter at Baiae, to appear in public at Naples, whose citizens being of Greek descent, are better critics than the wolf brood on the banks of the Tiber. People will come from Baiae, from Pompeii, from Puteoli, from Cumae, and from Stabiae. There will be no lack of applause or crowds, and this will be an encouragement for the expected expedition to Achaia.
As regards the memory of the little Augusta, yes, we are still lamenting her. We are singing hymns of our own composition, so beautiful that the sirens, from envy, are hiding in the deepest caves of Amphitrite. The dolphins themselves would listen to us were it not for the noise of the sea. Our grief is not yet over, hence we shall exhibit it in every form of sculpture known to art, and we are careful that our postures shall be beautiful and that the world shall recognize this beauty. Oh, my friend, let us be mountebanks and comedians as long as we live. All the Augustales are here, male and female, not including 500 she asses, in whose milk Poppaea bathes, and 10,000 servants. At times it is even cheerful. Calvia Crispinilla is growing old. It is said that she petitioned Poppaea to be permitted to bathe after herself. Lucan slapped Nigidia's face because he suspected her of relations with a gladiator. Sporus lost his wife to Senecio at dice. Torquatus Silanus has offered me for Eunice 4 chestnut horses, which will surely win this year at the races, but I declined the offer. I am grateful to thee that thou didst not accept her. As to Torquatus Silanus, he, poor wretch, does not suspect that he is more of a shadow than a man. His fate is decided. Dost thou know what his crime is? He is the great grandson of the divine Augustus. There is no help for him. Such is our world. As thou knowest, we have been expecting Tiridates. Meanwhile we have received an offensive letter from Vologeses. Having conquered Armenia, he asks that it be left to him for Tiridates, and if it be not left to him, he declares he will hold it in any case. This is mockery. We have decided on war. Corbulo will be given such power as Pompeius Magnus received in the war against the pirates. There was a moment when Nero hesitated. He evidently fears the glory which Corbulo may win by martial deeds. It was even thought to give the chief command to our Aulus. But Poppaea, to whom Pomponia's virtue is as salt in the eye, opposed it. Vatinius notified us of a remarkable gladiatorial combat which he is preparing in Beneventum. Behold the height to which cobblers rise in our time, despite the saying, "Let the cobbler stick to his last." Vitellius is the descendant of a cobbler, but Vatinius is the son of one. Perhaps he himself has stitched with the waxed thread. Alituras, the actor, gave a great representation of Oedipus yesterday. He is a Jew, and I asked him whether Jews and Christians were the same. He answered that the Jewish religion is a very ancient one, but that the Christians are a new sect, risen lately in Judea; that in the time of Tiberius a man was crucified, whose followers are increasing daily. He has even been deified by them. The Christians, it seems, refuse to worship all other gods, especially ours. I comprehend not the harm which such worship would do them. Tigellinus openly manifests his enmity to me. As yet he has not prevailed against me, though he is my superior in that he cares more for life, and is at the same time a greater knave than I, which helps him in Bronzebeard's eyes. Sooner or later these two will understand each other, and then my turn will come. I do not know when this will happen, but 'tis only a question of time. Meantime I must enjoy life. Life would not be a bad thing if it were not for Bronzebeard. Thanks to him, one revolts at times, disgusted against oneself. The struggle for his favor must not be placed upon the same plane as that of rivals in the circus, or in games, where the victory is desired on account of ambition. True, I often explain it to myself in these terms, but at other times it seems to me that I am in no way better than Chilo. When thou dost need him no longer, send him to me. I delight in his edifying conversation. Present my greeting to thy divine Christian maiden, or rather implore her in my name not to be a fish to thee. Write to me about thy health, and the progress of thy love affair. Know how to love, teach how to love, and farewell.
Vinitius to Petronius.
Lygia has not yet been found. Were it not for the hope that I shall find her ere long, thou wouldst not receive this answer, for one is not inclined to letter writing when concerned in a matter of life and death. I wished to find out whether Chilo was deceiving me, so on the night that he came to secure the money for Euritius I wrapped myself in a military cloak, and followed him and the servant who I sent with him. When they reached the appointed place, I watched them from a distance, hiding behind a portico pillar, and I convinced myself that Euritius had not been invented for the occasion. Below, by the river, groups of workmen were unloading stones from a large boat and hoisting them on the bank. I saw Chilo approach and enter into conversation with an old man, who knelt down before him. Others surrounded them, looking on with astonishment. Before my eyes the servant gave the purse to Euritius, who, seizing it, began to pray, raising his hands to the sky. At the old man's side another was kneeling, evidently his son. Chilo said something that I could not hear, and blessed the kneeling figures and the others about them, making in the air a sign in the form of a cross, which evidently they all honor, for all knelt down. I would have approached them, to promise 3 such purses to him who would deliver Lygia to me, but I feared lest I might spoil Chilo's work, so after hesitating for a moment, I departed. This was some 12 days after thy departure. Chilo has visited me frequently since. He tells me that he has gained great influence among the Christians. He explains that if he has not yet found Lygia, 'tis because there are such multitudes of Christians in Rome that they are not all acquainted with one another, and cannot know everything that goes on in the community. Besides, the Christians are wary and usually reticent. But he assures me that when he comes in contact with the elders, called presbyters, he will be able to learn everything from them. He has gained access to some of them already, and has begun to question them, though with the utmost circumspection, lest he awaken their suspicions and thus raise difficulties in his own path. It is hard to wait, and I am impatient, but I feel that he is right, and I wait. He has gleaned the further information that the Christians assemble for prayer beyond the city gates, in empty houses, and even in sand pits. They pray to Christ, sing hymns, and hold feasts. They have many such places of assembly. Chilo thinks that Lygia goes intentionally to different places of worship than those frequented by Pomponia, so that the latter, if questioned by the authorities, would be able to swear that she did not know Lygia's hiding place. Perhaps the presbyters suggested this precaution. When Chilo discovers these places I will go with him, and if the gods permit me a sight of Lygia, by Jupiter, she shall not escape me. My thoughts dwell continually on these places of prayer. Chilo does not wish me to go with him. He is afraid. But I cannot sit idle at home. I should recognize her at once, even in disguise, or veiled. The Christians assemble during the night, but I should recognize her even at night. I should know her voice and movements under all possible conditions. I will go myself in disguise and scrutinize every person who comes in or goes out. I think of her always, and shall certainly recognize her. Chilo is to come for me to morrow, and we shall go. I shall take arms with me. Some of my slaves whom I sent to the provinces have returned without any news. I am certain now that she is here in the city, and possibly not far away. I myself have looked through many houses under pretext of hiring them. She will be far better off with me, for she is now probably dwelling amid poverty. I shall refuse her nothing. Thou sayest that I have chosen the happier lot. Nay, I have chosen only suffering and sorrow. We shall go first to the houses within the city, then to those beyond the gates. Hope is born anew in my breast every morning, otherwise I could not live. Thou sayest that one should know how to love. I could speak of love to Lygia, but now I only yearn. I wait for Chilo, and I cannot stay at home. Farewell. End of Part 1, Chapter 15. Part 1, Chapter 16 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Benyon and Malevsky. Part 1, Chapter 16. It was a long time before Chilo showed himself again. Vinitius knew not what to think. Vainly he repeated to himself that a successful search must be slow and careful. Hot-tempered and hot-blooded, he would not listen to the voice of reason. To do nothing, to wait and sit with folded hands, was so repugnant that he could not reconcile himself to it. To run in the disguise of a slave through dark streets and alleys, without result, seemed a useless employment of energy. His freedmen, quick, sagacious, and experienced, whom he had commanded to make an independent search, proved themselves to be 100-fold less expert than Chilo. But Vinitius, in addition to his love for Lygia, felt the gambler's craving for victory. This had always been one of his characteristics. From his childhood he had accomplished all his wishes with the passion of one who does not understand the word impossible, or recognize the necessity of surrender. Military discipline had, for a period, put bounds upon his own will, but it had awakened in him at the same time the sense that every command given by him to his subordinates must be carried out at any cost. His long sojourn in the East, among a docile people accustomed to slavish obedience, strengthened him in his belief that there was no "nay" to his "I will." His pride as well as his heart was wounded. The flight of Lygia was unintelligible to him. He racked his head in striving to solve the puzzle. He felt that Actea told the truth, that Lygia was not indifferent to him; yet if this were so, why did she prefer vagrancy and misery to his love, to his caresses and to his luxurious home? He could not answer this question. He only had an undefinable comprehension that between him and Lygia, between her feelings and his, between the world of Lygia and Pomponia and that in which he and Petronius lived, there existed a discrepancy as deep and impassable as an abyss. His one thought was that he must lose Lygia, but at that thought he lost all the remnant of self control which Petronius sought to bolster up. There were times when he knew not whether he would love or hate Lygia in case he found her, but one thing he knew, was that he must find her. Better that she was swallowed up in the bowels of the earth than that he should surrender her. The strength of his imagination often conjured her up visibly before his eyes. He recalled almost every word that he had ever spoken to her, or heard from her. He felt her near him, felt her lying on his bosom, in his arms, and pride and passion reawakened in him like flame. He loved her and called upon her, and when he remembered that she loved him in turn, and might yield willingly to his desire, a deep sadness overcame him. This sadness flooded his heart like gigantic sea waves. At times his face grew livid from anger. His inward passion would have riven his heart had he not found solace in gloating over the tortures which he would inflict upon Lygia if he found her, in vengeance for the tortures she had inflicted upon him. He desired not merely to possess her, but to possess her as an abject and humiliated slave. Nevertheless, he felt that if the choice were given him to be her slave or never to see her, he would rather be her slave. He revelled in the very thought of the scars that his merciless whip would inflict upon her rosy body, but simultaneously a wild desire arose within him to kiss those scars. He even thought that he would be happy if he could kill her. The torture, torment, excitement, and doubt told upon his health, and even upon his manly beauty. He became cruel and unreasonable. Slaves and freedmen approached him trembling. He punished them without mercy and without pretext, and they grew to hate him secretly. He recognized this, and felt his isolation still more keenly and wreaked a still bitterer and more unreasonable revenge. With Chilo alone he was on friendly terms, for he feared that Chilo might give up his search. Chilo divined the reason, established greater control over him, and grew more domineering in his demands. At first he had assured Vinitius that the task would be easily and speedily accomplished. Now he inwardly exerted himself to invent new difficulties, and, although holding out the hope of ultimate success, insisted that time was needed. Finally, after many days had passed, he arrived with so troubled a look that the young man paled at the sight of him. Springing up, he had barely strength to ask him: "Is she not among the Christians?"
"Of course she is," answered Chilo, "but among them I have found a physician, Glaucus."
"What of that? Who is Glaucus?"
"Master, hast thou forgotten the old man with whom I travelled from Naples to Rome, in whose defense I lost these two fingers, a loss that has deprived me of the use of a pen? The robbers who carried off his wife and children stabbed him with a knife. I left him in a dying condition at a tavern in Minturnae, and mourned for him a long time. But alas! I have now ascertained that he is alive, and a member of the Christian community in Rome."
Vinitius, who could not catch the drift of this speech, but only understood that Glaucus in some way was an obstacle in his path, suppressed his rising impatience, and said: "He should be grateful for thy assistance and now aid thee in return." "Yea, honorable Tribune, but if the gods themselves are not always grateful, what can we expect from men? Yea, he should be grateful, but alas, he is an old man. His mind is bowed and darkened by age and disappointment. I learn not only that he is ungrateful, but that he has accused me to his fellow Christians, saying that I did conspire with the thieves and that I am the cause of all his misfortunes. Such is my reward for my 2 lost fingers."
"Caitiff!" cried Vinitius, "I know that he tells the truth."
"Then thou knowest more than he does, for his is only a guess. But that guess would suffice for him to call the Christians to aid him in some cruel revenge. He would certainly have done this sooner and found many willing Christians, but that happily he knows not my name. In the house of prayer where I ran against him he did not recognize me, but I recognized him at once. My first impulse would have been to throw myself on his neck. Prudence and long habits of self-restraint preserved me from this, but on leaving the place I made inquiries and learned from his acquaintances that this was a man who had been betrayed by his companion on the way from Naples, and that is how I know what story he gives out."
"What is all this to me? Tell me, what sawest thou in the house of prayer?"
"It may be nothing to thee, master, but is everything to me, as I wish my wisdom to survive me. Rather would I renounce the reward thou hast offered than sacrifice my life for empty gain. A true philosopher can always live without lucre and devote his time to the search for wisdom."
Vinitius bent upon him a menacing look and said in a voice that trembled with wrath: "Who told thee that death was more certain at the hands of Glaucus than of mine? And how knowest thou that I will not bury thee even now like a dog in my garden?" Chilo caught that glance and trembled. He knew that one more unguarded remark might destroy him.
"I will seek, master, and I will find," he cried hastily.
A silence followed. Only the heavy breathing of Vinitius and the far off songs of slaves at work in the garden could be heard. Not until Chilo had assured himself that the young Tribune had grown calmer, did he resume the conversation.
"Death hath often passed so close as to touch me, but I looked at it with the coldness of a Socrates. No, master, I have not said that I would renounce the search for the girl, but only that this search involves much danger for me. There was a time when thou didst doubt the very existence of a certain Euritius, but thou didst ascertain with thine own eyes that the son of my father told thee the truth. Now thou thinkest that I have conjured up an imaginary Glaucus. Alas! Were he really a fiction and could I walk among the Christians as safely as of yore, I would cheerfully give up the poor old slave whom 3 days ago I purchased for my assistance in my old age and decrepitude. But, master, Glaucus is alive. Were he to see me, even once, thou wouldst never see me again. Then who would discover the girl?"
He ceased, dried his eyes, and continued:
"So long as Glaucus is alive, how can I continue my search for her, when I may meet him at any moment? If I meet him I am lost, and with me the search is lost."
"What dost thou think of doing? What is thy advice? What is thy decision?" asked Vinitius.
"Master, Aristotle teaches that small things must be sacrificed to great. King Priam always said that old age is a heavy burden. This burden has oppressed the aged Glaucus for long years, so heavily indeed that death would be a benefaction. And indeed what is death? According to Seneca 'tis but a release."
"Keep thy jesting for Petronius, not for me. Tell me thy intentions."
"If virtue be a jest, may the gods allow me to remain a jester forever. I wish to put Glaucus out of the way. While he lives, my life and the search are in the greatest danger."
"Hire men to beat him to death with clubs. I will pay the bill."
"Master, thou wilt only go to needless expense and disclose thy secrets in vain. There are as many rascals in Rome as there are grains of sand in the arena. Thou knowest not what might happen if an honest man needed their base services."
"No, worthy Tribune, suppose the watchmen caught the murderers in the act. They would undoubtedly reveal the name of him who had hired them, and great trouble might follow. 'Tis not I that will be denounced, for they know not my name. Thou art wrong in failing to trust me, thou wouldst defile my sincerity with mire. Two things interest me: the wholeness of my skin, and the reward which thou hast promised me."
"How much dost thou need?"
"I need 1,000 sesterces, for look you, master, I must find honest rascals, who will not disappear after taking bribes and leave no trace behind them. Good work requires good pay. Something should be added also for me, to wipe away the tears of sorrow that I will shed over Glaucus. The gods be my witness how I love him. Could I get the 1,000 sesterces to day, in 2 days his soul will be wandering in Hades; then and there, if souls retain the power of memory and of reason, he will learn how deeply I loved him. I will find the men this very day and tell them that for every day of Glaucus's continued existence 100 sesterces will be subtracted from their pay. Then there will be no failure."
Vinitius once more promised him the stipulated sum. He forbade him, however, to speak further of Glaucus. He also questioned him as to what news he brought, where he had been in the interval, what he had seen, and what he had discovered. But Chilo had little news to tell. He had been in 2 more places of prayer; he had carefully watched every one, especially the women, but had seen no one who bore any resemblance to Lygia. The Christians all looked upon him as one of themselves. Ever since the time when he had ransomed the son of Euritius, they had honored him as one who trod in the ways of Christ. He learned further that their great teacher, Paul of Tarsus, was now in Rome, imprisoned on charges preferred by the Jews, and he had determined to make his acquaintance. He was most overjoyed with the additional news that the greatest of all the sect, a disciple of Christ, to whom had been confided the administration of the entire Christian world, might arrive in Rome at any moment. All the Christians were anxious to see him and to hear his teachings. There would be great gatherings, in which Chilo himself would be present. He would bring Vinitius there in disguise and they would certainly find Lygia. If Glaucus were out of the way, there would be small peril in all this. The Christians might plan revenge, but they were usually a peaceful people. And now Chilo began to explain with some enthusiasm that he had never found them to engage in any debauchery, nor to poison wells and fountains, nor to preach enmity to humanity, nor to worship an ass, nor to feed on the flesh of children. Nay, these things he had never seen. True, among them might be found persons who would do away with Glaucus, but their teaching, so far as he knew, would not incite them to crime. On the contrary, it commanded forgiveness even to the wronged. Vinitius recalled what Pomponia Graecina had said to him at Actea's, and listened with delight to the words of Chilo. Though sometimes he felt that he hated Lygia, he was relieved to hear that the sect to which she and Pomponia belonged was neither criminal nor disgusting. An indescribable feeling rose within him that these unknown teachings, and the mysterious reverence which they paid to Christ, created a chasm between him and Lygia. So he began to hate those teachings and to fear them. End of part 1, chapter 16. Part 1, chapter 17 of Quo Vadis, a tale of the time of Nero. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quo Vadis, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Benyon and Milevski. Part 1, chapter 17. Chilo did, in fact, have the intention to put Glaucus out of the way, for Glaucus, though old, was by no means decrepit. There was some slight truth in the story he told to Vinitius. He had once known Glaucus, he had betrayed him and sold him to robbers, he had caused the loss of his family and fortune and had delivered him up to murder. He could easily recall all the facts. He had left him dying, not in a tavern, but on a field near Minturnae. He had not thought at the time that Glaucus would ever recover and come to Rome. On seeing him in the church he had been terribly frightened. His first thought had been to renounce his search for Lygia. But, on the other hand, he feared Vinitius even more. When it came to a choice between his dread of prosecution by Glaucus and of the vengeance of the mighty patrician, who would summon to his aid the still mightier Petronius, he did not long hesitate. He deemed it better to have small enemies than great ones. His cowardly nature revolted from bloodshed, but when he found that bloodshed was necessary he would shift the deed into the hands of hirelings. The important question now was that of choosing the right men for his purpose. He would give them the task of which he had spoken to Vinitius. Passing his nights in taverns among vagrants, men without home or honor or faith, he could readily find men willing for any crime. But it was still easier to find among them men who would receive his money, would promise to do the work, and then extort still further money from him on a threat of betraying him into the hands of justice. Moreover, he had long felt a repugnance for these wretched vagrants who lurked in the disreputable houses of the Suburra and the Trans Tiber. Judging all people by himself, he believed that among Christians, who seemed to him a trifle more trustworthy, he might find willing tools whom he might mislead into the idea that the work was not done merely for money, but with the aim of accomplishing some good. Therefore he spent his evenings with Euritius, whom he knew to be devoted to him body and soul, and would do anything at his bidding. With his native caution, he decided not to reveal the whole truth to him, which might prove repugnant to one so pious and full of devotion to God. He needed men who were ready for anything, but in whom he could confide only so far that they would keep his secret forever. Euritius, after the redemption of his son, had rented a small shop, one among many, which surrounded the Circus Maximus. Here he sold olives, beans, fruit cakes, and water sweetened with honey, to the people who flocked to the circus. Chilo found the old man at home, busily arranging his little shop. Greeting him in the name of Christ, he unfolded the reason of his visit, confident that he could depend upon his gratitude for the service he had already extended. He explained that he needed 2 or 3 strong, courageous, and fearless men to ward off the dangers that threatened not only himself but all Christians. Poor as he was since he had given up his all for Euritius, he still would be able to pay men of this sort for their services, but only on condition that they would trust him and do blindly whatever he commanded. Euritius and his son, Quartus, listened to him as to their benefactor. They almost dropped upon their knees when they assured him that they were ready to fulfill all his wishes, being convinced that so holy a man would not require from them anything inconsistent with the teachings of Christ. Chilo assured them that they were right. He lifted up his eyes as if in prayer. In truth he was inwardly meditating whether he would not accept their offer and keep the 1,000 sesterces for himself. But after a moment's thought he decided to refuse. Euritius was an old man, burdened not only by his age, but by sickness and sorrow. Quartus was but a boy of 16. What Chilo needed was strong and sagacious men. As to the 1,000 sestertia, he hoped that his elaborate scheme would enable him in any event to save the larger portion of it. The men insisted for some time that he should inform them of his wishes, but when he had firmly made up his mind to abide by his last decision, they yielded. "Master," said Quartus, "I know a baker called Demas, who employs slaves and hired men. There is one among the hired men who is more vigorous than 2 or even 4 ordinary mortals. I myself have seen him lift stones which no 4 men could have lifted."
"If he be a good and pious man willing to sacrifice himself for his brethren, you may introduce him to me."
"He is a Christian," said Quartus, "for Demas employs few except Christians. He has both night and day laborers. This man is one of the night laborers. If we go there now, we shall find them at supper, and thou wilt have a chance to talk freely with him. Demas lives near the Emporium." Chilo joyfully consented. The Emporium lay at the foot of the Aventine Hill, but a short distance from the Circus Maximus. It could be reached without climbing the hill, by passing along the river, through the Aemilian Gate and this would shorten the journey.
"I am old," said Chilo when they had arrived under the colonnade, "and sometimes my memory betrays me. Yea, our Lord was betrayed by one of his disciples, but I recall not his name at this moment."
"'Twas Judas, master, he who hanged himself," answered Quartus, wondering within himself how such a name could escape any memory.
"Yea, Judas, I thank thee," answered Chilo.
They pursued their way for a time in silence. When they reached the Emporium, which they found closed, they were obliged to go around the storehouses, whence grain was distributed among the people, and then turn to the left by the houses which stretched along the Via Ostiensis up to the Mons Testatius and the Forum Pistorium. Here they stopped before a wooden building, from the interior of which issued the noise of revolving millstones. Quartus entered, but Chilo remained outside. He did not like to show himself in a crowd, fearing that fate might bring about a meeting with Glaucus, the physician. "I am curious to see this Hercules who works in a mill," he said to himself, looking up at the radiant moon. "If he is a clever rascal he may cost me something, but if he is an innocent Christian and a fool, he will do as I wish for nothing." He was interrupted by the return of Quartus, who came out with another man, clad only in a shirt cut in such a fashion that his right arm and right breast were exposed, so as to allow him free movement. Such shirts were generally worn by laborers. At sight of this man, Chilo looked his admiration and satisfaction. Never had he seen such an arm and such a breast. "Master," said Quartus, "here is the brother whom thou didst wish to see." "The peace of Christ be with him," was Chilo's greeting. "Tell this brother, oh Quartus, that I am trustworthy, and then return in the name of God, for I see no need that thou shouldst leave unprotected the home of thy wise old father." "This is a holy man," said Quartus, "who surrendered his all to redeem me from slavery, me who was unknown to him. May our Lord and Saviour prepare a heavenly reward for him." At these words the gigantic laborer bent and kissed the hands of Chilo. "What is thy name?" asked the Greek. "Father, in holy baptism the name of Urban was given to me." "Urban, my brother, hast thou time to speak with me freely?" "Our work begins at midnight, and at present they are preparing supper for us." "Ah, then we have time enough. Let us go over to the pond and thou wilt hear what I have to say to thee." They wended their way thither and sat down on a stone near the embankment. The silence was broken only by the far off sound of the millstone and the rippling of the waters. Chilo glanced inquiringly at the face of the laborer. That face was stern and melancholy, as was usual among the barbarians who lived in Rome, yet it was full of goodness and honesty. "'Tis well," thought Chilo, "here is a kindly fool who will kill Glaucus for nothing." "Urban," he asked, "do you love Christ?" "I love him with all my soul and all my heart," answered the laborer. "And thy brethren, thy sisters, and all those who taught thee the truth and faith in Christ?" "I love them also, father." "Then peace be with thee." "And with thee, father." There was silence anew, interrupted as before by the sound of the millstones and the rippling of the water. Chilo, eyes fixed on the moon, began in low and impressive tones to speak about the death of Christ. He seemed not to be addressing Urban directly, but to be recalling facts that were known to both, for the benefit of the sleeping city. His words seemed so inspired and so holy that they moved the laborer to tears. When Chilo sighed and expressed his sorrow that there had been no one near the dying Christ to defend him, not only from crucifixion, but from the humiliations inflicted by the Jews and the soldiers, the gigantic fists of the barbarian were clenched in pity and anger. The death of Christ was bad enough, but the thought that the blood of the Lamb was shed amidst scoffs and jeers revolted his simple soul, and aroused in it a wild desire for vengeance. Then suddenly Chilo asked: "Urban, dost thou know who Judas was?" "I know, he hanged himself," cried the laborer. In his voice was immense sorrow that the traitor had punished himself and was consequently out of his reach. "But suppose," said Chilo, "that he did not hang himself, and that some Christian were to meet him. Would it not be a Christian duty to avenge the sufferings, the death and the blood of the Saviour?" "Oh, father, who would not mete out this revenge?"
"Peace be with thee, oh faithful servant of the Lamb. Yea, we may forgive our own wrongs, but who is authorized to forgive the wrongs done to God? But as serpents breed serpents, as crimes breed crimes, as traitors breed traitors, so from the venom of Judas was born another traitor. As the first Judas betrayed our Saviour to the Jews and the soldiers of Rome, so this traitor, who lives among us at present, wishes to betray the lambs of God to the wolf, and if no one prevents this, if no one crushes the head of this serpent, awful destruction awaits us all, and with us the destruction of the Holy Lamb." The laborer glanced at him in wild excitement. He could scarce believe what he heard. The Greek covered his face with a corner of his mantle and began to repeat in a deep voice which seemed as if it came from the depths of the earth: "Woe unto you, servants of the true God! Woe unto you, Christians, men and women!"
And again silence followed. Again there was no sound save the revolving millstones, the singing of the millers, and the rippling of the waters below. "Father," asked the laborer abruptly, "who is this traitor?" Chilo bowed his head still lower.
"Who is this traitor? A son of Judas, the spawn of his venom, who pretends to be a Christian, and visits the houses of prayer only for the purpose of betraying his brethren to Caesar, charging that they do not honor Caesar as a god, that they poison wells, that they murder children, and that they wish to hurl the city into such destruction that not one stone shall remain upon another. Look you, in a few days an order will be issued to the pretorians to imprison men, women, and children, and lead them to death as they led to death the slaves of Pedanius Secundus. This is the work of our second Judas. But if the first one was never punished, if nobody took vengeance on him, if nobody averted hours of suffering from Christ, who will now take vengeance? Who will now destroy him before Caesar can hear his terrible charges? Who now will put him out of the way and so prevent the ruin of the brethren and of the faith of Christ?"
Urban, who till now had remained seated on the stone, arose immediately and said: "I will do this, father." Chilo also rose. He looked straight in the face of the laborer as he stood in the rays of the moonlight, then, placing his hands upon his head, he solemnly said: "Go among the Christians, go to the places of prayer, ask the brethren to point out Glaucus, the physician, and if they show him to thee, kill him." "Didst thou say Glaucus?" repeated the laborer, with an effort of memory to retain the name.
"Dost thou know him?"
"I know him not. There are thousands of Christians in Rome and they do not all know one another. But to morrow night at Ostranium there will be a general gathering of all the brothers and sisters without a single exception, for a great apostle of Christ will preach there, and I will ask the brethren to point out to me Glaucus."
"In Ostranium?" asked Chilo. "Why, that is outside of the gates of the city. All our brothers and sisters at night, outside the gate at Ostranium?"
"Yea, father, our cemetery lies there, between the Salaria and Nomentana roads. Dost thou not know that the great apostle is expected there?"
"I have been away for 2 days, hence I did not receive his letter, and I know not Ostranium, for I only recently arrived from Corinth, where I was the head of a Christian community. But so be it. Christ will be with thee. Thou wilt go to morrow night, my son, to Ostranium, and there thou wilt find Glaucus among the brethren. Thou wilt slay him on his way back to the city. All thy sins will be forgiven thee in return. And now, peace be with thee."
"Father!"
"I hear thee, O servant of the Lamb."
The laborer's face expressed perplexity. He might have killed a man or two in the course of his life, but the religion of Christ forbade murder. He had not killed them in self defense, for even this was forbidden, nor, Christ forbid, had he killed for the sake of a reward. The bishop himself had given him brethren to help in a certain adventure, but had commanded him to take no life. The killing had been through inadvertence, for the Lord had punished him with extraordinary strength. And now he was doing penance for this. Others might sing while grinding wheat, he could only think on his sins and his offenses against the Lamb. How he had prayed, how he had wept! How often had he besought the Lamb for forgiveness. In spite of everything, he felt that his repentance was not yet sufficient. And now he had promised to kill a traitor. So be it. One may readily forgive trespasses against oneself, but against oneself only. So he would kill Glaucus, even in the presence of all the brothers and sisters gathered at Ostranium. But Glaucus should be tried first before the elders selected from among the brethren by the bishop or the apostle. To kill was no great matter and to kill a traitor was a pleasant duty, like killing a wolf or a bear. But suppose Glaucus was innocent? "How can I burden myself with a new murder, a new sin, a new offense against the Lamb?"
"There is no time for a trial, my son," answered Chilo, "for the traitor will hurry from Ostranium directly to Caesar in Antium, or hide himself in the house of a certain patrician in whose employ he now is. I will give thee a sign which, if thou showest after killing Glaucus to the bishop or the apostle, they will bless thee and thy deed." With these words he took from his pocket a coin. Drawing a knife from his belt, he cut the sign of the cross upon the coin and gave it to the laborer. "Here is a sentence upon Glaucus and a sign for thee. When thou showest this to the bishop he will give thee absolution, not only for the killing of Glaucus, but also for the involuntary homicides that preceded it."
The laborer hesitatingly stretched out his hand for the coin. He recalled his first homicide, and could not repress a shiver. "Father," he exclaimed in a voice of entreaty, "dost thou take this upon thine own conscience, and art thou sure that Glaucus hath plotted to slay our brethren?" Chilo saw that he must give some proofs and mention some names, otherwise doubt would arise in the mind of the laborer. A happy thought struck him. "Hearken, Urban," he said, "I dwell in Corinth, but I come from Cos. Here in Rome I am instructing in the religion of Christ a servant girl, my countrywoman, Eunice by name. She serves as a handmaiden in the house of a certain Petronius, a friend of Caesar. In this house I learned how Glaucus had promised to betray all the Christians, and also to betray unto a certain Vinitius, another imperial adviser, a certain maiden." He stopped abruptly, for he had caught a strange look in the eyes of the laborer. They blazed like the eyes of a wild beast, while the whole face took on a look of wrath and menace. "What is the matter?" he asked in some alarm. "Nothing, father. I will kill Glaucus to morrow." The Greek was silent. He took the laborer's arm and turned him so that the moonlight fell full upon his face, which he scrutinized carefully. Evidently he was hesitating whether to inquire further or to be content with the impression he had already made. His habitual caution gained the upper hand. Twice he sighed deeply, and again placing his hands upon the head of the laborer, he asked him in solemn tones: "The name of Urban was given thee in holy baptism?" "Yea, father, it was." "Then peace be with thee, Urban." Chapter 17